కెమెరా అక్కడ నేను చేస్తాను. ఆన్ మైక్స్ ఆన్ కట్ యా యా. Not coming here. Did we change any HDMI or something? No, in the back. No, man. Can we just move them? Yes. Because this doesn't happen just like that. Little. No, can I do it? Can someone do it? Camera number two. Then angle set is later. Camera number two. In the two. Close. Close one. Close. Center లో ఉంది. Close. దాని మీద yeah, should have been. ఇప్పుడు for those for okay. Yeah, just ఇది ప్లే చేయాలి ఇప్పుడు పేజ్ ది. Ask him to wait for 1 minute. Okay, just right now in the preview mode. Okay. Where's my laptop? Here. I don't know why it went to this mode. But project are not displaying. Drive run అవుతుందండి. రన్ అవుతుందా? నేను ఇప్పుడు పవర్ ప్రాబ్లమే దీనికి సెట్ చేయాలి. Is there any problem? Yeah, the item output 2 is gone to preview mode. It's I have to change it to program mode. I think that item connects to this one. If item is connected, item software is there. There, but only 4 channel is there. What is it? Channel 1. Lateral mic is this channel.
ఇప్పుడు రికార్డింగ్ స్టార్ట్ అయితే అప్పుడే చేద్దాం. అప్పటి వరకు తేజ్ ఇక్కడ నేను నాకు చెప్పండి లాస్ట్ టైం అది ఓకే. మీరు ఎప్పుడంటే ఎప్పుడు
హార్డ్ డిస్క్ you need to connect this one also.
గేమ్స్ ఇక్కడే ప్లే చేస్తారు కదా. శ్రీనివాసం మీరు ఇద్దరు ఉంటారు.
I think it is connected here. I think so. It's going through wireless. It's very spotty here. It is. You can control here, sir. Oh, okay. If I can, then that will be super. Okay. That's all. Small button. Yes. Now, is it coming program? We just need to check. Put connect. Oh yeah. Now it's connected. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now let me connect this. You need USB or C type? C type. Okay. That's fine. And record start. Okay. Okay. So all I need is to click this one for the AV. For AV play to play the AV. Oh yes. Okay. And then it will come over here. Okay. And then I will. You have to cut it. I will cut. I will do. I'll be here. Work. He will be. No. Yes. Is it coming? Take it to the left. Okay, okay. Okay, and then play over here. Another one. Play. Okay, okay. Mm, okay. Okay. We will leave this and no problem. Next. Yeah. He started. Right.
నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకా ఇప్పుడు అబ్బాయి స్టార్ట్ చేసే వదిలేదు మీ లైవ్ వస్తుందని వదిలేదు అన్ని సెట్
అంతే కానీ ఏం ప్రాబ్లం అంటే మన ల్యాప్టాప్ ఛార్జర్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది అందుకని ల్యాప్టాప్ అక్కడి నుంచి తెప్పించాను మన ల్యాప్టాప్ మనలో అక్కడ ఏం చేసింటే ఇంకా పని చేయట్లేదు అంటే దానికి ఇది కరెక్ట్ అవ్వదు
నా ల్యాప్టాప్
లేదు అందుకనే దానికి అయ్యింది అవి ఈ రెండే పని చేస్తాయి దీనికి ఛార్జింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం ఎప్పుడు అయిపోతుంది అన్నారు ఇలాగనే సెట్ చేస్తాను అనుకుంటున్నాను లైవ్ లైవ్ మిగతాదంతా ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇది పర్ఫెక్ట్ దానికి రికార్డింగ్ ఉందా ఆన్లో ఉందా
పెడితేనే క్లియర్ చెప్పి క్లోజ్ పెట్టచ్చు
పెట్టింది మళ్ళీ ఎందుకు మారుస్తున్నారు అర్థం కాదు
ఇప్పుడు చిన్న కెమెరా పెట్టారు ఎందుకు పెట్టారు
వాళ్ళది మనం యూజ్ చేయట్లేదు ఈ యూజ్ చేయట్లేదు
మేడం స్క్రీన్ మీకు ఏం కనిపిస్తుంది ఇక్కడ మీకు పక్క నుంచి చూడండి కనిపిస్తుంది ఏం కనిపిస్తుంది
పేజ్ కనిపిస్తుంది
అప్పుడు పెట్టారు మ్యామ్ ఓకే కీనోట్ ఫ్లైర్ పెడితే
ఇది మ్యాక్ చూసుకోండి
ఓకే
మ్యాక్ చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకోండి
ఇది క్లోజ్కి కదా రెడ్ క్లోజ్ ఓకే రెడ్ క్లోజ్
ఇక్కడ మీకైతే తెలుస్తుంటుంది అబ్బాయి ఏం ఆపరేట్ చేస్తున్నాడు ఇక్కడ క్లోజ్ ఉంది
అదే క్లోజ్
ఇది ఏదో తేడా వస్తే చెప్పండి అప్పుడు నేను
చూసుకుంటే రికార్డింగ్ ఆన్ లో ఉందా లేదో చూసుకుంటా
రికార్డింగ్ ఆన్ ఉంది
రెడ్
చూసాను
మళ్ళీ మనం
రికార్డింగ్
ఇది డబుల్ క్లిక్
డబుల్ క్లిక్ ఫర్ రైట్
ఓకే okay should I be dragging this one
yeah.
over here
Just drag it to the left. Drag. Remove and hold it. Let me help you.
yeah
Mac is we don't have.
oh okay
And then you, whenever you want to go,
is it visible
cut
over
it.
here
Right now it's here in preview. We can go to.
Can we project it
Yes.
on the
separately
project
and
okay
project it? Cut means it will go up.
Yes, it will go up.
No. We need only for
projector
projectors.
Projector. It will also go live with your cut. So you kind of toggle between this and that. That's why I was asking you picture in picture and other things you were saying, right?
Picture and picture both are used.
Later on. Don't try anything now. Lunch.
But there is no time. That's the main problem. That is not being projected.
It is not coming.
yeah that's
The red one?
yeah it's okay here is another one we just want to play the AV of
Which AV you tell me?
yeah
Which one?
go back please go back okay speaker AVs Glenn Vanderbilt this one
Okay.
I just want to play it on the projector
Okay. It comes same. Just play. Okay. Oh.
Information. With over 25 years of dedicated service, Mr. Ben's is valued in high school district superintendent, exemplifies educational excellence. From his beginning in Mexico to his impactful roles as principal and associate superintendent, he has ceaselessly worked toward the educational opportunities. As the national principal of the year and a transformative leader, Mr. Matters' journey inspires us as build kinder, more inclusive learning communities. Get ready to be captivated by a visionary leader who has tirelessly worked to transform education with kindness and innovation. Welcome, Glenn Banksy.
He needs to hold it closer.
The superintendent decided, let me just tell you where that is. So, about 25 minutes. An interesting name. Wow. Very excited.
Here the audio is
The red one.
check.
The red one. And
You need to have filters.
it's a investor. Invest on this side. Do not invest. The money you did it too. I told you.
Here we need to take in okay. All of that will be talk about. This one is second one. Yes, yes, yes. In the date of the okay.
All right. The east side, there, go back. Making sure that people have the resources that they. So as a superintendent, basically, what do we found? We have 25,000. Maybe yeah, the one person. The chase that we did is something that we could throw the entire chase that there, throw the two outside. We only. We want. One, welcome everything that they are. And how prepared you are.
Your volume level, okay?
So ready you are. So one last time. Practice already. Welcome. We do get another area to go. And then we can start. Three. Middle. Brown. Workplace. So our students can be full participants. Full participants. Not
Played with this.
rule and other stuff. Historically, students have not been opportunity.
We stabilized here.
I think the everything I'm just like only that.
That as we there are
This is psychology. Yes. We need to
This also over, right?
Yeah,
Page.
yeah. So next we are having this Samantha wedding chart.
I'll open it and keep it ready.
Yeah. All we need is to drag him over here.
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, this is a side camera.
Mhm.
We need to go to Mac 1, put it in preview,
Okay.
and then drag that. Actually, this one is very confusing, so let me remove this out of the video. I prefer just that to
Oh,
come up.
okay. Just
rather
to drag
than-
over here.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I will keep it ready.
Yeah.
But play it when you bring it to preview.
Okay. Okay.
I'll be here only. It does not actually think souls. Very important to for them to listen. Yeah, important for them to listen to all this. I'm sorry why there was so much issue with the OBS and idea.
There is a problem with the system. Not with your system.
Okay.
It's a problem with the user. This laptop is working. Maybe last time
Yeah, you tried.
but now the problem this power from only C type things are there from case that that is the major challenge.
That's, this cannot take power.
Cannot take there is a low challenge. That is the main challenge. That's why you block that the laptop. I'm already using that in Denmark.
Does this have USB-C? What is this? Oh, this is power. So it is getting charged.
Yeah.
Okay, not ideal to have internet and power going through.
Yeah.
But is it getting charged? Yeah, it is
Getting
showing
charged.
charge.
Slow
Slow charge. It should last till evening.
ఒక చిన్న హెల్ప్ ఏంటంటే సమంత రాగానే మీరు ఏవి ప్లే చేసే టైంలో నేను వెళ్ళి అది HTML అటాచ్ చేసుకుంటాను. మీరు ఏవి ప్లే చేస్తుంటే నేను HTML స్వీకరిస్తాను. ఓకే అటాచ్ చేయాలి. మీరు రెడీ చేసుకుని 5 minutes. ఒక 2 minutes వేసుకుంటాను.
ఈ పవర్ ఫోన్ అన్నారు.
ఇంకేం చేస్తాం మరి ఏం చేస్తాం
It's fine. Awesome. See how people say, okay. And I can't, I just want to check. Switch on, right? Audio on mute or mute. One minute. Because it's coming from the camera, so that's why I control it. The camera, it's a little above camera one and come. And let me come here. Is it muted? Yeah. No camera. We need to catch a friend.
Stuff, but right way. For their it's going to be focused on methods to ensure that they so that support manifests itself money, also resources. In fact, it's more like it's got to prefer location or their other things we heard about both earlier. One of the challenges that it's creative is that the opportunity and actually volunteering is a really great. So if you can find ways to connect a volunteerism program with the giving of money, the accepting of money, that makes you far more attractive to corporations. That's being engaged. And then the other thing I think about is leveraging your doing it year to day. Year to day, you're in the system. Take part in your system. But you have trusted advisors, partners, people who can give you more something actually from the first grade. Don't be shy to the other thing that we have is the so there's a video study that's done here. The one this year found that 59% of nonprofits this year are planning on, in the next 12 months, engaging in a strategic partnership with another nonprofit. There's a whole bunch of nonprofits out there who are looking to be in a strategic partnership with you. Go find them. 58% of nonprofits this year are looking to engage in a government partnership next year, right? That sounds scary, partnering with the government. How do I do that? That sounds complicated and scary. The government likes to do it too. The government actually wants to engage with you because we mentioned earlier this idea of essential services that the government didn't think of yet. They'd like to be connected to that thing that you do, right? So I actually think that there are other ways to be thinking about it. The last thing that I'd say on this is corporate giving as an opportunity. Don't be everything to everyone, right? So don't consider the corporation's philosophy and your mission to be a dichotomy, right? That's not essential. At the same time, don't try and fit a square peg into a round hole. So stay true to what you're doing. Don't compromise your mission for a donation. Do not. It will never be worth it. It will not. The world takes all kinds. We need organizations like TriNet that have people who are passionate about payroll tax rates in Philadelphia. And we need organizations like TAL who are creating platforms to connect corporate donors and the volunteers, right? So you need all times, and your kind is out there. The corporate that matches to your mission and vision exists. You just have to find it. Don't compromise yourself because you've got money sitting in front of you. It will never be worth it. The other thing I'd say is package up how not supporting nonprofits is good for business. Showcase how giving can have a real impact on the organization from whom you're seeking funds, right? Write their business case for them. Showcase the impact that you have on the communities that you serve, and then match it to the communities that they serve so that you're connecting your mission and vision to their mission and vision and making it an easy choice for a corporation to choose to be involved with you. Now, all of those reminders are just reminders, right? Because who in the room is engaged with a nonprofit? So there's a lot of hands, right? A lot of people in the room engaged with a nonprofit. You're all doing that every day already, right? Yes, I'm seeing some nods. Good. They're reminders. But I gave all of those ideas about corporate giving goals at the beginning by design. And the reason why I did that is because all of those goals most likely sit inside of a corporation's corporate social responsibility program, right? TriNet CSR program is, in my view, a great example of a corporation that's early in its corporate philanthropic journey. And yet, due to the good people who are really vested, because we paid a lot of attention and spent a lot of time ensuring that the goals of our program were mapped to the goals of the company. We're a mission-driven company, mapped to the goals of the company, and ensuring that the whole thing connects so that it makes sense for our people and it makes sense to the organizations that we work with, right? So that they don't feel like they're compromising their mission and their vision by being involved with us. That's incredibly important. All right. So at the end of the day, a corporation is still required to give value to its shareholders. It's what we have to do. The law. I'm the lawyer. It's required. I'm also incredibly passionate about ESG. I believe in stakeholder capitalism. That's my personal view. The law hasn't shifted there yet. We still have to pay most attention to our stockholders. Now, there are different ways that you can do that, and TriNet is no different to other organizations. One of the most important ways that we can give value to our shareholders is by ensuring that our employees are engaged. And the reason why we do that is because engaged employees give more to the corporation. We talked about at the very beginning, this idea of people who are vested in the mission, who are vested in the team, who will put the interests of the team before the interests of themselves, right? So engaged employees are in service of my shareholders. It's an incredibly important thing. It gives my shareholders more. So our corporate social responsibility program plays a large part in how we achieve that. We have to ensure that our actions match our words. Because if all I'm doing is saying nice words, my employers are going to recognize that. They're going to understand that it's not real. They're going to feel like we're trying to trick them. So it's incredibly important that the actions match the words, that we actually walk the talk, and that they feel as though, because it's true, they're engaged in service of the mission and the vision and the values that they signed up for when they became an employee of TriNet. So our CSR program actually was formed just a few years ago. It has two components, okay? A donor-advised fund, which is called the TriNet Foundation, and TriNet Volunteers. Both of those things have oversight from a committee that we have, which is called the TriNet Philanthropic Committee. So the TriNet Foundation it strives to improve humanity through creating, expanding, and amplifying volunteerism and giving. And since our inception, each year, we've given to one or more organizations that map to our values support through a donation, in addition to linking that support through a donation with work from volunteers. You can go to trinet.com/foundation if you want to learn more about it. We talk a fair bit about the structure of our organization on the website. It's not magic, but by the same token, it's fairly instructive of any corporate social responsibility program if you're wanting to learn more about how those things work and how you can access them. Our CSR program has a targeted focus towards veterans, historically underrepresented communities, and trade school entrepreneurial education programs. And the reason why we do that, we support nonprofits who foster and serve the communities who we as a TriNet, as the TriNet business support. We talked earlier about kindness. I talked about it a lot. I talk about it with my team a lot. We talked about compassion and how that breeds kindness. At TriNet, a very mission-driven company, right? We want to power the success of small and medium-sized businesses by enabling their people, because we genuinely believe that small and medium-sized businesses and community connections and ecosystems are the engine that drives this country. And so for us, it is incredibly easy to feel passionate about the work that we do because we're powering the country. That's cool. What's there not to feel passionate about there, right? But you have to actually, it has to be real. So we engage with our nonprofits, the nonprofits that we work with, after extensive review, right? We do a lot of review. We have internal debate. There's going to be a vote at the philanthropic committee as to where we're going to put our money and which volunteerism opportunities represent the best opportunity for our people. And as we do that, we're then working with the particular nonprofit to develop the volunteerism opportunity in a way that really works for our company and works for our people. So we do that through, we're a HR company, we have particular skill sets. So we'll offer our people the opportunity to be pitch competition judges, right? We'll offer our people the opportunity to mentor people through writing resumes and ensuring that they're ready for the next job interview that they might need to go to, because that's where our core skill set is, right? So it makes more sense for our people to be donating their time in those sorts of spaces. And by doing that, we ensure that our colleagues have a vested interest in the program. It's not just the company giving away money and making it feel like maybe what we're doing is seeking a tax deduction. It's really not that. It's not that at all. Any smart company who is invested in a CSR program is doing it because of the employee engagement first and foremost, because it helps your employees really understand that you mean it when you say that you care about these things. Super easy to say you care about it, but if you're not actually putting your money where your mouth is, if you're not actually showing your employees through opportunities, it doesn't really mean much, right? So the employees of TriNet care about these things, but the employees of any corporate donor care about these things. America's charities the most recent survey that America's Charities did on this showed that more than 70% of employees care about it. They care about a company offering them a corporate volunteerism program. So if you are running a nonprofit right now and you do not have a volunteerism program, I hope it is now obvious to you that it is the best way for you to truly make it easier for a corporation to give you part of their money, to make you part of their program on a long-term basis. It's part of how you can create that ongoing connection with a corporation is through their people, because money is just money, right? I write you a check and then we're done. When I'm building a connection through volunteerism, that's an ongoing relationship, and it's far more likely to create ongoing connections for you in your nonprofit. All right. So building a strategy around developing corporate giving, we talked a number of different considerations that are outward facing. We're going to talk a little bit more about your people, right? So kindness is a lot of things. One of them is mental health, incredibly important at the moment. If you're an employer right now and you are not thinking about mental health of your people, you need to be. It is incredibly important, right? If you're not giving your people space to talk about it, think about it, understand what it is and what it means, you need to be. If you're a nonprofit and you have people, they're working in service of your mission and vision. It's a stressful thing, right? We talked about it earlier. I don't have time. I don't have resources. I'm trying to do all of these things. That's stressful, okay? And I do think it's key that you're paying attention to those individuals who are working for you. So whether you're in a corporate or a nonprofit, you need your people to be able to work in service of that mission and vision, right? You want to be able to attract the talented individuals that you need. So many of you have a plan here to execute, right? You have to. So that's your job. You must execute. Good. Execute. Many of you want to help others in need. Don't forget to help each other. Ask for help, right? Engage partners, engage trusted advisors, engage third parties to help you. Whether it's overhauling your digital platform, making small updates to your governance guidelines, outsourcing administrative tasks to allow you to focus on your work, ask for help. Do it now. In fact, everyone take out your mobile device. You don't already have it out. Take out a mobile device. If you're old school, take out a pen and paper. I'm going to stand here until you do it, so you really need to do it. There we go. Okay, very good. Excellent. Thank you. Now, write down one thing that you're going to do to engage with a third party in your ecosystem. Now, it could be, maybe you're a volunteer and you're finally going to reach out to that organization that you've been meaning to work with. Maybe you're a nonprofit and you're going to sign up to the TAL platform because you're not already signed up. I don't know how that would be possible, but hopefully you're already signed up. If not, sign up. Maybe you're a corporate and you're going to finally put some little bit of structure around that corporate giving program. But think of one thing, just one thing, one small thing. This is how we change the world, people. One small thing. You do one small thing every day. One small thing. Write it down. Now take yourself. Have you done it? Has anyone done it? Yes, no, maybe. I'm seeing a sort of a shaking. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Go to the 1st of December in your calendar and write yourself a reminder. Have I done that thing that crazy lady on stage who sung the Transformers song at the TAL Kindness Day? She wanted me to do a thing. Did I do it yet? And then, if you want to be really holding yourself accountable, go to the 1st of January and put another reminder in. Because if you've already done it, that's cool. It'll remind you to do another thing. That's good too. You'll keep doing things. That's awesome. All right. I'm going to lead you with this reminder. I've been saying it all morning. Kindness begets kindness. It really does. Kindness is a selfish act. It's going to make you feel good. The more you do it, the more the people around you are going to do it, the more you're going to keep on doing it because it breeds. Here's another action for you before I go. Look around the room. Look up, look around the room. Look at all the people. Look around the room. I'm seeing people over here not looking around the room. Look around the room. Make eye contact with someone. Make eye contact with someone and hold it. Hold the eye contact with a person. Find a person, make eye contact, and hold it. All right. Remember who that person is that you have made eye contact with. Put a mental image in your head. At the next break, or at some point through the course of today, you are going to go to that person, you are going to meet them, you will introduce yourself to them, and you will say, how can I help you? Your purpose of meeting with them is not so that they can help you. It is so you can help them. Find out what they need, find out what they do, find out how you can help them. Do one thing in service of that person. It'll make you feel good. I promise it will make you feel good. And you'll meet a new friend. And it's kind of like a setup, right? Because you also know that they're going to meet you to be in service of you. So like, you already know what their motivation is, right? It will make you feel good. Thank you so much. Please do stop by our TriNet table. We would love to meet you. Chris would love to meet you. I would love to meet you. Stop by our TriNet table, talk to us. And I hope you all have a really, really wonderful day. Thank you so much for having us.
All right. All right. All right. Accountability, Samantha. I love it. Who here has played the staring game before when you were kids growing up? You guys played that staring game? Okay, and the first one that blinks loses, right? That's what I felt like. I think I lost though. Thank you so much, Samantha, for that wonderful presentation on corporate giving. I think the thing that I enjoyed the most was her comment on kindness is contagious. Did you guys catch that comment that she made? Kindness is contagious. Kind of like that Transformer song that she's so beautifully sang, and it's now stuck in my mind. But isn't it funny how music and songs and movies are contagious? You guys hear a friend sing a song on the way to school, on the way to work, and it's stuck in your head for the remainder of the day, right? And kindness is contagious in the same way. Whether you're in school or in corporate America and you're in the office and engaging, have you noticed if somebody's having a bad day or you walk into a room where, I don't know, everybody's just kind of in a funk and they're not getting along too well, if you just go up to one person and say something kind or nice or encouraging at work, you notice how the entire room and the atmosphere just kind of lights up. Have you noticed that before? And kindness is the same way. What does that tell us about our spirit and our soul, how we're engineered and created and how we're made, right? So the more we breed kindness, the more it is contagious and it grows. All right, how's everybody feeling? Let's stand up and stretch and catch some fresh air. I think, guys, do we want to allow for a quick bathroom break? Do we have enough time? Yeah. Okay, if anybody needs a bathroom break, guys, go for it. Just come right back because we're going to have our next panel discussion in just a few minutes.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Testing, testing. No. Yeah. Testing, testing. No. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed the break. And now I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Bill Shireman. Bill is the founder and CEO of Future 500. Welcome, Bill. And Bill's going to be hosting a panel discussion that we have coming up, multiplying the impact with CSR and non-profit partnerships. So let's give Bill a warm round of applause. Welcome, Bill. Bill, you're announced, sir. Come on up.
Welcome everybody to the TAL Kindness Day. This is my first TAL Kindness Day, and I'm pleased to be here. I'm going to start with a few introductory remarks while we gradually gather people in. I can see that our panelists, Sylvia and Sundar and Anantha, are here waiting, and you can join me on the stage at your convenience. What's that? I know, it's good. It's good. We can listen to ourselves, which is great. So I'll give you while I'm waiting for, really, I think the most important people at this event, from what I can see, are the young people that are here, and so I want to make sure that we have enough of them in the room. But I'll give you a little background on myself as we are starting here. My name is Bill Shireman, and I am a lifelong social entrepreneur from here in Silicon Valley. I grew up in Sunnyvale, and I guess one of the reasons I'm most interested in the kids here is that I started as an entrepreneur when I was really young, 7 and then 10 and then 12, and starting little enterprises, most of which had a social purpose, and that informed me just how powerful individual people can be. And today, the two nonprofit organizations that I lead, one as president is Future 500, which is a group that brings together people who love to hate each other, big corporations and activist groups. Think ExxonMobil and Sierra Club. These are the kinds of groups that we bring together. And it turns out that these groups that are kind of taught to fear and hate each other, in fact, raise a lot of money and make a lot of money, and that other people do for the most part, they actually have the power together to accomplish the most important goals that we face. So that's what Future 500 has been doing now for about 27 years. And we've had some good successes, but in that time, this same animosity has spread to the political community. The the animosity that used to be there between corporations and activist groups still is, but corporations and activist groups have learned to accommodate and begin to engage with each other and to accomplish things because of that. And however, as some of you may have noticed, our political communities, red and blue America, have not learned that skill. In fact, we are more divided. We seem to be more divided than ever between the political left and the political right. There seem to be two Americas, a red America that has a funnel of digital media that highlights the very worst that they ever hear from blue America and amplifies that, so that red Americans gather together against the blue, and then a funnel that goes to blue America and amplifies the very worst things that red America says to gather blue Americans together and to pit them against each other. Now, there aren't many people that actually planned it this way, but the market has kind of become this way. And so you have half the population considering the other half to be their enemy. Now, the reality is that about 70% of Americans have the capacity, in fact, the regular practice of working together across partisan bounds. It doesn't matter if you're a conservative or a progressive, 70% of us, when we talk, actually find common ground with one another. But in our current political environment, you'd hardly know that because we've been divided into these two different communities. And the consequence of that is that we have a divided country and no governing majority. And without a governing majority, you can't have a working democracy. And without a working democracy, you can't make tough political decisions. And so political decisions are made by a kind of political industry that profits by keeping people separate, because then they can auction off the $4.5 trillion that we all pay in taxes and auction that off to the highest bidder, extract that from vested interest groups, and pay to resolve the issues that the people are unable to. I've got a thumbs up. I don't know what that means. The panelists are ready. Yes, so ready. So let me invite the panelists up. I still would like to have some of the young people back in the room before we really get going, because this is really for them. But we'll see if that happens or not. So panelists, let's join. So let me welcome Sundar and Sylvia and Anantha. And we're going to talk about corporate social responsibility. We'll start by talking about kindness. You're taking half the audience. That's right. That's right. Let's see. It looks like, oh, there's people gathering in. That's a good thing. There we go. Yeah. I figured that was going to be my service to the panel, so we can serve you and serve. Yeah, great. Well, I'm glad to see so many young people in the audience and in the room today. There they are. Kindness is not just about being pleasant. What is kindness? What is kindness? Not just the word, but what does kindness result in? Happiness, understanding, compassion. And what does that lead to? Can't hear? Generous heart. Harmony and peace. These are outcomes. These are good outcomes. So kindness is connected to being good. and it's connected to doing good. And today, unfortunately, we have a system that often rewards unkindness. Because as it turns out in media and in politics, it's much more profitable right now to focus on unkindness between people, make a lot more money a lot faster in media and politics if you're unkind. And the problem with that is that then you have more unkindness happen, because who can compete by being kind if somebody else is doing better, getting a bigger audience by being unkind? But the reality is that 70% of us at least want to be kind to each other and are kind to each other when we engage, even to people who are very different from us. That's a vast majority of us. 70% of us will do that. Now, we all have the power to be kind and to do kind things and to produce kind outcomes. But a lot of times the media, politics might maybe make us feel, especially if we're young, that we don't have that power. But the reality is we do. And every face I see in here who is under the age of 20, by the way, you have particular power. You have particular power. It may not feel like it, but you are $3 million walking, at least. In the eyes of banks, food companies, and shoe companies, and clothing companies, and cosmetic companies, and the folks who build your houses, and the folks who, take your taxes, you are at least $3 million to them. Every one of you. Even if you don't have all $3 million right now, you'll spend that in the course of your life. And that's why they pursue you so much. You are the one making those choices. You have $3 million and you're going to be making choices as to who is rewarded with that. And if you're going to use kindness and reward kindness, you're going to reward the companies and the people who are kind to the rest of us. And when it comes to corporations, that means corporations that advance their corporate social responsibilities as a normal part of their business. And so we're going to have a conversation now about what corporate social responsibility is, why companies engage in corporate social responsibility, how they engage in corporate social responsibility, and how we can encourage them to do an even better job of that. And I'd like to do this in the form of stories as much as I can. I know sometimes it may be hard to come up with a story, but rather than making it theoretical for folks, let's see if there are stories that we can tell. So question number one is simply, what is corporate social responsibility? Would one of you like to start with a story that helps to illustrate what corporate social responsibility is? See Sylvia looking like she's going to start, or maybe not. That you want to, or
Yeah.
Sylvia, go for it.
Sure.
Go for it.
The microphone's
And
on.
introduce yourself, of course, along with this.
So, hi, my name is Sylvia Babu, Executive Director for Heart of the Valley Services for Seniors. We provide free services to seniors, transportation, yard work, handyman, and in-home services. Whatever they ask for, as long as we have a volunteer that can help them, we try to help them. So something that came to mind when I heard the question is out of the blue, a couple of years ago, we got a phone call from one of the major social media companies in the area asking if we would be part of their volunteerism program. And we thought, oh my gosh, sure. So what they did was they provided us with a couple of volunteers from their company, which were their employees. And they actually did some amazing work for us. They were more than happy to do it. They helped us move our website as well as our phone system to better service providers, which was a huge task. We could not have done it on our own, and we've been wanting to do it for a few years. Even though we have techie volunteers, they weren't at the capacity of these people that kind of were in that area and could do that for us. And then they liked us so much, they stayed for a year providing us free social media ads on their platform as well as other platforms. So we were just blown away with that. And that's really, I think, sums it up. They saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, if you look at their salaries, we had 2 people, and that's significant. So if they didn't give us that money, at least we got the people and got the benefit of that. And if they gave us that money, we would spend more time trying to find the right people, put the program together, figure out how to do it, than if they just came out and knew immediately how to. So
Wow.
that was big for us.
So you got in a way that was better for you than a grant. The grant probably would have been less money, first of all, and then you wouldn't have known how to use it. So the company gave of its self, almost of its soul. It was like, this is what the company does best, and they contributed or assigned employees to provide you with the service that you wouldn't have been able to provide for yourself. So Sundar.
Yeah, so I think that's a kind of a segue to one of the questions that comes up, and I'll get to my story as well, is how do companies help? How can companies help NGOs? How do NGOs approach companies? So if you look at the Valley, for example, we have several models. There are companies who have created a foundation, and that foundation executes on the mission, whatever the foundation has defined. Then there are companies who do matching donations. So if an employee gives $1 to a cause, and that cause is approved by the company's system, the company will give $1 or $2, some kind of matching. And there's a platform called Benevity, which manages this kind of matching programs. And you can, as an NGO, make sure that you are part of Benevity, and you can go to one of the big companies and say, through an employee, we are part of Benevity, so if you give $1, it'll come to us. So that's a matching program. Then there are companies in the Valley who also do the volunteerism, where they give time to the employees, and the employee can get credit for that time. And so that's very powerful, because then it allows the employee to do something that they like, some cause, whether it's education, homelessness, food, hunger, whatever it is. So that's a nice way of it. So there's no real money that's being given, but time, and that can be very helpful, as you said. And then the last model, maybe there are other models, the one that I can think of is where the company doesn't have a formal program, but it's very loosely structured, and the employee says, look, I want to go and support this. I'm going to give $100. Can you give me $100? And the company HR team will evaluate, because they have a fairly loose structure, so it's not constrained. And if it's a second harvest, food baskets or food banks and things like that, then the company will give so that's a loose structure. So that gives you some sense of different ways that companies support through CSR. Now, I think the speaker before, she said that 6% of total giving is coming from corporates, which means there's a huge potential to do more from the corporate side. So we obviously have to educate the corporates on something on the gap. And even that 6% was $29 billion. So it's a lot of money. But the question, of course, becomes how effective is that money? Where does it go? So I'll just talk about, I work for a contract manufacturing company, Sanmina, which is the largest contract manufacturer founded in Silicon Valley. And we still do a lot of manufacturing in the Valley. But we're also in 20 other countries, it's a global company. So just like many of the multinationals, there is a global reach. And the nice thing about the global piece is that there are teams within each of these countries where they can support their NGO, and the company supports it. So our company falls in the bracket, the last group that I said, which is unconstrained, but allowing people to do what charities they want to support and then providing funding. So I'll give you the story of, we have a large plant in India, in Chennai, outside Chennai, and it's doing electronics manufacturing. Now, India is one of the countries which has actually taken the lead and mandated CSR. I don't know how many people know this, but if you are a certain size, above a certain amount of revenue, you have to spend 2% of your net profit on corporate social responsibility. That is a mandate. And it has made a huge difference. So, for example, in our plant in Chennai, we are now working with 19 villages and several schools in those villages in upgrading the villages, in providing healthcare to the students and also the seniors in the villages, working with a local NGO. We launched a mobile clinic that goes to the villages because they don't have access to healthcare. And then we are doing several other things. So that's an example where the CSR is mandated, but it's really benefiting the poor. And the mandate has certain guidelines. You know, it is supposed to help the rural areas, it's the community around the plant or the facility that you have. So I think if something like that were to happen in the US, I can't imagine. If you imagine even 1% of net profit of US corporations being spent on underserved communities, on causes that need help, I think it could transform this. And that's something, Bill, I think we should.
I think it's a great idea. And why would companies potentially, and maybe not all companies would support this, and I don't know if yours did in advance or not, but why would companies potentially support legislation like that?
Yes, okay. So that's a good question. Why should companies do CSR? What we have noticed is the younger generation, the new graduates that are looking for jobs, they actually look at the companies and say, how much is this company doing for the community? What's their CSR profile? What's their ESG? How are they helping the homeless and so on? So this aspect of giving back by corporations is now beginning to factor in the graduate's decision to work for a company. So that's number one. The second thing is, when you have employees who are connected with the local community and giving back, you have a better workforce and a happier workforce.
So attracting companies, attracting the best companies is one of the chief benefits of the companies, and then retaining those employees and satisfying employees. So once they feel like a bigger part of their life is invested in their company, you're saying that they're more likely to stick around with the company and be satisfied in their jobs.
Because ultimately, if you look at all of us, what's the greatest satisfaction you get when you really come down to, money may be transient. When you help others, what one's soul feels, the return of that investment in helping others, that's the best happiness. And that will stay forever. And that's what kindness comes back to, the definition of kindness.
Yes. Anantha,
I'm going to let Anant.
You're a CIO. What does a CIO bring to corporate social responsibility in the role that you play?
I can the qualitative, quantitative. So for our company, we are a semiconductor and materials company, which means we are responsible for some other communications. So it's our responsibility to bring down, help the nature, and have a positive impact for the next generation. And I'm a big believer in next generation. And I see more and more awareness in next generation on the sustainability than I'm impressed with some of kids past and questions. So when they're looking at they look at, okay, what is this company? It's not just about making. What are they doing for the society, for the nation, for the world to be a better? And that's we need to realize that is what the next generation. That's where we should be focusing. So from our side, we do fund some of the programs. We are a Pennsylvania-based company, Carnegie Milan, and to for the example, how to improve the battery efficiency. Everybody is doing it. How can we reduce the carbon emissions and improve efficiency? So that's it serves both purposes. One is as a corporate, it's same time.
Mhm, mhm. Now, sometimes some people would say that companies are doing things or they find that they're in a marketplace, a competitive marketplace, where what they do is not what they would most aspire to do if they wanted to do the most good for people. But this is what they need to do in order to be profitable and to survive. If they don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, take their place in the marketplace. What do you think a corporation's social responsibility is in that situation where they're in a marketplace that's only rewarding them, but that's mostly rewarding them for doing something that's harmful?
That's fun for the yes, fun for the company that are looking at
Alternative energy.
energy.
Yeah.
So we try to use those sources so that even though we are on the side consuming of energy, so try to reduce the impact.
So you're supporting the use of alternative energy so that you can, and renewable energy, so that you have alternative sources, you can reduce the carbon footprint of what you're doing.
And fund those programs.
Yeah.
Start fund the incubations.
Mhm. Now, Sundar, it sounds like in India, you're saying with the law there, that a lot of companies are going into their communities and they're providing fundamentals that those communities need. What do you think some of those fundamentals are here in the States? Are there areas of corporate social responsibility that you think companies should be focusing on that maybe government isn't doing the best job at?
Well, everyone hates regulations, right?
Mhm.
And even in India, when it was first introduced in, I think, 2013, it was a loose mandate.
Mhm.
But in the last 5-6 years, they've enforced it now, made it law. And it's taken time for the companies to adopt it, but now they see the benefits of it. I think in the US, we definitely are much more of a free enterprise,
Mhm.
which means we hate mandates. Companies don't like mandates.
Yeah.
So I think one has to find a medium between creating a carrot
Mhm.
to incentivize the companies
Mhm.
in a way,
Yeah.
to do this good or CSR.
Yeah.
And of course, there are things like tax breaks and so on. Maybe it's something deeper that we got to think about. And if you do a mandate, then do it in such a way that the goodness, the value of goodness is more apparent from the mandate. So it becomes more appealing to a company to say, hey, I think it makes sense.
So the company, what is more rewarded for doing?
More rewarded, or maybe saying, look, we have certain parts of the US, and I'll talk about the Mississippi Delta.
Yeah.
Because I'm personally involved in some projects with that, where the community has been basically neglected. Okay. I'm involved with a company called People Shores, where we take youth between the ages of 18 to 24, train them in IT, and employ them right there. So it's a way of creating IT jobs in the US and getting contracts from companies. So we started these centers, and Clarksdale, Mississippi is one of the places where we have this company's center.
Mhm.
And when we went there in the beginning, it was absolutely shocking. In Silicon Valley, we live in a bubble.
Mhm. Yeah, we do.
There are parts of the US which are just people here cannot even imagine the living conditions there in terms of health, education, and so on. So we went there, and Clarksdale has about 20,000 people. The unemployment is around probably 40% or higher. About 80 to 85% is African American, and a lot of poverty.
Mhm.
Started this with help from the mayor and the local government, and today we have, close to, I think, between 80 or so, predominantly women, single mothers, who are now trained. They've got jobs, they've got IT careers, and they get health benefits. And they said this is the best thing that happened because we
Tremendous.
took the initiative to go and do this there. And we're doing it also in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. We're doing something in Brooklyn. We're doing something in Georgia. So maybe I'm going a little off the track here, but I just want to show that there's benefits, that we can create jobs, we can create careers for young people, and our clients are larger companies. They're giving us the contracts.
Yeah.
They feel good about it because they're helping to rebuild the community. The local governments are very happy because we are creating jobs. So if you have a model like that, which is somewhat of a win-win-win for all stakeholders, then we can move forward. And that needs to be done at scale.
Now, Sylvia, your institution is all about that, it seems like.
Yeah, we really are. And, as I drive around, I am seeing corporations really are putting out their corporate responsibility. For instance, the traffic in the morning and coming back in the evening is super bad. And we're starting to see the buses from the corporations getting their employees from their area to the corporation and back. And I think it's really wonderful that they're taking that into account, but it was from the employees saying, we need this. And I think the employees have a very strong voice and can also look at society and say, we need this too, and come up with all these different ideas that corporations can really benefit from, as well as provide the service and put in the funding. And I think another really good one is downtown, Duridan Station area, where a major corporation has gone in and is beautifying the area. And this is a really big thing for the community, especially for seniors, because now there's a walkable space where they don't need transportation and they can go to the grocery store, they can go to the bank, they can visit their friends, family, church, et cetera, et cetera. And so more things like that, I think, really show corporate responsibility, because not only are they going to benefit from it, the corporation, but so will other corporations as they move closer to the Bay Area where the people are, and have office space nearby, and that reduces congestion. It helps our environment get cleaner, and there's just so many benefits to that kind of corporate social responsibility. So it's not just one thing. It's just it can be a total global thing, as we've been discussing, but it can be very local as well. And I really do hope that more corporations look at it from that perspective.
Now, what's the responsibility of citizens? We talked a little bit earlier about, the people who have the money are actually all of us. We're the ones that have the $3 million a person in the course of our lives that we're giving to companies and government and other entities. And we have our labor. We're providing the labor. We are the job holders in all these institutions. And we're the citizens in these communities. What's the role of the citizens to motivate companies to be responsible?
Well, from my perspective, if it wasn't for our senior clients, if it wasn't for the senior community, needing help, needing services, reaching out, we wouldn't exist. So if they have a strong voice, and I think all of us, not just seniors, have a strong voice. We really should be supporting nonprofits with our volunteerism, with our voice, with our ideas. And we really need to also go to community, all the city council meetings, for instance. go to where the mayor speaks and talk to the mayor and get to know them in your city. Once you're more active and they see that the public is coming forward, you know, they all work on what the public says. If the public has a big cry for, housing, that's what they focus on. If it's on transportation, that's what they focus on. And, you know, I go to every single city council meeting and mayor presentation in all the cities that we serve. And I don't see the public there. And so that's one of the things that we put on our website. That's one of the things we put on social media, that, you know, we really, as a public, need to go out and let them know what's important to us.
Yeah, I think, you know, you brought up a very big point, very important point, which is each one of us needs to get involved. We can't be a spectator. It may sound good, but unless we take action, nothing's going to happen.
And what's a good way to start? Is there a way to start?
A good way to start, I think, is find a cause that you like. It could be feeding someone, or homelessness, or education, or volunteering with one of the charities. And then see which charity is working in that cause. And then get involved with them slowly. Doesn't have to be, you know, huge involvement, step by step, a little time per week. And it'll start growing on you. And then if you're working for a company, start spreading the awareness within the company. Get some friends involved. And then get the company to see how you can help that charity, that NGO. So I think everyone in the room, and the fact that you're here means you are interested. You're part of kindness. So you're already on board. But if you're not actively involved doing something, then this is the time to start. And you have to take action. That's very important.
We're about to close. I'm going to provide one answer to this question from my experience of 40 some years working between activists and companies, and working originally as an activist myself. Simply writing a letter to a company, particularly if you're a young person or a young mom, oh my gosh, you've got so much power you can't imagine. And even a single letter to a company, even if they don't respond, sometimes we get calls from companies. They go, we got this letter. It says this and that. They almost overreact. So a letter to a company with a good idea will be listened to. And if you've got, let's say, a group, 1,000 people, 1,000 young people, represents $3 billion in spending power to these companies. 1,000 young people communicating with a company is a very powerful tool. And we don't have to demand action by the companies. Demanding is a show of lack of power. Simply saying that you're going to reward companies for doing what's right, that's your use of power. That makes a difference. Are there any final words before we go on?
These programs, the relationship, long. So that's the key. One time it's great, but
Say is, you know, everything that we basically said here is you have a voice, and, you know, use it. Whether it's, you know, writing a letter or going to city council meetings, you know, you can even meet with the member of the police force. They have coffee with a cop every Wednesday in San Jose. So, you know, so I'm sure in your city they have the same thing, and you can talk about a lot of issues with them. And they really listen and they really want to help. They just want to understand with the public what's the most important thing on the public's mind. And that's how you keep that relationship growing. So it's basically showing up.
Okay, and I'll just make a plug for 3 charities I'm involved in. The Heart to Heart Foundation, they have a booth. It's about congenital heart disease in children, providing free surgeries. Second one is Education for All, which is focused on rural education. And the third one is the Annapurna Trust, which provides breakfast nutrition for children in the morning.
And finally, I would say, as you reach out to companies, be kind. That doesn't mean that you're always friendly and always positive. You may be angry about something, but rather than pushing the company away, recognize that you've got a lot of people inside those companies trying to do what's right. And if you just condemn the company when it does not quite enough, you actually disempower those people inside the companies that are trying to do good. So be kind, recognize you have allies inside that company and find those allies. They're always there. Never forget that you have the power. So I want to thank my panel for a great conversation and thank TAL for the invitation to be here today and thank all of you for taking your Saturday morning, afternoon. And I see a comment over here. I don't know if we have. You're our decider.
Do we have time for a question, guys, or should we?
We're fine. You have a question? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know. More we hear from you, the better.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, all right. Okay. It's a great panel discussion. Thank you for putting together such a great panel. Um, we are all involved in nonprofit activities in some way. My question to the panel and for you as a facilitator is, so I see a lot of youth, young generation here. So what is the one or two key takeaways that you would kind of give for the people who are especially the youngsters, who are the future of whether it is a corporate responsibility or even going into the different levels of the organizations.
I have one. While we're getting the microphone up here, I'll give my own. We're facing a mental health crisis in the country at all levels, all age groups now, but particularly among the young. People have mental health problems when they feel powerless, when they feel like they are alone and they don't have significance. And the reality is that we're not alone. We're all in this together, and we all have significance. All we have to do is look at it and realize it's there. There's a lot of people who don't want you to realize that you have power because they want you to just follow the path. Give your money to this bank, give your money to this company, and so on. And that's fine. That's their job. But if we want to confront mental health, awaken to the fact that you have power, that you have significance, and all you have to do is realize it, and then you have it. And that can solve that problem. So that's what I would take away from this. You have the power.
Hello. I'm really thankful to you for all you do. My name is Dr. Chris Murthy, and I myself, you said realize your dream and what you want and focus in. So I really want to thank you for inspiring those people and myself too. I decided to go to India in 2021, go to the villages. I didn't write letters from here. I went to the villages, spent time with the village kids, rural kids, and I began to see a lot of dropouts in school due to so many reasons, abuses or poverty and things like that. So I'm working with the government. I've never worked with any of these foundations to raise money. I'm pushing the state and federal governments in India to change and reform how they take care of village kids. And it's been a wonderful program, but I do want to thank you because reaching out to rural America and kids to get into schools and help everything, just like I have realized myself, that would be great. And I have had the honor of working with Dr. Ramesh Chopra, who's here. And as a part of our organization, we are doing that. But I want to thank you so much. And by being here, you have inspired me to do more. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a warm round of applause for our panelists? And if I'm just going to ask you guys momentarily just to stay seated, I have a special announcement. So we wanted to thank the Heartfulness Institute for hosting us today and being a part of this. If it weren't for them, we couldn't host this event. And Mr. Venkat, who's a part of the Healthfulness Institute, would like to come up on stage for a minute and has an announcement. Mr. Venkat, come on up.
Thank you, David, for the introduction. Thank you for the wonderful panel. Hope you're all having a great time here. So we are Heartfulness Institute and actually very happy to host the TAL Kindness Day. So heartfulness meditation that we offer here is, as the panel talked about, mental health. That is one of our key goals to bring inner peace. So we do volunteer at schools, at corporates, at senior living, and various other places. So we volunteer. It's a volunteer-driven organization, and the meditation practice that we offer is free of charge as well. So as a token of gratitude to the panel, we would like to share a copy of one of our recent best-selling book called Spiritual Anatomy that basically celebrates the quality of the heart, such as kindness and other wonderful things that heart provides us. So Shavik, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, you guys. And take that power and use it.
That's it. Okay. No. It's that. Okay. Thank you very much, Bill. So next up, I would like to introduce Mr. Piyush Malik, Chief Digital and Transformation Officer for Veridic Solutions. And Mr. Malik will be speaking about philanthropy and fundraising in the digital era. Let's go ahead and give Mr. Malik a warm round of applause. Mr. Malik. And our panelists who are joining Mr. Malik, if you guys would kindly come up. Do we have our panelists ready? We are. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Please take seat. And my name is Piyush Malik. And my panel, we have distinguished folks here. I would like them to introduce, and then we'll take forward from there. Just take 2 minutes to introduce each of you. And hopefully we have one more microphone for you. So starting with Dr. Orna. Please introduce yourself and then we can come back.
everybody. STEAM is a nonprofit organization that brings STEAM enrichment classes to kids who otherwise cannot afford it. We don't have our own location, but rather we work with, we have collaboration with organizations that have the kids there. And we come to their location with our instructors, our materials, our passion and enthusiasm, and we teach the kids there. Education and in general, and STEAM in particular, is the gateway for children's success. But unfortunately, for some kids, this is not possible. It is not affordable. It is not accessible. And that can have a very negative effect on their future. Our dream in Young Steamers is to bring this special program that we have to every kid that come from underserved, undersourced, underprivileged, at-risk family, to gap that bridge and to open doors for a better future.
Thank you, Orna. And Tej?
Hi, my name is Tej, founder of the Touch a Life Foundation. We're dedicated to helping nonprofit organizations connect to donors and donees in the digital age, and that if that means raising funds or being able to get volunteers or being able to just spread their message, then TAL provides the platform to be able to do that. In terms of myself, I've been part of the software industry for the last 5 years, and I've worked in areas such as data, e-commerce, and in renewable energy.
Hi, I'm Som Chatterjee. I'm the co-founder and ecosystem lead of Crack the Wellness Code, which is a community-driven wellness movement, a 501c3 nonprofit based in Silicon Valley with pan-US and global footprints. We focus on preventive care and wellness best practices. And we have 4 health tracks, which are the major problems for the community: heart, diabetes, cancer, and behavioral health. And we work with all segments of the community and help them along the entire wellness journey. And as a passion, I engage with companies and institutions in building wellness ecosystems and also working on technologies in the preventive and chronic health management areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Som. Thank you, all the panelists. And just to round up the introduction, my name is Piyush Malik. I do serve as the CDO and CTO at a PE-backed firm. However, I have been in the Valley for the last 27 years, and I bring about 30 plus years of experience in the data, digital, and applied AI field. And that's the reason why I am here with these distinguished panelists. But there's one more reason I'm here. I've been involved with a lot of nonprofits, and currently I lead an organization called American Society of Engineers of Indian Origin. It's a 40-year-old organization which works towards youth empowerment, creating opportunities for mentoring, internships, and career advancements of not only youth, but also people young at heart. We have members anywhere from 18 years to 80 years in our organization, and it's a US-wide organization, just celebrated our 40th year. So that said, my day job is in the data and digital realm. And how do we use digital technologies in profession? Is how we apply these digital technologies for our passion work, which is the nonprofits that we all represent. So in this panel, we'll explore certain ideas and certain emerging technologies that we all see around us. Now, how many of you are afraid of artificial intelligence? Just by raise of hands. Okay. Afraid. Why? Because I can understand people are afraid of losing jobs, and that's been something which has been going on in the world for long. However, it's these very technologies, data and AI and digital engagement, that can be used for increasing our impact. And throughout this morning and in the prior panel, we heard from folks, distinguished panelists who talked about the power of kindness and how do we amplify social impact. It's the use of these digital technologies for fundraising, for engaging with donors. And so let me ask by rotation to these panelists, what specific technologies they are using in terms of increasing the impact with their donors and volunteers, starting with Orna.
So we found that using social media is very helpful, but what we are doing is we are defining clearly our mission and our goal. You cannot just ask for money because why would somebody give you money because you ask? But when you have a good story, and in our case, if you have a kid with big bright eyes that just inflated a balloon using chemical reaction, when people see this, if a picture worth 1,000 words, a video worth much more than that. So we show what we do behind the scene. We show exactly what the kids are getting. So having this storytelling with a compelling storytelling, with a clear mission and a clear goal, that is seem to work for us.
That's great. Tej, what about you?
So 3 different areas. One is social media, just like Orna mentioned just now, and then the other are payments facilitators. People want it to be as easy as possible to be able to make a donation, and there was a statistic that we had at PayPal, which was 50% of people end up dropping their shopping cart because they're actually too lazy to go to the room over and pick up their credit card, type their credit card number in. And so for us, what we've seen is having payments facilitators and having an easy way to actually make a payment. It really helps the donation process as well and makes giving a lot easier, and it adds less friction to the process. And the final piece is we've been experimenting around with AI. Can we use AI to make the search of looking for nonprofits in the vast array of nonprofit networks out there? Can we make that a little bit easier to find organizations that can fit truer to what a person's goals are, or what organizations they have an emotional connection to? So those 3 areas: payments facilitators, social media, and AI on our front.
Great. Thank you, Tej. Let's hear from Som, what he's been up to. And by the way, Som may or may not have delved deeper into his involvement in India, but he's got an eclectic background from both India and Silicon Valley. So please share your India experiences as well.
Sure, thanks. So let's start with technology. There are 2 specific areas where we are deploying technology. One, we are using technology to enhance the capability of our deliverables to the community. And these are content, resources, and services. I'll explain that later. And the other aspect of technology is the outreach for fundraising, of course, and in terms of, expanding the network. It's the best way. So social media is definitely one of the ways of doing that, but there are multiple other alternatives. So in terms of content, during the COVID in particular, this became very significant because we started Crack the Wellness Code 2018 with huge participation, 700 plus people, on-site events. Then we became more specific, did workshops, etc., etc. But then with COVID, everything, became totally topsy-turvy, and we said we'll accelerate our efforts. And to do that, we actually started doing online programs, but we segmented. So we said heart, diabetes, cancer, and behavioral health. And then we had program for youth and elders and women. We have some of our youth members sitting here. So the whole idea was to, bite-sized content, digitalize, and everything get manifested today in our app. If you haven't downloaded, please download. It's called CWC, that's Crack the Wellness Code, CWC Khushi, KHUSHI. We have a booth out there, Crack the Wellness Code, and we have all this QR codes for everything that you want to do to get the app, or you want to volunteer for us, or you want to donate. So any form of engagement is possible. And obviously the technology plays a role. So content was very important because during this COVID, like the first year of COVID 2020, we did 97 online events for various segments. So that really generated a lot of bite size. So each event, we would cut it and customize content for different segments. So videos, podcasts, and so on. So technology was a very important way of actually creating those bite-sized content, considering the fact that the span of attention is shrinking and it's going to shrink even further, and we don't know where it's going to end. So we have to be very smart to actually shell out the content. The other is the services, because when people come to us and they say, okay, we are very aware now in terms of what diabetes is and how to prevent, etc., etc. So we have courses, etc., for content. But then there are people who would like to get in touch with a diagnostics company or somebody providing some supporting services for diabetes. So we started a wellness exchange, which is already there in the app, but it's going to expand further. So these are very effective ways of using technology for content and services. And then resources are like people who can really help you. So even if you can, let's say, watch a video or a podcast or educate yourself, but we also have a very interesting concept called health heroes. These are people who have either reversed their ailment, diabetes or whatsoever, or they have maintained a very good health. So these are people who can mentor. So you have a whole bunch of resources, content, and wellness 16 services that the technology helps. And of course, for fundraising, I mean, obviously it helps outreach, getting volunteers, accessing resources, funds, and so on. That's the way we have been using technology. And just going back to the India thing, we also have an India initiative. So it's not that in Silicon Valley we are headquartered in Silicon Valley, but we have global footprints. We are very pan US. We've also been doctors all over US and India. So those kind of networks and connections definitely help. And this ecosystem play that we have in Crack the Wellness Code is very significant learning for me from India and elsewhere, managing global networks. And that way, Crack the Wellness Code actually offers you doctors, dietitians, nutritionists, health heroes. We also have a support group. So a whole bunch of resources and tools to walk you up the wellness ladder.
Thank you, so. And I can testify, I attended CWC's last year program and saw. So what we heard so far, content is important, social media is important, and also how we can make it easier for the donors to contribute. And so the app that TAL is making, that's something which a platform that they're providing makes it easier. But look at from a entire ecosystem perspective. In any nonprofit, there's more than the money that is required. Volunteers. It's people. People always like to do good. They feel good about themselves after doing good for somebody else. So in order to facilitate that, if the digital engagement platforms can provide a way to match the volunteers to the organizations that are looking for funding, looking for helping hands, looking for actual events where they need hands and legs. What if that platform was to use modern technologies like data and AI to recommend? So, for example, if a volunteer like me is looking to spend the next 1 month taking sabbatical, and wants to get involved with a new initiative, we should have the ability to personalize that experience for me and like for any volunteer. So that's where the technologies come in hand. Think of it as when you are going out to watch a movie on your Netflix, it comes up with a recommendation. This is power of data and AI at your fingertips, whereby you are able to choose what nonprofits to go and apply your talents towards. Got an issue with the audio? Okay. I think my mic is still working. All right. So that's on the volunteer side. Now, likewise, if we can, if a nonprofit which is registered on, let's say, TAL's platform, and they are looking for what is the most effective message to be sent at what time, if that prediction can come from the platform, that's again using digital engagement. So these are some examples that I'm just throwing it out there. What is important to know is that we all look for doing things in a much efficient manner, much engaging manner. And if we are able to create that kind of a platform, provide those avenues, it basically attracts the nonprofit to the volunteers as well as volunteers and donors to the nonprofit. So those technologies which we all can contribute towards. One hurdle in this is not all nonprofits have the shops be able to do this for themselves. So to the technologists, the young technologists on the panel here, I know you have been a data engineer in the past and worked at PayPal as well, and now as the founder CEO of TAL, you want to shed some light there?
Yeah, I think look, in terms of, let's just talk about the experience of being on the internet today. There are thousands or at least tens of different platforms with millions of different videos and posts, all of which occupy a large degree of mind share. So the onus ends up becoming on the nonprofit organization, whatever initiative there is, to actually come up and reoccupy that mind space using the best tools that they have on hand, like I mentioned earlier, like data, to be able to actually know use the best time to notify you that maybe you should donate to this organization. Maybe you can volunteer here. But I think when it comes to things like the technical response, I think that's where things like volunteerism becomes all the more important, because especially over here in Silicon Valley, what we have is, I would argue, not financial capital, but the labor capital, intellectual capital to be able to contribute to the organization, to be able to really help them navigate that kind of a messy landscape. There's plenty of organizations that are out there that specifically ask for data scientists to be able to help nonprofit organizations so that they can either improve certain metrics or just understand a problem better. And that's a way that if you're a data scientist in there, they're data scientists, so you have to think of contributing and just kind of going to a shelter and I'm putting together a lunchbox, which is a great thing to do. But there's also so much more value that you can add using the degree that you earn. It's very unique to you. At the same time, contributes probably more than even the financial capital. Time is so much more valuable.
And in terms of taking this a little bit further to skill matching, to some nonprofits can pay and some nonprofits can not afford to have data scientists on board. So what are the strategies would you recommend to attract people, highly talented people, which will, if the nonprofit is able to attract them, but think, oh, so what strategy would you adopt?
It goes back to the message. Are you able to connect and really excite the audience to be able to help out with your cause? And are you able to give them very clear understanding that here's how we can help? That's again, it goes back to the TAL giving application, right? We want to be able to really bring your voice out there, want to you to be able to talk about, your organization on TAL Radio, etc., so that you can find an audience that really connects with you. It goes back to again that social media landscape of you have these millions of posts that you're competing against, but if you have that one message that connects with 4 or 5 people, that makes a huge difference in terms of they are now connected to your cause, to your organization, to the people who are within your organization, and they now are incentivized to actually help and see how they can add value. Again, beyond just financial means, but let's see how we can introduce our let's see if we can just learn something new to be able to add value back to this. I think another thing that is, I think, changing the game of comments is, thinking about the new age right now, ChatGPT has changed the skill set conversation, right? If
Prompt engineers.
yeah, you don't necessarily need to know, say, like programming a good chunk of time. You can write a prompt pretty well. It will write the entire code for you. You get into like, hey, analyze my data set for me. It will write that script for you. And so if you're a nonprofit and you are thinking, hey, do I really have 6 figures to shell out a data scientist or like an engineer? I'll have an application for me. That number or that cost has been reduced to $20.
Great point. Great point. And for the uninitiated in the audience, ChatGPT, the generative AI technologies are literally taking the world by storm since the last 1 year. November 30th last year came, and since then we've seen a huge amount of interest in this field. I personally, professionally, actually, I work in this area, so very deep into it. Let me bring the conversation back to what we've heard so far: content, social media, being able to attract the right talent. But the message has to be right, and the focused message, if we are able to get the focused message, and as I said, these generative AI technologies will let you help in not only message, but also images. And there's DALI, there's Midjourney, there's integrated things within Google's Bard, which let you do all of that. And so essentially your productivity, if the productivity of corporates is improved by these technologies, certainly nonprofits can use, and nonprofits with limited resources should definitely adopt these digital technologies. One thing which I, as a fundraiser, have faced, as well as, let's say, I, as a donor to many organizations, have faced as well. The lack of transparency is a thing that we need to talk about now. When somebody signs on, let's say, to donate or to find out something more about the program, the workflow of the applications that nonprofit uses should be such that the notification should come back and they should be periodically updated. So, let's hear from Orna if you want to shed some light on that. Are you using any of these technologies? Then we go to pitch.
Yes. But there is one thing that we need to do. That is your audience. When you want to fundraise, you want to think about who you want to raise money from. And you look on the US, and you see that there is the silent generation. These are the people who were born before 1945. They will not use social media. They are the ones that you actually need to give them a phone. You need to send them a letter, and they are an important part of the actually about 90% of this generation donate to some charity. The baby boomers, another generation that who needs to have the personal touch. Yes, they use social media, but they also will donate if you will hold, you will talk with them, send them a letter, and then follow up with them. They are the generation that went through all the important historic events, and they have social responsibility. Actually, about 45% of all donations that goes to nonprofit in the US come from the baby boomers. So this is when then you go to the Gen X and millennial, they are different. They will do millennials will give money to peer-to-peer fundraisers, but they will do research. They will actually do their own research, not just what you are telling them. And they will decide if this is the right thing for them. They millennials and Gen X will go to organizations that are more close to what they feel is their cause. And then there are the Gen Z, and they are completely different. They were born with a cell phone, and they are tech savvy. So they are heavy on social media. So it depends who you want to raise money from. What is your cause? You will use different.
Let's think about the next generation who will be born with a chip implanted in their brain. So, and that day is not far off. Neuralink has been working on it. I'm being shown the focus. So we are almost out of time, but I want to make sure we get one last statement from each of you in terms of what's the message, the key takeaway that you want this audience to have. So start with you and then come back.
Yeah, I think one of the main takeaways here is technology is constantly evolving, and that's true for corporates as it is true for nonprofits. And I think we have to keep in mind, like you mentioned, Piyush, that nonprofits may not necessarily have that many tech-savvy people on board. So as a community, we have to be proactive about not just educating the nonprofit, but also providing them those resources to be able to stay ahead of the digital age. If we're not doing that, then we're doing problems.
Thank you, Tej.
So as I said earlier, technology can help in outreach, help in capacity building. That's all. Otherwise, every nonprofit has to have a hybrid model of both technology and the human factor, particularly in community wellness kind of stuff. So I don't think technology can just substitute ideas together. And I think we do that pretty well, and we understand that well because in Silicon Valley, so we work with a lot of interesting people who are dabbling with the latest stacks. So goes without saying, but our understanding is very clear that it has to be a hybrid model. I mean, like you were there last year, unless there are 300 people in an auditorium eating healthy food and doing some mental exercise and learning some best practices and then bring them online. So it's a hybrid model and works very well for us. And I think that should be the strategy.
Great. Orna, last one liner and then close.
I want to humbly quote one of the greatest philosopher, Aristotle, who said that the sum is greater than its parts. So for us, nonprofit, it's every donation counts and every volunteer counts, but the sum of it all is much greater than if you just sum up one or another.
Thank you, panelists. There are 1.5 million nonprofits in the US, 3.5 million nonprofits in India. If they all are listening and they all follow the emerging technologies discussion that we just had, I think they'll all be benefited. And as I said, I've been involved with a lot of nonprofits. I'm available to help anyone. And as I am sure using TAL platform or the work that Orna does with the students, think about it. Microbiologist, she's a doctor, and then now working with kids. And likewise, Som, who's worked in India, management institutes, and now he is an electronic organization, industry body, and now he's working on wellness. That's the need of the hour. We've got to follow our passion. And so thank you, panelists. Wonderful to have this discussion. And thank you, audience.
What and what a lot of organizations joined us, be part of this stuff. It's all about the gap between the donor and the so how is a tough platform where of and just in the part of the valley organization to come and reach. Here, you know, first sisters such as and in products as well as the valley has been and which suddenly cancer get on a surrender fundraisers. And a lot service we help out is for the seniors to drive but have a if you get your boss to change your or like that, they would love you. If you could just go visit, watch TV with them, talk about it, bake a piece of cake and have some cake and coffee. Anything that would make a senior's day bright, because a lot of seniors are home, they're isolated, this after the so also as a volunteer, you can help us out in the office. And if we have provide services in our office, and we also have project teams like our donation team. We have ways to take disposal. We are this team be a team, a marketing team, finance team, everything that you would think would be is I want you all for inviting us to us and we see you stay hard in the valley. Have a good day. Thank you so much. I appreciate your daughters, walking on your footsteps, your vision. All that you're doing. The harvest you reap by seeds that you plant. It all depends on what seeds we are sowing. We gotta bring that tomorrow. So now we're going to hear from Trynet, and
So I'll make this as free as possible. With the process, small medium anywhere 5 to about 2 to 3 employees that otherwise can't. If you're for thank you might be able to with, our artists and the and that board and impact of it. So use high
now this same to one and stands for alternatives to violent environments. For survivors of or outcomes. So if we say ending violence operation, so and look towards to an event, happening in 2020. And reachable one active Everybody for the really, really nobody. This is the year of and just we have to support and then we have so if you please connect and now I call Drishti uh, she and share talk. Thank you very much. Great to see wonderful come here every so many sponsors, Drishti so we also make it sustainable by providing the entire ecosystem. What is four to six villages in India. And not just India, in US, we have started programs for the senior in assisted living communities. We are going to expand to Japan and East Africa. And if you would like to support, please go to sharinghappinessfoundation.org. And if you donate there, 100% of your donation will go to the empowerment projects. Thank you so much. So much. As we said, happiness is happiness and kindness. So thank you for all that they do. Appreciate it. And now I would like to call Pine Hill School Melissa to come and share. Some of our smile. So, source they their regular and um the person over the size of five is uh, are and very much this challenge that we have is special evidence any uh, area education and for um, and a big was that we are coming and for the call. Is nice. Thank you so much. So, what I think is this program, this that's different equipment with you with well, Thank you. But you can comment, right? Wow. Oh, big round of applause for Bunny. So I'll call all the non-profit organizations now, so just be ready and come and share your pitches. And kindness again, once again, everybody can afford to do a kind of app. It's just, we just have to take time and see where we are and what best we can. Once you take the time, it comes, speaks from inside. So thank you all for coming and being here on this Kindness Day, making a great experience for all of us. And now I'm going to call upon Shankara to come and share their thoughts and give their pitch. Please welcome a big round of applause, please. Cheers.
Hello everyone. Hope you have a good time. Such foundation, thank you for being with us. Our previous colleague.
Srinivas Rao, Ramdas, Jyoti Nyayapati, all volunteers.
For Shankar Eye Foundation. We are volunteers from Shankar Eye Foundation, and we are a non-profit organization that opens money to see
And
Go and our website is giftofvision.org. Come and visit our page. Thank you.
please do visit our booth. Thank you. Your Keynote Foundation every year growing and giving thousands of people and
Thank you. I'm founder of this community. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. There are stories. Our used to hungry and serve the homeless. We are a local profit organization serving the local people. Our to the unhoused population. So we all live fortunate. We all live in a wonderful world. We have roof over head. We get 3 times a week. We take showers at least once a day. And we all get Thanksgiving meal and Christmas give so many children and women, right? But there are so many in the community who don't even get one meal. So join Seva and give them back. We are good. So when we come to the meditation hall, we get the session started. Everyone, my name is Foundation. So how many like like what kind of and thank you.
So,
अगर नहीं मिलता तो पापा पे बहुत प्रेशर होता, वो बोलते नहीं, वो बोलते हैं कि तुम बस पढ़ो, पैसा का हम देख लेंगे। कैसे देखेंगे, कुछ नहीं है देखने। पढ़ने का शौक, इतना पढ़ने का शौक था कि जैसे हमारा माँ बाप से उतना खर्चा नहीं जुटा, स्थिति वो लोग का खराब था, नहीं पढ़ पाए, लेकिन हम सोचते थे कि हमारा बच्चा होगा ना तो हम पढ़ाएंगे।
Skill needs are provided, concentration provided.
फिर उसके बाद पापा का इनर वेयर लेने हैं, वो भी कपड़े पड़े होते हैं, हम लोग मिलके होली जैसे कपड़े खरीद देते हैं, बट खुद के वो भी नहीं करते। 10-12 इनरवेयर खरीदूंगी और पहनने के लिए कपड़े खरीदूंगी। Provide me such a huge amount. It needs a very large heart to donate such a big amount.
So what we have observed last 25 years of our experience is that they have studied in vernacular medium schools have a clear disadvantage because of challenges related to soft skills and other skill gaps that they lack. FFE has decided to bridge skill gap through specific kinds of trainings so that they can compete and get the best jobs that they aspire to.
ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಟೌನ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ನಲ್ ಇದ್ದು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಫೆಫಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಿದೆ. The skills training program added a real value to my training and placements because it gave me a different exposure than the curriculum that is offered in the college.
This program has helped me in improving my communication skills and self-development skills.
They
These are all and what
journey. All my thanks to my mentor. She was my pillar of support.
Is monitor health. It also enhanced us through the knowledge of medical webinars, human courses, as well as skills and leadership program.
Padwani Foundation training helped us in improving our interpersonal skills and professional skills and even communication skills.
In order to make the optimal choice, they need the right piece of information about their aspiration.
So through this one-on-one mapping, based on the background and aspirations, it gives them the ability to make right decisions in the future.
Having a good mentor is a blessing for you, and FFP provides me that.
Had it not been for my mentor, I wouldn't have selected the current job. Actually, this is the perfect job for me.
Transforming lives has to be well-rounded. Our scholars go through employability skills, training, and one-on-one mentoring. If you look at the yardstick of salaries, it's literally doubled from the time which we started this intervention.
नॉर्मली सोचते हैं कि 7 भी मिल जाए तो सही है, बट मैंने थोड़ा मेहनत किया था तो सोचा था कि 14-15 भी मिल जाए तो बहुत खुश रहेंगे। मैम ये तो 18 मिला, फिर जहाँ कुछ नहीं था वहाँ इतना आ रहा है तो सब
organization. Thank you, Surya. So, Foundation for Excellence is a 29-year organization. It was started by Dr. Prabhu Goyal and Poonam Goyal, who are, big philanthropy, big heart. They are in the Bay Area, and they are very, very committed to the organization today. Mission for the organization has stayed true for all these years. We support underprivileged students in India to become professionals. It could be engineer, doctor, lawyer, and we are also experimenting with the pharma and economists right now. And today, we are proud to say that we are supporting 13,000 students all over India. And one of these students, all of these students actually come from villages which are around the big metro cities. And all of these students have one thing in common, that their parents are earning less than $4,000 a year. So that's, $2 or $10 a day, sort of. So they are very, very aspirational families. Parents are really dedicated, as you saw in the video. Anjali is dedicated, her mom and dad are dedicated, and she should study. So that's really the common thread among all of these students. And when they come to us, they apply for a scholarship. And when their scholarship is accepted, here we pledge to support them for all 4 or 5 years. So they have to apply every year. That every year, but once they get through the program, make sure that they not only finish the program but are also employed, because if they don't have a job, not much has changed. There are a number of volunteers, 700 today, all over India, who help us source these students, because these students may not know that there is the organization that excellence can help them through their next journey, because many of these students have worked hard throughout their career, get to a point where they have admission, support themselves through this scholarship work, through this education. So that's when Foundation for Excellence steps in to give scholarships to each of the students so that they can take that dream forward. Over the years, through the generous donations of our donors, as well as many, many corporations in India, we are proud to say that last year we supported about 13,500 students. And this year, with the same momentum, we are looking to support close to 20,000 students all over India. Thanks. And it's a collective, because these students are total of students who are there for all 4 years. So every year we are graduating about 4,000 students, and that number increases depending on the intake we have every year. About 30% of these students are women, and about 70% are men. And many of our donors are asking us to support more girls. So, which is a challenge because getting the girl student to get to the point where they can apply for Foundation for Excellence in itself is a challenge. So, we work with many partners in India to source the students so that we can continue to help the girl students as well as guys who are all qualified. But our challenge remains that for every student that applies to us, we can only support 1 out of 4. And that is limited by our capacity, funds capacity, not the capacity to have the students in the program. So, you know, if you know organization, if you know an individual like to become part of our FFE extended family, we would be really grateful to you. So what are our success factors, right? So I think there are 4 key success factors that have propelled FFE through the years that we have seen, year over year, that we see the growth. One of them is not only do we commit to giving scholarship to the students, but we focus on their end-to-end growth, their full growth while they are in college. So it starts with them taking English assessment course as soon as they join FFE. So as soon as they become a scholar, they take English assessment program, which tells us how proficient they are in their English speaking. Because at the end of the day, get a job, they will have to find, a organization which is going to give them a job. And they not only have to go to that organization to give interviews and show up, but they will have competition. Other students in the same college may have better skills, soft skills, which may trump them, right? So we want to make sure that they can stand and compete with every kid who's out there. So English speaking becomes a really important skill. And if they are lacking in the skill, we give them a complete program of working through their speaking language, speaking skills, communication skills, written skills. Although I know I mentor a student and he wrote to me a really wonderful email. So after the second meeting, I asked him, I said, so, you're writing really well. What's the secret? He goes, I use ChatGPT. So clearly, the written skills can be amended now, but we talked about how maybe he could make personalize that email so it doesn't this doesn't look so dry. So I think a little bit of mentoring goes a long way. So that happens in year 3, that every student has a mentor if they so choose to. So if any of you are looking to be a mentor, and it's a commitment of 10 months, 1 meeting a month, and we have a program that we go through for every mentor, and we have expectations of mentor. And many of the people who mentor, they end up bringing us to the organization and letting the organization become part of FFE family, either through internship, either through jobs, or even through supporting students down the road. So that's one of our key differentiators, that we not only give scholarship, but we really pay attention to the skills needed for every individual to become involved. The second one is we work with a lot of other ecosystem players, because we are in the middle, as you can think of it. So while the students are with Foundation for Excellence, they came from somewhere else. They didn't just become a college-going student from day one. They went to school. They probably went to a coaching school to give the JEE exams or NEET exams to find their way into the engineering school or the medical school. As many of you probably know, it's not very easy to get into these colleges, no matter where the colleges is. And every college now has an entrance exam to get into. So these students have been through many of these coaching schools. And some of the coaching schools that we are really partner with, there's an organization called Dakshina. They actually have dedicated school for giving JEE prep And Avanti Fellows is another one. They prepare the students to give, to be able to give JEE exams. So they prepare. So we partner with these organizations so that when they have qualified students, we can encourage them to apply to FAP. That does two things. One is it cuts down the cost for us to verify the students, as well as we know that these students are already needy students. So that helps us build a solid pipeline for our organization. And on the other side, we have organizations who will take these students as new interns or as employees. So those organizations, we have to partner with them so that they can get jobs. So, we are proud to, of course, we've listed a few organizations here on the slide, as you can see, but we have hundreds of organizations in India who partner with us so that they can give jobs to and internships to our scholars. Amazon India is a big partner for us. They are supporting 500 girl students in FAP. So they run Amazon Future program through FAP essentially. So that's a big partner, probably one of the bigger partners. But Cognizant, Capgemini, some of these organizations have been with us for 15, 20 years. Year after year, they help us not only shape our program, but also build the capacity that we have. The third one is, we already talked about this, that we want the students to be employable. And today we are really, really proud. Like when I started working with Foundation for Excellence, I was 12, 13 years ago as a volunteer board member. We were, we would sit around the room and ask ourselves, like, so what is our employability number? And it was, like we could make a guess, or maybe 40%, maybe 50%. So at that point, we made a goal for our organization. Said we will not only measure the number of scholarships we gave, but we will measure our success by how employable the students are. Because until they can get that salary, as you saw in Anjali's video, nothing changes, right? When Anjali can bring home 18 lakhs per year, that changes something for that family. That changes the trajectory. That changes that what happens not only to Anjali, but to the entire generation of that family. So our tagline, becomes real at that point. That we support brilliant students, but provide transformational change, generational change for that particular family. So I think that really what drives us today. All of our programs, all the soft skilling programs, all the additional skilling programs are designed to make sure that we measure ourselves for employability. So I think that's something we, when I work with other nonprofits, I ask them, like, how are you measuring your success? Is your success just counting numbers? Or is it you're actually looking to see what is the impact that it has to the individual yourself? So I think that is something to think about. Like when we are working with nonprofits, is to ask the question, like, what is the end goal and what is the benefit? So if we measure numbers, that shows our success. If we measure success of the beneficiary, that's their success. And that is a very subtle change, but it makes a difference. Something. And the last one is, and this is very unique to Foundation for Excellence, and many alumni colleges have this, but for us, we are really grateful to our founders who thought about this. FAP has a pay it forward model. So what happens is when a scholar gets a scholarship through FAP, they take a soft pledge to support 2 such scholars in their lifetime. And it's possible that they are not able to support somebody tomorrow because they're just starting their own journey. First person they're going to help is themselves. The second is their parents. The third is their sibling. And once they've done all of that, they can think of giving back. So in 4 years, 5 years, we see scholars come back and start supporting 1, 2, or 3 scholars, as the case may be. And some scholars, they take the time to study further. And some of them actually come to the US. And we have many scholars, local scholars. They don't stop at supporting 1 or 2 scholars. Every year they come back and just keep supporting more scholars because they have the capacity. So this pay it forward model is is working and working well. We can obviously do better because we have many, many scholars out there who have graduated since 30 years. But today we are proud to say that 15% of our scholars today are supported by an alumni. And that number is growing. Not only the alumni give financially, but they also connect us to the organizations that they are working in. So those become our CSR partners in many cases, and the circle continues. So this giving circle paid forward is really pays dividends in the FAP. So that's all I have for success factors. So four things. Journey throughout the time that they are with us, making sure that we are ecosystem partners because we are right in the middle on both sides. Partnering deeply with both organizations is really important. Making sure that we measure our success with end results, which is employability and paid forward market price. Thank you very much. And Anil, our executive director, is here. We have some pamphlets. If you like to take further information, just look for him or look for me outside, and we can have further conversation. So thank you very much.
Testing. Okay, thank you very much, Manu. And next up, we have a special guest, Mr. Murali Srinivasan, dignified member of Sunnyvale City Council. Mr. Murali, I know it's a bit of a surprise. You come on stage. Thank you very much, sir. How about a warm round of applause for Mr. Murali, everybody?
Thank you. I didn't know I just a council member. But thanks a lot. Thanks for the introduction. It's truly amazing day. Such a day. It's just I'm so honored and privileged. I'm inspired and humbled by all the nonprofits that the service they render to the society. It's truly an amazing journey. So I am Murali Srinivasan, first Indian American to be elected to Sunnyvale City Council. And then, thank you. Thank you. And then it's truly thanks a lot for Sai and Rina for inviting me for sending the invite. As I said, I don't know how I missed previous years, but truly it's inspiring. And then the reason why it is so important for me, when I organized Diwali in Sunnyvale for the first time, years back with a lot of volunteers. And then one of the things we realized was, as a community, we don't participate very well with all the other nonprofits. So as a part of the Diwali celebration, we had invited other nonprofits to set up a booth, and then so that the community knows what are the organizations they can participate in. Help. That was tremendously successful, and then that tradition is going on for this year also. This is the third anniversary. So thanks a lot for coming, and then it's truly a privilege, as I said. Thanks for.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So next up, we have Dr. Ramesh Chopra. And Dr. Ramesh is from the internationally recognized cardiologist founder Festival of Glow. And Dr. Chopra, I think we've got a short video, sir, before we begin the journey. But the title of Mr. Chopra's speech is going to be My Journey as a Social and Cultural Entrepreneur, a Kidney Donor, and Future Vision for Political empowerment. So I think we have a short video.
Dr. Ramesh Chopra, a distinguished cardiologist and a beacon of cultural entrepreneurship. With over 4 decades in medical practice, he is not only acclaimed in North America's top echelons of cardiology but also revered as a community transformer. Beyond his medical prowess, Dr. Chopra's leadership has galvanized the Bay Area's cultural landscape, notably through the Festival of Globe, FOG, which evolved from a local event to an international festivity under his stewardship. As he prepares to share his insights at TAL Kindness Day, we are set to embark on a journey that traverses his roles as a social entrepreneur, a selfless kidney donor, and a visionary for political empowerment. This keynote is more than a speech, it's an inspiration drawn from a life dedicated to service, culture, and community.
Thank you. Hello, hello. It's great. Namaste. Good afternoon. I already heard. My name is Ramesh Chopra, and I was just asked to go through my journey. And when they asked me, what Sai and Veena, I wasn't sure. People, especially the youngsters, will get something out of this because it's something that's very boring, going through rating your journey, what you've gone through, and everything else. But after I looked at the topic, and especially make a difference, touch a life, then you make a difference. A lot of us, even in our Shastra says, as an individual, you have to excel. Like you said, get scholarship, get through training, through careers, and everything else. They excel in it, of course, help your family. But the real difference you make it when you do it for your community or the society at large. That is when you really make a difference. And especially on a kindness day, if you not only just giving and just some donation, some money, but also in kind, you can give something, be compassionate, and again make a difference to someone else, somebody who's underprivileged, somebody who's a needy out there. That is again making a difference out there. So going through my journey probably can take a long, but what I'm going to do is just pick up few of the spots where I think some of the youngsters here can pick something and then hopefully get a little inspired to do something in their lives, not only just excelling themselves as individuals, not just doing things for their family and for their friends and immediate extended family, but also society at large. A lot of people ask me, now that how we can emulate what you've been able to do last 30 or 40 years. I usually tell them, some of these people are now at my age or my contemporaries. Sometimes it's very difficult to tell those people how to go about it because then you have to go back 30 years and that time you don't think about these things and in those lines. And especially the youngsters are here at the very beginning. I want to tell them, start early. It's very important when you're youngsters. It's very easy to say, okay, let me finish my study, let me finish my career, let me make some extra money, and then after I'm content, satisfied, only then I can give it to somebody else, or I can give my time to somebody else. Unfortunately, something or the other keeps coming up, even when you get 80 years old or 85 years old, your grandkid has a problem, or somebody's getting married, somebody's gonna have a great grandkid. So things never finish out there. So you have to start early. When I was in my mid-20s and became a cardiologist, I decided at that time, divide my time in 3 ways: 1/3 for my profession, 1/3 for my family, and 1/3 for the community. Sometimes it's very difficult to juggle it around. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to be exactly 33.3% everywhere. It can be a little less, little more, depending on the needs out there and how excited you get. But as long as you keep that in the back of your mind and go about it, and don't think, I really want to become a rich person. I want to really become a top-notch cardiologist, just like Dr. Anand want to be a Stanford professor out there and be well-known out there. And, or, out there that, okay, I want to be Vivekanand Swami or somebody else, who really want to preach the world. So if you keep the balance, you could become any one of those. That is the destiny, that's a fortune, and we wish many of them can excel in one thing, which will really make the difference, even a lot more difference in the world. But in my case, in my journey, that's what I decided, and that's where we started. And sometimes the opportunities come, the needs come, and then things change. So you gotta be flexible. You gotta be always available when the need arises. And, after, you know, luckily I was fortunate to go to, coming from a very small village in Punjab called Pashta. We are only 400 people in that village, and going all the way to AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, for my MBBS. And then we were able to come here, go to Mount Sinai, New York, and then go to Cleveland Clinic, the premier institute in cardiology, didn't do my cardiology, and come to here, city of Fremont. And the very first need we thought was there was no temple. There are a couple of dozen of us over there in late 70s and early 80s. And we had to go to the churches to pray, to do our things. Half my family are Sikhs and half Hindus. And then there was no Gurdwara, there was no temple, so we had to go to the churches, and they won't let us come on Sundays. They said, okay, you can use other days. And we were all busy those days. And so some of these people came to me. They said, you have the influence, the only doctor around here, so it can help us out. And fortunately, the mayor was my patient. He was a heart patient those days in 80s. And I asked him either, but this Hare Rama, Hare Krishna movement going on, there's this hippie movement goes on, Indiana Jones, where they're showing, the Hindus eating brains and things like that in that movie. So wherever we went, they thought of, we're here to convert these people, the local people, so they will not give us a temple. So I want to give these little anecdotal incidents, but make it interesting and really make the point across how much struggle you have to sometimes go through, and that you outshine through those. That's going to make a bigger difference if everything is a smooth sailing. So it's never going to be a smooth sailing, even in when you want to do charity work or when you do the community work. Things can be very rough and tough, and that's what really is going to get you the challenge, get you stronger, more resilient, and more powerful, and you're going to probably achieve a lot more success. So everywhere we went, even he tried, he could not get us a permit. And finally, there was a Seventh-day Adventist church right here in the city of Fremont, where he said, okay, I'm going to get them a bigger church to buy this church. So we bought that for $400,000, made a temple out of it. I put my $10,000, collected 70,000 in one evening. We did Ras Garba, Bhangra, and everything. I said, okay, let's collect this money, 70,000, 80,000 down payment. Then the bank won't give us a loan. They said, well, you guys are new, you won't be able to pay your mortgage and this and that. So 10 of us put our houses as collaterals, got the temple. Fortunately, things started moving very well. Since then, we have seen that now from few dozen of us. Now, out of 250,000 people, 38% are Indian Americans. Almost 100,000 people right here in the city of Fremont are our community who's living here. And we were just 3 doctors in Washington Hospital. Now, out of 300, we have 200 Indian doctors who are serving in this community. So, those things did make a difference. Now we have a temple, we have a Gurdwara, we have a mosque, and of course, some of the Indian churches. So everything is around us. The community is flourishing, and you folks know the history. So in the beginning, also our children used to say, okay, on the blackboard they'll write, oh, go back to India, don't do this to the brown people, black people, all kind of things. And we started, the other social classes in the temple itself, was not a religious and spiritual center. We made it a cultural center as well, a social culture center as well. So we started teaching all kind of classes and getting them stronger. And later on, even we started Festival of India, which we called in 1993, about 31 years ago. That is another story where we were, like 2,000 people just like this. In Fairmont Hotel, we used to have these conferences between the parents and the children because what I said earlier, with all kind of discrimination going on and growing up in two cultures, people, whether they should date or not, having sex before marriage, things like that. All those things we were teaching them, even to pulling up their careers. And there was a little demonstration outside Fairmont Hotel and a San Jose Mercury on the front page itself put a picture of about 9 or 10 Pakistanis, and the headline was the poor Sikhs asking for their homeland, protesting for their homeland, while rich Hindus feasting inside the five-star hotel. So, that was a story. I think somebody else earlier mentioned here also, that's how they sell their newspaper. That's how they, and I, along with about 11 other people, went to the publisher. I still remember his name, Jack Smith. And I said, what we were doing inside. I showed him the agenda and everything. And this is the story. You did not even mention one word about us, what we were doing inside. We have a non-profit organization. Looked at it, it looks beautiful, great. This is good for the newsletter, not for my newspaper. I need something sensational. So that is what was happening outside. This is what we published. So said, yourself, I used to run this newspaper, India Post, which I still run, the publisher. But I said that makes sense. The newspaper has to have something more sensational than the real stories, which you can't publish. But anyway, while we were leaving, I went back to him. He said, I said, what would you do if you were us, or you were me? I'm the chairman of the founder of this organization. So he said, I'll get the hell out of that five-star hotel and do something outside. And that was the next year, 1993, we started India Day Parade, the Festival of Globe, and Asha Parekh, she was our first Grand Marshal. After that, Amitabh Bachchan, everybody came. 5,000 people we had together. It has grown up to 100,000 people, even more than 100,000. So for the last 31 years, we've been hosting that. So that is a culture empowerment. Now the thousands of children participate. They learn their culture, their philosophy, our values, our ideology, who we are. We're proud of their heritage. So we showcase that not to only our children, but to the rest of the world out here, mainstream Americans. So they learn exactly who we are, what we eat, what we do. And of course, this IT world, all you people, many of you are experts in that and have changed the whole world, changed the momentum. So like Anand, our scientists and our researchers, our doctors, even our businessmen, even people who run 7-Eleven, our truck drivers, they have made a difference in this country, have contributed a lot. So we are proud of that. We are now celebrating Hindu Heritage Month every month here. The city of Fremont even hoisted a flag, the Diwali Day flag, which has never happened anywhere in the world. In India, it doesn't happen, but we have a Diwali Day flag hoisted right here. And it's going to be every year, it's become a permanent thing. So we have come a long way, and we are proud of what we do. This is more or less how we've been able to empower ourselves religiously, culturally, spiritually, economically. You folks have done it, and socially, made this social impact. The people are out there giving everything. The last little stunt which we are doing now is the political empowerment, because what we have noticed happening in Middle East, Far East, Indonesia, or Fiji Islands, and everywhere, Uganda, that if you are politically not strong, all these things can be dismantled. You can be thrown out of the countries. Your temples can be down. Your gurdwaras can be down. Everything can be taken, dismantled in no time. And all this hard work you folks are doing as nonprofits and as kind people, as charitable people, can be thrown away unless you are politically strong. So we have started this Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, and Jain caucus in Washington D.C. just this last June, especially after 403 SB, what happened here. And I want to go into the details. As you know that we were totally thrown off, and it sailed to the Assembly, Senate, and fortunately, finally, Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed it, and we just dodged the bullet. So we were able to save that, and now we don't want this thing happen at the federal level. Somebody, law no more, Shida Talib or somebody comes and put the same bill out there, just like our Senator Aisha Wahab did it over here in our own area. So we have made this, and we have 27 congressmen who are part of this. And some of you, if you want to learn about it, they can reach me out there. I know my time is up. I thought it was going to be a lot more. So I'm going to stop right over here. If there are any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, this is something with political empowerment as well to complement this religious, spiritual, social, cultural, and economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chopra. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So for our next keynote speaker, I would like to invite to the stage Wendy Shu. Wendy is the founder of Building Education, Miss Nepal Global Citizen of 2021, and will be speaking on schools of life. And I think we have a short video, Wendy. Good one.
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to be speaking here today. I do have a slideshow. I think it's slides deck. Well, I just put it together last night, the deck. So please excuse me if the photos are out of order, but I'm excited to share building education and what I've learned in social impact and my own personal journey. So first thing I'll start with is my own personal background. So I am founder of Building Education. So I'm founder of Building Education. It's a nonprofit organization, and we serve to build safe schools in developing countries to end the cycle of extreme poverty. So my background actually didn't start it out in the nonprofit space or the social entrepreneur space. I actually was very fascinated in aviation. So I studied, I became a pilot, I flew single engine prop planes, and actually became a jet engine specialist. But pretty much my whole life, I knew that my purpose was here to make a difference in the world. And so now I'll share a little bit about my story and how I came to that founding, building education, and doing the work that I do today. So my story really starts with losing my mother at a very young age, at the age of 8. And it taught me the biggest lesson in life. That lesson was that, one, life is short. But more than that, the only legacy that we truly leave behind in this world is the impact and the difference that we make on this planet. So I knew, experiencing my mother's death, that I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to leave this world knowing that I did something to make it a better place for the future. I even grew up in high school, and I said it very often, I'm going to change the world. I didn't know what that meant, and I knew that the journey would not be perfect, but I would do my best to try and make that happen. So what did I do? Well, I knew that making a difference meant with starting with education. So I thought of the hardest thing that I've never heard of a female do in my community, and that was to learn how to fly planes. So I decided to get my education, study aviation, and learn to fly planes. So I learned to fly single engine prop planes, Cessnas. Over here is a Lancer. So it does aerobatics. That was probably my most favorite thing to do in airplanes, aerobatic planes. And then because of my fascination with jet engines, I was recruited very quickly by an aviation company, and I became a jet engine specialist. So I did that for a few years, and I really loved it. I loved learning about the different parts in the engine, how it functioned, the different types of engines that go on different types of aircraft, how to fix jet engines. But there was something missing. So that year, I hit a really big goal that my company gave to me, and it was like a $5 million goal. And I remember I worked so hard that entire year to hit that goal. And once I hit it, I felt nothing. absolutely nothing. And I thought, there's something wrong here. Something needs to be different. So I told my CEO, I had a talk with him, and I said, look, I want to make an impact. I don't know what that means, but I want to make a difference. So allow me 1 year to take a leap year, and I'll travel throughout Asia and Africa for 1 year, and all the skills that I'll learn abroad, I'll bring back here. Well, unfortunately, I did decide to travel, but I didn't return. So that 1 year turned into 6 years all across Asia, Europe, and Africa. So the first place I went to was India. I was very fascinated with India at a very young age. I saw a little princess. And so if you remember that movie, there's a little girl in the story, and she talks about how fascinating and beautiful India is with all their beautiful fabrics and silks and colors and smells. So I was like, okay, let me go to India. I'm going to go to India. I'm going to volunteer at a girls' orphanage, and I'm going to do something to make an impact. And so that's what I did. And when I first got to the orphanage, I met 10 girls under the age of 14 years old. They got up every single day at 5 a.m. They brushed their teeth. They helped the younger ones. They cooked breakfast. They made chapatis. They made meat chapatis. That was delicious. And then they then went to school. They came back from school. They did their homework all night. They did their laundry. They did everything. They were fully self-sufficient. And I thought, what am I doing here? These girls are more talented than I am. You know, they're more disciplined. But one day, I finally heard their stories as we were walking to the store. So I heard about Sneha's story. She was 6 years old when I first met her at the orphanage, and she had suffered severe homelessness. When the orphanage found her, she was living in the gutter her whole entire life, up until the age of 4. She was broken, her bones were broken, she was bleeding, she was cut up, she was rough around the edges, and she was fending for herself at 4 years old. Manisha lost both her mother and her father. First her mother and then her father. And she cried to me when she told me about her story of begging house to house for an entire year, asking for help, trying to find a way to take care of her and her sister. And the orphanage saved her. And there's so many more stories like that. And to be honest, I won't go into all of them because they're horrific. Some of the girls came from sex brothels. They were 13 years old. You couldn't believe the stories that I heard. But from the outside, I could not tell that anything had happened to these girls because they were so well put together. And I realized the main reason was because they were so grateful. They were saved, right? They were in an orphanage and they had the access to education and they knew that that would change their life. So all across the board, in every place that I've visited all throughout the world, I learned that education is an equalizer in the same way that it has done that for me. Not only does it empower girls to become better decision makers, but it also changes 3 family generations after that, ending the cycle of poverty entirely. So what happens to those kids that do not have access to education? So in this world, there's 250 million children that do not have access to education. 60 million of those children do not have access to primary school, meaning that those kids will never learn how to read and write. Can you even imagine that? Well, let me tell you about a recent trip I made to Nepal, back in Karnali district, or province, excuse me, Karnali province. So Karnali is very, very far west. And if many of you have been watching the news, you know that there was recently an earthquake there. I just missed the earthquake. But you know, my team is on the ground there right now, just to let you know. But before this earthquake happened, we went to Karnali province in March. And this area is a place where I think most people live under $1 a day, right? For sure, they all live below the international poverty line of $2.15 a day. So the distance from Kathmandu to West Nepal is about 300 miles, right? So imagine 300 miles. That's like not even as far as LA from here. It took us 60 hours of off-roading just to get to these areas. The roads were not paved. There was no infrastructure. Every time we were driving, we had to stop. We'd call the municipality. We'd tell them that we were passing through, and they would send these villagers down and they would dig up the road as we drove through the roads. And the roads were dangerous, to be honest. Like a lot of them were just dug up. And we were driving along the Himalayas and cliffs. Most beautiful and incredible journey I've ever made, but really challenging. So we would stop by these houses, and these houses had nothing. They had no rice, they had no lentils. I mean, they had some, but not a lot, right? What does it mean when a community does not have infrastructure? Well, that means they're completely cut off from society. They do not get rice, they do not get lentils, they do not clothes, they do not get blankets, they do not get, goods that are imported from India, to be honest, right? Because Nepal survives on India, a lot of it. And so these communities were practically starving 6 months out of the year. All they have is the food that they can grow on their own land. And as you know, the Himalayas, it snows. So how are they going to grow food these months? Now, the second thing we did, we went into one of the houses and we stopped for tea and we talked to the communities. And I ordered 5 teas from the woman that lived in the house. And we ordered some fruits from her. And so then I continued to ask her, how much do I have to pay for these teas? And she could not answer me. And I thought, okay, maybe I'm not saying it correctly. So I called over one of my team members, and they came and they sat down and started speaking with her. So the reason she could not tell me, there's a quote. You guys can read that later, but I'll show you some of the photos. So this is what West Nepal looks like, where we've traveled to. I mean, you can see most of the structures are made out of stones, sheet metal, right? Mud bricks. So I found out the reason why she could not why she could not tell me the cost of the 5 teas. She could not do basic math. She could not add up the cost of 5 teas. And every single house that we went to after this, same situation. The woman could not add up the cost of the teas. So can you even imagine not being able to do basic math? We all know how important financial literacy is, but there's just no way for any community to be sustainable, any economy without math, right? So finally, we arrived at the school, and once we got to the school, we found out there was no water facility on site. Most of the students walked 1 to 2 hours to get to a water source. They walked 1 to 2 hours to get to school. I talked to some students that walked 4 hours. Round trip, that's 8 hours. That's longer than they spend at the school. The school is made out of mud bricks. There's cracks everywhere. And as you know, with the recent earthquake, 90% of the buildings are damaged because these facilities are not made properly. When there's significant extreme weather, the kids can't go to school. They can't go consistently. It's not a proper or safe or secure place for kids to learn, just what they need. So we went to the municipality to talk to the leaders about the challenges of the school and how we wanted to support. So I come to the municipality, and to my surprise, a majority of the municipality members were not literate. They couldn't read or write. So when a community and even the municipality leaders are not literate, they get no government representation. They cannot ask for support from the central government. And this is what you call multidimensional poverty. Multidimensional poverty is when you have little access to education or no access or resources to education, food security, clean water, infrastructure, and healthcare. So these are some of the photos of the people that we met along the way. This is what the community looks like. And the community that we help out here is called the Japan community. So to give you some facts about the community, only 1% of females are literate and know basic math. Only 1% can read and write. Boys become farmers at the age of 7 years old, but they still starve from food insecurity about 6 months out of the year. Girls get married before the age of 18, around 14 years old, and then they have numerous babies right after that, and they can't raise them. So mothers sacrifice one meal every single day, or every mother sacrifices all her meals and only eats one meal every other day to sacrifice for her kids. And this is what the communities look like, right? So can you imagine the situation of this community? So according to UNESCO, if all the students of developing and low-income countries were to attend school or just learn how to read and write, just literacy, that would cut down the poverty rate by 171 million people. Something as simple as common literacy. If all adults continued on to secondary education, this would eliminate global poverty by half, by 50%. So I'll tell you about the work that I did volunteering with Building Education that led me to the founding of Building Education. After we go through some photos. So here's some of the photos that we took in far west Nepal, just so you know. This was the municipality. And this was a school that we went to go visit, just so you have an idea of what everything looks like. And I know many of you have seen these photos before, but it's one thing to see the photos and actually go there and experience it for yourself. And this is what the school looks like. So the organization Building Education started after the 2015 earthquake hit Nepal and damaged 9,000 schools, 750,000 homes. It wasn't my intention to start a nonprofit, I'll be honest. What happened is I volunteered with an organization called All Hands, and I worked in earthquake disaster relief. So we did everything. We did things from like building temporary schools out of bamboo to working in displacement camps, trying to improve conditions, to cleaning up rubble, to building. We had one project which was like our 50 homes project. And so I volunteered with them for about 3 months, and there was still so much destruction throughout the country, right? Even to this day, 9,000 schools damaged, only 4,000 have been rebuilt. So that's 5,000 schools not built, 5,000 families and generations after that do not get educated. And so I was actually doing a trek after my volunteering experience, and I met someone, and he asked me to help him rebuild his school. But I said, no, you don't understand. I'm just a traveler. I'm a volunteer. I don't have money. I don't have the resources. I wouldn't be able to help you rebuild the school. Let me help you connect to other organizations that might be able to do this. And for 6 months, he continued to message me. He still was not getting the help that he needed. So I decided, okay, let's just build the first wall, right? And so it started off with the first wall. And when I went into this community, it was a slum village. There were children there running around, no place to go. Can I move this to the next? They had no place to go. And they were running around barefoot, no shoes, totally uneducated, right? So I knew the first thing that we needed to do, was to give these kids a place to go. They need to be educated, right? So the first thought was, let's build a school. So we started off with the school first. And then one day, I was walking down the street and I saw a man dead lying in the street. And this was something that very commonly happens, right? And knowing and being afraid, because I didn't think that I could do any more than what I was already doing, I kind of just tried to ignore it. But then I got to the school and I realized that the man that had died was one of our students' uncles. And so that's when it hit me, right? These deaths that were happening so common, about 2 to 3 per month, they were all parents and family members of our own students. So I knew I had to do something about it. And so what I did is we built a water system. And the water system allowed us to provide water to over 110 homes in this area. And after that, we did the Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi allowed us to be able to have the kids to have access to information and to learn more. And we connected with the local municipality to then repave the roads. So we spent 4 years working in this community, really learning about generational poverty, why it occurs, and basically trying everything. We did We even did motorbikes and refrigerators in the very beginning. We made a lot of mistakes. And then we learned what worked and we learned what didn't work, right? And so that helped us to be able to create our model essentially. So after 4 years of working in this area, what I saw was this entire community transform before my eyes, right? The kids could speak English to me. They could tell me what their dreams were, their dreams of becoming a teacher, a doctor, an engineer. And that was the moment that I realized the importance of education, that it gave kids the opportunity to dream. So from there, after that was 2020, I was living in Nepal and Spain. I decided to come back to San Francisco because I thought, okay, it's time for me to scale this model. So I'll share with you a little bit more about our model. This was the slum area that we first started working in. As you can see, the kids, the area and what it looks like. And that's the before and after. 4 years. 4 years. And let me tell you, I mean, every single part was a huge difference. But when you can build infrastructure from like water, buildings, school facilities, it drives the economy, right? It brings people to these areas. They can start businesses. And so our goal really is to build economies in rural villages. And these are what the kids look like now. That's the difference, right? In a matter of 4 years. So our solution that we work on is called Schools of Life. And what we do, number one, in our first phase is we rebuild schools or we build schools in certain parts of very rural villages that we find is a district hub or center that we can grow into a district hub and marketplace. So we start with number one, building a school where kids have the ability to learn in a safe environment. And we look for the best locations in rural villages. So we check out all these feeder schools and we figure out where the best models, and we build model schools that then help students to complete secondary education and then go into Kathmandu to be able to go to higher university. The second thing is we provide infrastructure of energy and water. And the last thing, we do hydroponics farming at the schools, right? So we can actually grow plants at the schools, give the kids a nutritious food to eat. And actually, the very first hydroponic system that we built feeds all the students and generates $100 in income because the kids began to sell the product, and it turned into a business. So not only is it feeding them, but it's generating income to pay for their scholarships in university. So our Schools of Life actually solves 3 problems in multi-dimensional poverty. That's education, it's food security, and water. Our impact to date, since 2020, we've rebuilt 4 schools, 3 water systems, 3 playgrounds. We supported over 500 students. We've empowered 50 women to start businesses in their local communities. We have our very first student that just graduated from university. So her name is Rebecca BK. And Rebecca's father is completely, Rebecca's mother is completely illiterate. She cannot read, she cannot write, she never went to school. Her father never graduated 8th grade. Her brother never finished education. He went for out-migration to Qatar. And to be honest, they haven't really heard. But she's the first, and she's a female, to graduate from university, to complete her education, even secondary education in her entire family. So now she works as a pharmacist at a hospital, and her goal is to build a health post in her village, in her community, to help with all the sicknesses, the health issues. And we want to create more girls like this, like Rebecca BK, with the Chappan community, with many of the rural villages and all throughout Nepal. So Rebecca, not only does she change her family's life and 3 generations after that, but she changes the life of every single girl in her village because she has done something that's completely different. She created a pathway for other girls to see, to be inspired by, and to follow in her very footsteps. And the one thing that shocked me was finding out how much poverty is affected by females not being educated. So if you wanted to have one solution to solve global poverty in the world, that key solution would be to educate females. I was so shocked to find this out. So women make up half of the world, right? So when you are able to provide women with education, they are ambitious to pursue jobs that can then double the income in their households, right? So that's number one. They'll double the income in their households if a woman is to complete an additional year of schooling. It's been proven that this will increase her salary by 25% in some cases. Number two, if you don't educate a female, most of them will have babies before 18. They'll get married. And a lot of times, so what happens between 15 and 19 with women is they have complicated pregnancies. They do not know how to ask for help. And so a lot of them die from this. This is the most common death of females between 15 and 19 in developing countries. Whereas an educated female will start a family, have kids a lot later on, be able to provide for them. In addition to that, this also teaches their children to also continue in education after that, right? So poverty is a cycle that is passed on from generation to generation. And when you have educated parents, you have educated children. You have educated parents that can provide for their families. And it creates sustainable families in the future. And the very last thing is that by not educating women, in many cases, developing countries lose $1 billion in sustained losses because they don't educate their women. And this is the one solution that can probably get them out of poverty, in all honesty, right? So the value of educating females is very important. Now, for myself, being from an immigrant family that moved to San Francisco, a Chinese family that could not speak English, they were not literate, right? My father and mother did not have an education, and then I lost my mother when I was 8. I've seen firsthand how education can equalize the playing, how it can be an equalizer in the world. I've traveled to other countries for 7 years. I've traveled to Africa. I've traveled to many developing countries all over Asia, and I've seen how education is the one opportunity people have to change their lives. So the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, number 1, is no poverty. And we all know that education directly affects poverty. If their goal is to end poverty by 2030, that means one new child needs to be enrolled in education every 2 seconds from now until 2030. And that starts here with us now. So I believe that our purpose on this planet is to leave the world a better place than we found it. And I hope you will all join me in making an impact and making a difference, whether that be building schools of life, building schools of life with me, or participating in any of these nonprofits all here today. Thank you, everyone. Here's our vision. Sorry, my slideshow wasn't the best, but you can learn more about the organization here. We have our Facebook, website, Instagram, and some contact information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. How about a warm round of applause for Wendy Xu, everybody? And what a impact indeed you made, Wendy. I enjoyed at the beginning of presentation, you made a comment about, I don't know what it is exactly I want to do. I want to make an impact, right? Which speaks to what we talked about at the beginning of our presentation. It's when good men and women step out in faith and they don't know exactly what they want to do, but they want to make that impact. Look at the impact that Wendy's made. It's tremendous. So, all right, the next gentleman we're going to welcome to the stage is a good friend of mine who I've worked with for the last couple of years. Mr. Kishore Guadajara, if you would come to the stage, sir, and the panels, you would make your way, please. Kishore is the CEO of TAL Hospitals, and Kishore is going to be moderating and leading a panel today for promoting health and well-being equity, a collective effort for all. Welcome to Shore.
Thank you, David. I would like to welcome the panel speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Again, my name is Kishore. I'm the Chief Fundraising Officer for our hospitals is part of Benjamin Foundation. At all hospitals, what we focus on is we find and provide pro bono healthcare services for people who needs medical care. We connect patients, doctors, and hospitals through our platform. So, that's what we're focusing on, and I would like to request all of you to visit our website, hospitals report, to learn more about it. And today, again, we are focusing on a panel discussion on healthcare and wellness. So, without any ado, I would like to introduce the panel members here, starting with Shobha Rao. Thank you for joining us. She's a Stanford graduate, and she did a master's in electrical engineering. And she's also a speaker, author. She represents women in technology, and she's a survivor. I would definitely encourage you to hear her journey and that she has gone through that life. I heard from her some time back, and it was very inspirational for me. So I would like to encourage you to hear from her. And she also an author. The book recently she released, My Race for Death. So definitely, we should look into that. And thank you for joining us. And the next panelist, Anand Sani Anandji. Again, thank you so much for joining us, sir. Again, Anandji, again, he is a professor at Stanford University and teaching or focusing on pediatrics, anesthesiology, operative, and pain medicine. And he has achieved so much. I need half a day to go through all the accomplishments. He's been graduated from MGM College and Indore, and he has DPhil from Oxford University, and also he did a fellowship from Harvard Medical School. And he has so many awards, so many recognitions for his innovation, not only in the medical field, also in the community services. Thank you so much for joining us. And the next panel member is Dr. Sachin Deshmukh. Again, he is a trained doctor, a physician, and he has so many certifications and diplomas in the holistic healthcare and Ayurveda and homeopathy and also yoga. He's also a CWC core team member, and he's also a yoga grandmaster. I would like to thank you and welcome all the panel members. So, before we get into the panel discussion, I would like to just have all the panel members introduce themselves, and then we will jump into this.
My fight against 3 cancers. And I'm also a kidney transplant recipient for the past 25 years. So, I passionately advocate for health and facing adversities and want to spread that message around. And that's why I'm representing here.
Thank you.
please. Thank you, Kishore, for your kind introduction. I'm a pediatrician. I've been in practice for about 42 years and feel very honored and privileged to be part of this panel. So nothing more to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Kishore, and for you to be here, all of us. It, like Sunny said, it's a big honor for us to be on this platform. And we heard so many wonderful, inspiring speakers before us. My approach after doing around 3 decades into medicine is the consciousness-based approach to health and wellness, and more into the community settings. And how can we make impact? Because in the beginning, what I studied, if I use the same knowledge, it's not as empowering or impactful for the individual. And one question came to my mind is that there are so many scales to measure stress and negativity, but there wasn't one scale which will tell me how positive I am. And it was very shocking revelation that there is not one single formula which can tell me how to cultivate the positivity. And then I thought maybe that's an area I would like to focus. And then that also helps us into the prevention and all the dimensions of lifestyle, how we eat, how we think, how we support each other into community setting, and also make the earth like a living heaven for all of us, where there is peace for everybody and everybody's received what they deserve, and you feel accomplished into this whole area. So that's kind of the area I always want to accomplish something into as we go.
Thank you. Thanks. So, Sunny, I know, while you're so busy with all the primary work at the university and the hospital, I know you spend a lot of time on the community service. I know you're closely associated with the Heart to Heart, and you've been doing a lot of great work. Just wanted to, share some of the work with us, and we want to talk. So, similar to the last speaker, children is our wealth. Children is our future. And that's why this, I feel very privileged that I've had the opportunity to be an advocate for children. I've been accused as a relentless advocate for children, even in the New York Times. It was meant as a criticism, but I took it as a compliment. And so I think, like Wendy said, if you educate a girl, an educated mother will never have uneducated children. An educated father may always have uneducated children. That's, it's a key observation. And now the World Bank and all the other economic sort of entities are recognizing that. So I've been in practice for 40 years, and every year or every other year, I've gone back to India and tried to look at how we can improve healthcare in rural settings. And I can tell you nothing has worked. Nothing works in a sustainable long-term manner. Like building education, you can build a school, you can build infrastructure, etc. But how do you build health and wellness, and particularly in rural communities where there is nothing? So we've done medical camps, we've done mobile clinics, we've done telemedicine, you name it. Everything has been tried. Even the government has spent billions of dollars building primary healthcare centers, but there are no doctors over there. 76% primary healthcare centers don't have a doctor. So I just want to share one particular project that is, transforming rural lives forever. And this is, managed by the Heart to Heart Foundation. This is just a quick summary of the activities. Today, 3 million children are being given breakfast every day. In children, growth occurs when they are sleeping. So when they wake up, they have no metabolic reserve. If they go to school hungry, their brain cannot function. Everything gets broken down in order to allow the brain to, get some education. 3 million children in, sort of 40,000 schools are getting daily nutrition, have been for the last several years. 5,000 students in rural areas from poor rural families are getting free education, completely free of cost, no hostel fee, no tuition, nothing at all. And, in the healthcare system, we started with one hospital in 2012. Now there are 15 hospitals, not only in India, all across the world. And this is where the healthcare numbers, come from. It's now up to 500,000 lives being affected, and 28,000 pediatric cardiac surgeries being done, and things like that. So this is, particularly our congenital heart surgery program, mainly in India, Sri Lanka, Fiji Islands, and Nigeria. That's where, in addition, we've done, similar programs, but on a temporary scale in many other countries, 18 other countries. There's a pregnant mother and child health program. The numbers are there. It doesn't matter what the number is. When you change one person's life, you change 10 other people in the family, in their community, in the neighborhood. And so we can go on and on about those stories. Right now, I want to talk more about the rural medical campus that's being built has been built in the Mudenahalli village in Chikballapur district, just north of Bangalore. It's Karnataka. And basically what we started out was with it's the world's first, over here it says India's first free rural medical college, but it's the world's first rural medical college, completely free of cost, which is built simply for training children from villages to go back into their communities and serve there. And so phase one is what the Sarla Memorial Hospital, phase two is the academic block, and phase three is still under construction. So this is, it's the Sarla Memorial Hospital. And here are the numbers: 360 beds, 6 operating theaters, all these surgeries, doctors, outpatient, all these different departments, visiting faculty, etc. This is phase two. This is the Rajeshwari academic block, which is the free medical school. No tuition fee, no hostel fee, no fee for food, no clothing costs, nothing. The children can come in the 2 pairs of clothes that they came and leave 5 years later with an MBBS degree. But they have to serve in villages for 5 years, as many years as they got this thing. And it's not only doing that, it's offering the MBBS course to 50 students, nursing course to 60, anesthesiology, optometry, imaging technology, lab technology, theater, operation theater technology. And then there are postgraduate courses in general medicine, surgery, anesthesia, pediatrics, and OBGYN. All of these things are active right now. This is the first year and completely free of cost. It's a radical model. And this was actually inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on March 25th. So, I think together we can do our little bits. But what this TAL Kindness Day is telling us, if we all join together, all the little drops can become an ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. And thank you for sharing these numbers, staggering numbers, and great contribution from the foundation. And I think that really leads to our discussion today about promoting healthcare and wellness equity, and how can we make it happen. So with that, I would like to start, with all the efforts and experience that you have building this entire infrastructure. What are all the typical challenges that you have encountered in, understanding the challenges, and so that you're building some of this, help and support for less privileged. Can you share some other areas that you think we all should collectively look at it to support these people?
Yeah, I think it all starts from this realization from within. All change will happen within. And once we come to the realization that there is none other, that there is a Vasudev Kutumbakam, that the entire world is one family. We will take care. If my brother has a need for a surgery and comes to my ICU, am I going to charge money for him? So that's the change in heart that we need to have. There will be challenges, of course. In specific locations have different challenges. Like they found in Nepal, getting to the place is so difficult. Some place there is no water. Some place there is, extreme sort of levels of fluoride in the water, or whatever other challenges. I think the solution has to be, there are three things. One, the solution has to be specific for that village. Two, the solution must involve the villagers. It must do what the villagers want done. It's not like a nonprofit goes there and they do something and then they leave, and then that place is not this thing. When when I had finished high school, we went and lived in a village for 2 weeks, and we said, "What do you need?" This was a Harijan village. They didn't have any road to the village, so we built a road to that village. At the end of those 2 weeks of hard labor in the summer sun in India, the first time a mobile ambulance came, and in the 100 years since that village had been set up, that was the first time that health medical care was delivered. Every person in the whole village was seen. So I think the third thing is that whatever we do, it has to be sustainable. So these are the three things, specific to the village, must include the villagers and do what they need. And third, make it sustainable somehow. And that is the key issue.
No, thank you. As you rightly said, most of the efforts, like people do it, but if they don't sustain it, then it's not going to be useful for long. So you want to add, from your perspective, how can we help communities?
So the way I look at it, I know we have all been speaking about education and health and building hospitals, such wonderful things by various foundations. That, in my opinion, there are two key factors. One is social disparity, which is what you're all addressing. But there is one more thing which I think that needs to be addressed, is the cultural disparity and the stigma associated with certain things. That should, as Dr. Sunny was mentioning, that should be a change from within. And I think for that, we need to understand the cultural shift in any society that we are working with, and figure out what kind of stigma. The reason I'm talking about stigma, since I talk about cancer all the time, that's kind of my advocacy. I see that people, it's almost a taboo in many households. They don't even talk about it, depending on the culture, especially in Asian cultures, we don't really share that information. It took me quite a while to write my book where I come out with my story, right? So that stigma has to be broken. We need to get out of that. So even if we go and try to help people, it's a problem. For example, as I was telling you before, I work for, I volunteer for Cancer Institute Foundation, where we have built 3 cancer screening centers in the rural parts of Tamil Nadu. And in those centers, we literally, there are a set of people who go educate the villagers, bring them in for screening, some basic screening. And if they have issues, then we send them to the Adyar Cancer Institute in Chennai. So we need to go out there, educate, and bring them, break that mold. I think that is another key factor.
Sure. Absolutely. Sachinji, with all your background experience in alternate medicine, what do you suggest? How can we promote healthcare and, of course, the wellness with your experience?
So, in my experience, we saw the beautiful quote that individually we are drop and together we are ocean. So, when we meet people, we should bring that ocean in one drop. So, give them the sense of who they are and who I am. And I am not different than who he is or she is. And that's what he was talking about. And when we go with that attitude of serving and also go with the attitude of making the change, we kind of cross all the barriers, in my opinion, because that's my experience. You forget the differences but you look at what is the common fact. What brought me here to want to help somebody, and also don't infringe my opinions or what I want to do for them. Ask them what they need and understand their needs, and then we have a good success because then we are a team and we become collaborators with each other. I'm not there to say I know better than you are, or I have more knowledge or more degrees. They mean nothing, but sometimes the life experience itself can teach us so many different things. And many a times I always look at people, you ask anybody, even yourself, you reflect within, and the first thing I ask you what you really want in life, happiness and health. But then I ask people, why are you doing things which makes you unhappy in the first place? That's the question, right? So even if we have what we want in the end, is that really what we need? Right? So the spirituality brings a very powerful dimension for our existence. My grandparents taught us early on that life is a privilege. And my grandfather always said, very few people have common sense, and hope you are one of them. You know, we see when we put our minds to action, we can make miraculous things. Like one person with a mission can transform these numbers, as you see. So the cross-cultural collaboration, cross-platform collaboration, talking to the government entities, raising the concerns, sharing those, but more into the positive manner. To say, not to kind of portray the negative pictures of what the problems are there, but how can we do something in our capacity, even on the smaller level, and then it can become a big movement because it touches everybody's heart. So that will be my take.
Yeah, thank you. I think kind of you alluded to my next topic, right? Like how do we collaborate to make a difference in society at that time? So, like Sanjay, you want to add to some of the problems that you're seeing? Like now, there are so many aspects or entities, corporations, non-profit organizations. How can they collaborate all together to make this available?
So I think it's a very important question because there are a lot of silos in the nonprofit world because each nonprofit needs to reach a certain number of donors in order to stay alive, and sometimes staying alive is more important than getting the work done. And so I think that is the key issue. Is it should not be driven by what is the purpose or the goal of my nonprofit or my organization, and that applies across all entities in society. You know, it's what is going to change lives on the ground. How will we make a difference? What happened yesterday must not happen today. What happens today must not happen tomorrow. It has to become better. And how can we? So so many great masters, spiritual masters, have said there is no limit to what we can achieve once we give up our um, our demand for certain credit or recognition. You know, if we give up the see, even the rain is coming as grace. You know, the grace of divine grace is always raining, showering. We just have to throw our umbrella away. We have to take off our raincoats, and then we will realize the beauty of that rain. So that's what I'm saying is these silos must disappear. Let's work together. Let's see how we can change lives. Only when lives are changed. The other thing I must mention from my good friend here is, you know, we have a healthcare system which has become a disease management system. Every year there are 200 articles that are published on the global burden of disease or disability or death, leading causes of death. That's not what we want. We want a healthcare system that is focused on health. So instead of looking at what are the leading causes of death, let's look at what are the leading causes of life. And that life, those leading causes are hope and connectivity, respect for each other. You know, let's co-create those solutions with the villagers, with the, it's not just a problem in India or developing countries.
Right.
193 rural hospitals in USA closed their doors in the last 200 years. Another 400 hospitals are going to close in the next 3 or 4 years. We have to do something to solve this problem. We will never be able to overcome it. And so let's look beyond our own personal agenda and our personal goals to see how we can change lives at the root level, grassroots.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sunny. I think it's a very important point, right? Like, no, not to look at, like, look at the life, right? Not look at the research and all the energy on the death and things like that, right? Like, I think with that, Shobnaji, like, no, I think you've been talking about awareness and, like, how do we even prevent some of these things, right? Like, having this information, the support system, like, can prevent certain things. I know you have gone through
Yeah.
your experience in your life. We can share a few things.
Yeah,
That'd be
sure.
great in terms of awareness and, like, knowing these things happen.
Yeah, as they say, prevention is better than cure. And I'm sure that's exactly what both Dr. Sachin and Dr. Sunny have been talking about. When it comes to cancer, prevention is cure, I would say, instead of saying better than cure. And in my experience, I have shared my story in my book, but to make it very brief, I had a kidney failure when I was in my 20s, and then followed by a kidney transplant, thanks to my mom who donated. And then I got cancers, 3 cancers later on in my life. So while digging deep and trying to figure out what was the cause, it was found out to be a herb that I had ingested as a child. For around 15 years, it was a herbal concoction that I was given, which cured for whatever I was taking it. So but instead it caused organ damage and also inadvertently, unfortunately, a couple of cancers as well. Luckily, I'm alive today, and this is one of the reasons why I do health advocacy a lot, making people be aware that you have to have number one is creating awareness about the basic needs, and which is what all the foundations are doing, and everybody is coming together here today to create that awareness. The awareness I am talking about is, as an individual, you be aware of what you're taking, and in our race for life. And as Dr. Sunny mentioned, when you're looking for life, just be aware of what you're doing and work towards that. And I think that awareness is very key, and we have to build it. Because for me, I learned it the very hard way, unfortunately. But I really want everybody to just reflect and think about what you want to do. And before you take any medications, think about how you want. And as organizations, I think we have to get that to the next level, where we go to the villages or rural areas. Actually, this is not even about rural areas. This is about everybody, everywhere, all over the world. We have to take that extra step and create awareness among individuals to understand that something in my position, when what I understood was something natural need not be safe. So the same thing, there are so many other things. So we have to understand and create awareness among ourselves.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thank you for sharing that information, because I hope this information is for a lot of people. When I first time heard about it, it was really kind of enlightening me in terms of how people are using different medicines without knowing what they're really taking. Of course, like most of the medicine, regular medicine is already developed through research and innovation, but there are so many other medicines people are taking without any like any proven data behind it. So really is very inspirational, and thank you for sharing the data. So I know we are running out of time. Just wanted to close with the last question. I know there are a lot of programs is being like now it's been done by so many nonprofits, governments, and other organizations. Like how do we measure the effectiveness of this initiatives, and how do we ensure those programs are really reaching to the people who are really in need, rather than wasting money or like not really reaching the people? what is your suggestions or thoughts, Saniji?
So I think we need good measures of wellness. You know, being free of disease, disease free is not the same as being completely well. And I think those measures still need to be developed. That's why at Stanford, I've opened the Child Wellness Lab. We're doing cutting edge research on this in this area. But I think that is one. I feel that if we are launching a program, then we need to measure what really matters, and in order to choose what really matters, we must ask the beneficiary. You know, like I'll give you one small example. For many years, we've measured, children who have asthma. We'll see how many times they come to this emergency room, or how many admissions they have, or how much drugs they are needing, how much steroids, how many courses of steroids in 1 year. Those were the parameters. But then we asked the parents and we asked the child, what's important to you in your asthma? The child says, I can't go to my friend's place for a sleepover. So we have to ask the beneficiary as to what's important to you. I can't play soccer. What's important to you? So we have to ask the villagers, we have to ask the student, what is important to you? And then build our measurements from there. And in a utopian world, I think, and we are slowly getting there, there will be access to those kinds of things, and perhaps not maybe artificial intelligence, but real intelligence lies in trying to connect with each other, so that sometimes even words are not needed. You just intuitively know, what someone who is non-verbal and non-communicative is trying to convey to you in their heart space. So we were sitting in this space of the Heartfulness Institute. That heart-to-heart connection is so important, no matter what we do. It's like the little drops of rain forms a little rivulet and becomes a stream, and then joins the river and becomes an ocean. Similarly, whatever we see it with love. Whatever we speak it with love. Whatever we eat, we hear, we talk, we teach, we do anything, we do it with love. And those little drops of love will start joining together, and it'll become a stream, a river of love that is flowing through our heart and flowing to everyone around us. That is what we need, I think, in terms of measuring the outcomes.
Thank you. Sachinji, your comments on how do we measure the effectiveness of the programs?
I think I will take on where he left. So usually, mostly as we live in Silicon Valley, the common word is hurry, hurry, hurry. Right? Everybody's running. You ask them, where are you going? We don't know, because he's running, I'm running. So I said, let's change the spelling from HURRY to HARI and find the divinity within ourselves. So when I meet people, I call the consultation as appointment with ourselves. And I ask them 3 questions. Who are you? Where you come from? And where are you going? And when we know the answers to these 3 questions, we know the meaning of life. And then we can touch a life easily in any circumstance.
Baji, any closing comments on how do we measure?
I think they covered it beautifully with regards to wellness and really touching a life. And I'm sure it's overflowing with kindness here today. But to be on a practical scale, I think we just need something that is scalable and sustainable. I guess that is what would make the maximum impact on whatever we are doing. That is from a practical standpoint.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Saniji, Sachinji, and Kapaji. Thank you so much for joining us today. And that's all. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Kishore. Thank you. And if you kindly just remain on stage for a moment, I have a special gift for you. How about a round of applause for our wonderful panelists? I love it. Little drops of love turn into an ocean of love. It's fantastic. So to present this gift that we have for you, I would like to welcome to the stage another member of the Heartfulness Institute, Agya. So, Agya. Get a short photograph. Thank you. Another round of applause. Thank you, Kishore.
Good afternoon. Yes, then. Just reflecting on today, such an inspiring day. Learn a lot. So inspired by all the wonderful work that's being done. Education space, as well as swimming attitude of the giving. I am here for the next 30 minutes or so. Go through this section. I'd like to share my own personal journey, happiness first. A little bit about me. I work for a company called Clever. It's an intentional name because we are in the education space. I've been very inspired by Wendy's talk about what she's doing to empower children more responsibly. And it really resonated with me. She shared that education. So my company, Clever, we offer digital learning platform to schools in the United States. More than 70% of schools use Clever. And it's a very mission-oriented company, really makes learning face-to-face. So I really connect to Wendy and some of the others. We also partner with He's doing wonderful, wonderful work across the world, giving access for a lot of children who would not have access to education. I'm also a mom, wonderful kids. They're no longer kids, but and I have been meditating, doing heartfulness meditation for over 15 years now. And I'm also a volunteer at Heartfulness Institute. Piyush was saying earlier this morning that volunteering and how helpful it is for us. You know, we think we are giving our time, but it enriches us, brings meaning to our life. And I have found that to be true in my case. I also would like to say that I don't know if it's giving or it's more of receiving. When we take the time and when we give from our heart, we receive many folds back. So to me, it feels more like receiving love, receiving inspiration. And I find that it moves me to a place of gratitude. And there is a lot of research here that shows the connection from gratitude to happiness and fulfillment, the sense of well-being. And that's been my experience. So I think I'm receiving for the last 15 years. I hope to continue to receive. My personal journey with meditation started maybe around 16 years ago. And I'm in a vulnerable place right now. I have not really spoken about this part of my life in a public forum. So I ask you for some grace as I go through this. 16 years ago, I was going through a hard time in my personal and family life. I was going through divorce. And Shobha was talking about the stigma in Asian communities for certain aspects. Right? She was talking about cancer. And I can tell you that there was, and I think we're getting past that now. There was, or at least I experienced, a certain stigma around divorce, and it was very hard for me to reconcile my own sense of identity as an independent, financially independent, working professional woman. And then I was still holding on to some of the conditioning and beliefs that my parents and my community had, and perceiving me as a failure because of divorce. That was one thing. Second, I was also going through a lot of mental health issues at that time, and I don't think I recognized that. I was also, my daughter, who was 6 years old, I think at that time, was going through very difficult health crisis, and it lasted multiple years. Professor Kanwaljit was talking about an example with asthma. She had a very severe case of asthma. She had pneumonia, and this was happening very frequently. I'd be in the ER room, her oxygen levels would drop, and I wouldn't know if she would be alive. An hour later, next day. And going through that again and again. I had a long commute. Sometimes I go to work. I don't know if I'm coming back to, if she had a little cough in the morning, it might just turn into a life-threatening situation like it. And there was a bridge separating us and a lot. So it's the trauma and the anguish that I went through. I think it compounded my mental health issues. I was, again, we talk about mental stigma around mental health in Asian communities, or even not even knowing the resources or how I can help myself. I was lost. I was falling apart, and I didn't know where to go. I had been an atheist until then, and I had a lot of pride in my own strength, in my ability to face life, whatever it threw at me. And I found that I had no strength left. It was very hard to get out of bed and face the day. And I didn't know how to get out of it. Fortunately for me, at that time, one of my colleagues and friends he shared with me as we were talking about it over lunch. He shared that he had gone through a lot of difficulties in his life, and he found meditation to be extremely helpful. And the good thing is, when I was a kid and through my teenage years, I had tried yoga. Yoga is a very broad term, but the hatha yoga, the physical asanas, and I really enjoyed it, found a sense of well-being. So I had a very positive inclination towards it. And I didn't associate yoga or meditation with religion. So I said, well, I suppose there's no harm in trying. My friend Ravi said, well, I know a wonderful trainer. Why don't you try it out? If you like it, see how it helps you. And if you don't like it, you can just leave it. And I thought, well, I have nothing much to lose. And Ravi, here he was, he had gone through a lot in his life. And I saw, he would always say, I'm ready for anything life throws at me because I have an amazing tool. It's meditation. It cures everything. So I said, well, it seems to work for him. Maybe it will work for me. So 30 minutes is all. If I don't like it, I can walk away. So he helped me connect to a trainer, Sujata, and I met her the following week. And I still remember vividly my drive back home after the meditation, what we call sitting. I had not experienced this profound sense of peace, deep calmness that came over me. That's all I was used to, was a lot of disturbance in my mind, pain, suffering, and there was this release from that pain throughout the day. And I didn't know exactly what happened or what I even experienced, but I knew I can't let go. And so I wanted to go back, and I did the next week. I went back. The week after, the week after. That's how it started. It got me through that phase. And I don't think I could have gotten through that without that. I was able to again enjoy the simple joys of life, playing with my children, playing with them, the things I had not enjoyed. That's how it started. And a few years later, my father suddenly passed away. He was in India. He was in great health. So it was not something we expected at all. He was 69, and he was doing great. So I thought he'd be around. I remember getting this call that many of us dread in the middle of the night. Didn't have an opportunity to see him before he passed away. And my dear friend Hema, I left my kids with her. She said, I'll take care of them. You go with your mom. And I took the plane and I went. And in the plane, it's a long flight. What do? You have a lot of time, so I meditated. And to my surprise, I noticed this transformation from this grief, still processing what happened, and from grief to gratitude, to love. There's been so much love for my father and my dad, and my gratitude for the life he had given me. He was my first spiritual guru, guide. He introduced me to the world of spirituality. Chitu Krishnamurti, Yogananda, Mahansa Hamsa, Vivekananda. I still have the books he's given me. And everything I have today is because of him and my mom. And that's not to say I processed it and I got past the grief, but it gave me this immense source of strength. And that lasted weeks after, as I went through the funeral rites and I saw his dead body. Sorry, I'm making this very dark. And this may sound terrible, but one of the best gifts of meditation I have experienced in my life when I lost someone very dear to me. That's happened with my dad. I was able to connect to him in my heart and experience his love, send him my love and my prayers. And I'm just so grateful for that. As my kids grew older, when they were teenagers, parents might be able to relate to this. Things get hard and tough and challenging. Get into arguments, debates. Most of them you are losing those debates. But I remember my kids would frequently say, Mom, or not frequently say, when they noticed that I was getting upset, said, Mom, go to your corner, Just close your eyes, sit, you'll be fine. And they brag to their friends, my mom, we are not the only ones who get timeouts. We get to give her timeouts. We send her to a corner, to her room. But jokes apart, they could see that I may be in a disturbed state emotionally. 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later, just sit with myself, close my eyes, I'm a different person. Now you might ask, Why doesn't it last that? You just meditated once and now you should be fine. You should be transformed. Why do you have to keep transforming yourself every day? Well, the same question you asked about gym, fitness. You go to gym one day, you know, you stop going to gym after? Are you fit for life? For that day, maybe next day, and after that you have to get back at it, right? It's the same. I think it's a tool as we go through life, as we experience things, disturbances, we just need to keep coming back and again starting the day brand new. So that's been my experience. It's also helped me at my workplace. So I'm the head of customer success teams at Clever. I'm used to angry customers. A lot less at Clever, but a lot of customers love Clever. But I've worked at many other companies before this. And when they're angry, the best thing is not to argue with them. Have to listen, bring empathy, make them feel heard. And all of those things come naturally when you meditate. I don't meditate, I tend to react. And then I'm compounding. So it helps me. It helps me with my teams, other teams, working together, being a team, not just make it all about me, mine, my goals, my thing. That's the ego, right? It's the mind, making that journey from mind to heart. So here it's me and mine, then here it's us. We're all one. I think Professor Kanwaljit was talking about this earlier. We're a family, we're a universal family, and change comes from within. I've experienced that. Gandhiji says, most of us heard this quote, be the change that you want to see in the world. If I want my kids, well, the psychologists say that the kids are not going to learn what you say, do. That's been my experience. I do what I want my kids to do. For me, that's transformation. That's transformation. So that's been my personal journey. I cannot live without meditation. I just don't know what I would do without this beautiful gift that I have gotten to life. So filled with gratitude. And it's also the entire community, meditators, trainers. They serve the community day in and day out. I'll share a little bit more about that in the next few minutes in terms of the various services we offer this institute and the volunteers offer. But again, I receive a lot more than thank you. We'll start session meditation shortly. But before that, said a lot about heartfulness meditation. So there's a relaxation that you see here on the slide. We'll do both relaxation and meditation today. I'll walk you through the relaxation steps. We'll go into silent meditation for a few minutes. We will not be doing the cleaning and inner connect, but I want to just touch on these. You may have questions. I'll be here after the session. Feel free to reach out to me. There's also a heartfulness booth outside, right across. We have a lot of trainers and volunteers who can answer your questions. In the interest of time, I'll go through this very briefly. So the cleaning, at the end of the day, we do this process. So these are supplementary practices to meditation. And you all know we go through the day and acquire a lot of disturbances, thoughts, emotions. It's really important to cleanse ourselves of all of that, purge all of that, and start fresh. What you may have heard this quote from Chitu Krishnamurti. Okay. He says, we need to dive to our yesterdays so that our youth will be fresh, innocent, full of vigor and passion. So for me, cleaning helps me to. It's a very practical tool. Even if I've had very bad day, very stressful day, sit 15, 20 minutes later, and you light, how I can interact with children, family members, with joy. I'm not bringing all of that negativity and tension. Inner connect is something else we do at bedtime before falling asleep. It's really important the state we are in when we fall asleep, because we're going into a very deep state. So what are the seeds we are planting in our mind and heart when we go to bed? That's very important. It allows us to renew ourselves, start fresh. So reflecting on how the day went, connecting with the higher self within our hearts, ending the day with gratitude allows us to start the next day, and it makes meditation very important. So those are the 4 practices. There's a lot more to this than this. A little bit about Heartfulness Institute. It's a non-profit organization. More than 125 countries where people are meditating, and there are more than 15,000 meditation coaches, trainers who volunteer their time. And this organization is run with volunteers. There's been so much conversation today about volunteering. And we've built an amazing community here. We are like an extended family. We come here every Sunday, we meditate. That's something that we all look forward to. And I often joke with my friends. If any of you ask me how you're doing at 11 a.m. on Sunday morning, I am doing great. Doesn't matter how my week went, because I've just finished my Sunday morning meditation here at the we have millions of meditators across the world that use Heartfulness services. They're free of charge. So talk about equalizer, education as an equalizer. Wendy was saying, meditation, there are no barriers. It doesn't matter which walk of life you come from. A lot of benefits. It's very well documented. So I will move on in the interest of time. There is also this, these are some of the services we offer. Over the past many years, we have offered meditation, all of the other components that you've seen a moment ago at many different companies. Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and there are just a few here. So the employees have found that doing meditation really helps them reduce their stress, improve their productivity, relationships, enhance their relationships, really be a better team together. So this is something, again, if any of you would like us to this to your employees in your companies, we do so. Heartfulness at schools. I'm just so pleased and excited about this initiative we started a few years ago. Tina Shaw is here. She has more information to share with you all. If you have questions. We're doing a lot of work locally within San Francisco area, as well as across the country. And this day is about kindness. And these are 2 things that we really focus on inculcating in children: kindness and compassion through the programs that we offer for elementary schools, middle schools, as well as schools. These castle good, those of you who are in the education space. If you would like us to do this for any of the schools, whether you're a parent or someone, teacher or someone who works in the school district, that is what we do. You all know during the pandemic, there's been a significant amount of physicians and nurses. So we've started an initiative hospitals many years ago, and we really accelerated this. We offer a lot of courses as well as these physicians to see any conferences as well as other events. And there's a lot of research, right? I do want to say it's meditation, of course, it's a spiritual practice, but it offers a lot of benefits, physical well-being, emotional, mental, spiritual. But I want to emphasize this point. It's backed by science. There's a lot of research out there, the benefits of meditation, and certainly heartfulness meditation. There are a couple of studies here that are highlighted about sleep, how it enhances sleep. I was talking about cleaning earlier. Some studies on cleaning this. So feel free to check this out. We also have a free magazine. It's called Heartfulness Magazine, and it's free. You can access it online. A lot of articles about self-care, wellness, spirituality, nutrition, many more topics and stuff. And whenever I want to learn something to help myself, friends, my family, that's where I go. It's a reservoir of deep insights. And then there is a Heartfulness app as well that you see here. Feel free to download that. It's free. You don't have to pay for any of it. You can do this at home, and you can find your own corner. It's like I did. Practice meditation. And here, I do want to mention, we're all here at the Fremont Heartfulness Center. I was talking about the Sunday meditation earlier. So that's at 10. You can scan the QR code if you want into that free meditation session. Every Sunday, we have our trainers here who are happy to issue that. And we also have a yoga class at 8 a.m. I love, we have wonderful and certified yoga trainers who offer this for an hour every Sunday morning. So the slides, again, if you have questions, happy to answer those after the session. But now I would like to, let's do the relaxation and meditation for a few minutes. Spoken a lot. So please sit with me for a few more minutes here. Get comfortable in your chairs. I will walk you through these steps, and then we'll do the relaxation for about 5 minutes. Then when we move into meditation, a brief meditation, maybe about 8 to 10 minutes, you will get a lot of thoughts. So you're thinking, oh, I meditate, my mind is supposed to be still, zero thoughts. Nothing could be further true. I am meditating for 15 years, they come up all the time. Okay, so let's expect them, right? They're going to come in. See if you can just watch them, gently let go. No suppression, no force. Come up again, okay? Watch them. It's totally fine. That is the process of observing our mind, right? That's what we do, right? Gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Bring your attention to your toes. Wiggle your toes and relax your toes.
with inattention. Attention. Now, your attention to your neck and shoulders. And attention where shoulders. Release it. Your attention to your breath. Switch. That's choice. Pay attention to the forehead. Whole body is in a state of relaxation. Move your attention to your heart. Rest your attention here. Feel the source of light and love in your heart. Meditate on the source of light. So get up Please. Mhm. Begin. Thank you all doing that with us. Okay. If you have questions, we'll answer. We'll be outside to answer any questions. Thank you and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Yes.
Thank you, Bhagya. Having a warm round of applause for Bhagya, everybody, for that wonderful presentation on meditation. And speaking of meditation on the opposite end of the spectrum, how about if we all enjoy some caffeination? Everybody ready for some coffee, tea, and a little bit of entertainment? All right, let's go ahead and take a break for about 30 minutes. We're going to have our networking and social event. And I would like to ask everyone if you could please just return back in about 30 minutes. We've got our next keynote speaker is going to be speaking on generative AI and social responsibility. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back. I think it's been a very exciting evening for all of us, right? And you saw some exciting dances out there with the young kids, beautiful performances from them. But as you know, we are all getting into something, an era of AI, right? This is something each of us are eager to know more about it. And each of us want to be a part of it. What more? The wait is over. We have Meena Vishwampet. She's the head of generative AI solutions, GTM Google, and she's going to be talking about AI for social good. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Great to be here. Really appreciate all of you bring together for such a great cause. I lead go-to-market at Google for generative AI. And our mission essentially is to make AI helpful for everybody. I want to first start off with a video here, and then we'll talk more on AI for social good. Yeah, if you can please play the video.
Person to be able to cut the chainsaw at a kilometer away. So we're actually using an open source machine learning tool that can record the sound, and it can send a real-time alert to the rangers to really fight off deforestation. We train computer vision models to monitor every major source of emission in the world.
Ownership levels are very high, and computer science has a role to play to create solutions.
One of the most important variables during a crisis is reliable information. To understand exactly what areas are going to be affected, we can then send those forecasts to individuals using search, maps, and app drone notifications.
Imagine a system that integrates census data, poverty data, and overlay that with disaster data. Our maps will help give directly target the areas with the highest need.
We download the reading app for children so that their children can learn at their own pace. Loves to read.
Open Health Tech is a suite of open source components for building next generation healthcare apps, secure and adaptable to different healthcare settings.
One of the complications of diabetes is diabetic retinopathy, causes blindness. So we were able to train a model to read these images so people who did not have access now have access.
This is a great human life. I believe technology can help bring down that barrier.
Help me move to the next slide, please. All right. So as we just saw in that video, it's essentially our aspiration at Google to be able to solve for everybody with AI. Goal is to really make this helpful for every user out there. And the way I see AI, it's really about blending the tech of innovation with the heart of experience so that we can create value for every user. And the way we approach this is we essentially bring together people, processes, as well as a purpose so that we can solve for every user out there. Now, we do it with this perspective of having AI at the heart of every consumer product we have out there. I mean, most of you use search on a daily basis, right? With over 1 trillion searches and an average query time of under a quarter of a second. If you look at our YouTube video uploads, we have over thousands of hours of uploads under a minute. So the only way, honestly, we could scale was to invest in our AI technologies and also go deeper into some of the challenging areas of AI. When I say challenging areas, it really comes down to LLMs, right? Generative AI, as we all see that today, as well as speech recognition and image understanding. So we have dedicated research practices that actually help innovate on our foundational technologies and also help go deeper into many of these challenging areas. So that's Google Brain and DeepMind, which actually make this available. Now, how is this relevant in the context of our society and community is that it's the very same foundational technologies that we build for our customers that we make available for social transformation. So let's take a quiz here. Can somebody define what a large language model is for me? The younger kids, please. Anybody? Okay, so I'll make it simple. If you were to explain this to your 80-year-old grandmother, here's how you could say it, right? It's about training your young kid on a bunch of encyclopedia and helping them answer targeted questions on specific topics. So large language models get trained on hundreds of billions of parameters, right? And these are models that help you have a safe, sensible, and a specific conversation on any topic. Now, this is where it gets tricky, right? When you have such a breadth of coverage that you want to enable using AI, it comes with its own challenges. So we started this evolution in 2017, right? Most of us, that have played around with ChatGPT, that's actually based on our transformer model. And we've continued to evolve this over the last several years. And BARD is just the most recent avatar. But what's important here to see is that this is it's an evolving technology and it's evolving at a very fast pace. And I always joke about my personal connect with AI because in 2020, the LLM model that we were developing was also called Nina. And I was just super excited to go play with my own AI version when I was there. So 2 things to be aware of here is a consumer model versus an enterprise. Those of us interfacing with BARD or ChatGPT, that's a consumer model, right? What that means is that it's actually learning with your interactions, and it is actually meant to be leveraged for fun activities, right? You want to build something fun, have some creative, right, inspiration, you use a consumer model. But when you want, to solve for a larger scalable use case, you have to go with an enterprise model. What that means is that that's the model where you control the data that it gets trained on, and you set the guardrails with respect to safety and quality, right? You want to go with an enterprise-grade ML platform that will help you build and solve for scale and safety. So this is where the differentiation comes, and you need to be aware. All of us as end users have to be aware that a consumer model, right, comes with its risks, which is where you need to understand your usage and leverage more of the enterprise offerings that comes with, right, most of the big companies. So just looking at the theme, if you just look at how generative AI can actually be fun and add value to our lives, you're essentially coming down to 4 key themes for us. So we focus on unlocking creativity, right? Get most of your creative work done much faster. But our most important goal is to make this accessible for everyone. So this is where, the next set of conversations we have on social good ties to this, right? How do you solve for your most challenged users out there so that you can really solve for everybody? And the next most important thing is to, of course, to be able to protect your data and manage the costs. And last but not the least is responsible AI. So responsible AI is essentially at the heart of how we have to approach AI in the post-generative AI world, right? It's simply because as AI is now poised to transform every industry, every interaction we are having, it's very important to understand the socio-technological implications of AI and design best practices that vouch for trust and ethics. So responsible AI is essentially successful AI, and it couldn't be more relevant in the post-generative AI phenomenon. So pretty much our AI principles is the constitution by which we build our products, conduct our research, and draft our policies. We all know technology is a double-edged sword, right? Especially with generative AI and the hallucinations and the potential impact. It's very important to look at AI governance in a very holistic way, where you're actually taking into account the technology, the use case, the training data. How will you take your models and deploy it into production, right? So AI governance is a much holistic effort now. And the way we actually enable it is we help us as Googlers, as well as all of our customers and partners, answer some of the most difficult questions along the machine learning life cycle, right? If somebody asks you, is your model trustworthy? Do you have a systematic and scalable way to prove, right, that how your models are, making the predictions? what is the technology behind those predictions? How are you introducing responsible AI rigors and controls into the design thinking, right? So we started thinking about this several years ago, and then we came up with a systematic and scalable way to answer these questions, right? For example, we have an explainable AI tool that will actually tell you which data set influenced your model prediction the most. Now, this is a journey, as you guys can see, because what we're doing is we're collaborating with our customers and partners to essentially crowdsource our collective intelligence, because responsible AI is going to be super critical to the success of generative AI as we go into the future. So as we talked about Gen AI, now let's look at what does it mean to solve for everybody? What do we mean when we say, hey, I want to be able to solve for every user out there? So I want to show you a demo here and then talk about how this ties to our global aspiration with respect to unified problem solving. Yeah, and if you can please play that one.
Just sat there and kept you can see that it's possible. Vegas speech recognizer to be trained. It should be possible. They can't speak because they speak. Shajing is not voice utterances. Sounds. You can communicate. They listen using the screen key and they type their eyes.
Steve might crack a joke and it's related to something that happened a few minutes ago. The idea is to create a tool so that Steve can train machine learning models and stuff to understand his facial expressions. Cheers. Things that seem maybe small, but actually so core to being human.
I still think this is it's not scratching the surface yet. It's possible we get speech recognizers to work with small numbers of people who are assets, which we can then find to build something.
So Dimitri, who was actually featured on this video, is actually a Google employee as well. So what he helped us do was train our speech models so that they are able to understand people with speech disabilities. So what that does essentially to your
Great to see.
So what we just saw was that if we design AI models that can solve for people like Dimitri, then you pretty much enhance your chances to solve for everybody, right? And you guys may have seen that sensory substitution, right? That one of the individuals used because his eye movements were used to capture his emotion. Now, that's something we will talk about in the context of like neuroplasticity in just a bit. But this is essentially a peek into the future where we as humans can actually enable sensory substitution and leverage more of our creative thinking. Okay, what I mean by that is that Beena Shah here, she runs a program called Brighter Minds. Beena, if you can stand up. So Beena enables a program where children can actually enable sensory substitution. So with eyes closed, kids can actually touch a ball and feel it and tell you the color of the ball. There are kids that solve rubric cubes with their eyes closed, and they've also been able to play archery. So they are able to go hit the target with their eyes closed. And all of this happens with certain exercises and programmatic tools that the Heartfulness Institute has researched, and Beena runs a program here. But that's just to give you a sense of how human intelligence and intuition is evolving, right, in parallel with AI. And pretty much now with AI being able to do everything we do at scale, it's almost like now we are preparing ourselves for the next phase of evolution, right? Whatever that is, we have to now train ourselves to start exploring, other aspects of our consciousness and then even potentially touch super consciousness in a bit. So we'll definitely touch on that. So just with this, I mean, this has been something I've been thinking, while working on generative AI. Now that AI can really harness our collective intelligence, what is the future, right? What is it going to be for us as we get into the next decade? So this is where heartfulness, enable inspirations for me, because I started looking at it as, what is it? What is this heart-brain connection, right? How do we enable intuition that will actually propel innovation to the next phases, right? What are some of the tools? Like we just touched on Brighter Minds. You guys are aware of the tools from Heartfulness around, expanding your consciousness and being able to peek into that quantum level, if you will. I'm hoping that in a few years, maybe our thought becomes action right away, right? Maybe we get to that level of productivity where we are really able to shorten the path from intent to action. So this is essentially where we see things going. And I started thinking about heart brain and what are the tools available. Definitely Brighter Minds is something for us to explore with children as we see, right, how we can actually shift our perceptions to the quantum level. And then, of course, right, looking at values. When you're developing AI for social good, there has to be a cause, right? What is the purpose here? And the purpose could essentially tie to a value that we all most cherish, right? With Thanksgiving coming up, I can't help but think about gratitude, right? Gratitude can be a value that drives the next phase of evolution. Maybe it's compassion. Dr. Doty was here a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about the neuroscience of compassion and how that can actually evolve generative AI for social good. So a lot of opportunities overall, and especially for young children that Beena has been mentoring and training, right? She has an incubation here to enable children to innovate. We really want to step back and look at the heart-brain connection. What does it mean? How can we add purpose to our thought process? And how can we enable that purpose to be impactful for society? Something for us to think about is seeing if children can look at values that inspire them the most and then connect that to, their creativity and see if they can execute from the quantum realm. So overall, it's almost like as a society, we are at a tipping point, if you will. We are at that point of the next phase of evolution where, if you will, I would dare to say AI is forcing us in some way to actually operate at the next level. So I personally define AI for social good. Really, it's all about elevating our collective intelligence. All of us out here, elevating our intelligence responsibly, that will enable social transformation. So rules of 5, these are the 5 that come to my mind as we all build AI for social responsibility. Think inclusivity. Is your design inclusive? Have you accounted for every person out there? People like Dimitri should be able to use speech models, for example, right? Responsibility. Are we building models that can ensure that there is no biases, right? Eliminate systematic biases. Make sure that you're looking out for every person out there. Are your models holistic and comprehensive? Are your models safe? Okay, can you make sure that there are no hallucinations? There is no misinformation being represented? It's a sad state, but our children are being raised by technology much more than us parents ourselves, right? So there's an even more need to look out for safety, scale. Think about a program like this we had today, right? So many nonprofits coming together, all with one cause for human evolution and social transformation. So the way to do it at scale is to do it together, like we are here. Last but not the least, community. I mean, we call it the egregore. Each one of us have our goal that's individual in scope, but when we come together, it's universal in manifestation. So it's all about harnessing that collective intelligence so that we can drive enablement at scale and keep all the bad actors at bay. All right, thank you again for all your time. Really appreciate this. I really feel like the next great idea for AI might actually come from here. Maybe the kids that Veena is mentoring. So looking forward to it. Thank you for your time.
Hello. Thank you very much, Meena. That was a really wonderful journey that you took us through. This morning, we have been all talking about some very, very interesting topics. And we've been through an experience of highly experienced people talking about their experiences in and around their society and sharing their experiences with us. Adding to that, we also need to think about what we can do better for our future kids, our future generations. And our next panel is all about it. It's all about fostering youth social entrepreneurship and volunteering for a better world. And may I now invite our moderator, Vijay Surya Devaraya. She's an entrepreneur and tech leader. Onto the dais, please. And we have our speakers, Aditi Bagapalli from Deloitte Consulting. We have Piyush Gupta, who is a partner at Suvan Ventures. Vandana Kadam, Mathematics Department Chair, North South Foundation. And Srini Medala, founder and CEO at SoFSol. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Before we get started with the panel, we thought this will be a great opportunity for us to hear from the youth themselves as to what are the opportunities that they are pursuing, what are the ideas that they are passionate about, and what are the organizations that they have founded, participated in, and shaped. So here we have some amazing young people to talk to us about their experiences. We have Isha, who has mixed her dance and social responsibility together. We have Kardam, who is doing mentoring and teaching for young kids. We have Abhi, who has started a club in his school in collaboration with TAL to help the community around him. And then we have Aditi. Sorry, Aditi is getting late in the evening. Aditi, who has done some amazing work in mental health and helping people both in her community, in her school, in her college. So we will go through, maybe we'll start with Aditi and then Isha and then Kardam and then Abhi.
Right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Aditi Bagapalli. I am a graduate student at Santa Clara University, where I'm currently pursuing my master's in business analytics. I also just graduated in June with a degree in finance and management information systems. On campus, I'm the president of Santa Clara Consulting, and I'm also a senior analyst at the Santa Clara Investment Fund, where I help manage a portion of university endowment money. But today I'm here to talk about Will Be There Foundation. Will Be There is a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to mental health awareness and building leadership in the community. I started this as a high school student after many unfortunate incidents during my high school career, including one where a peer of mine committed suicide. And as a high school student, as a way to emotionally cope with the struggle and the emotional distress that I felt, one thing was certain, that I never wanted something like this to happen again. And I found myself drawn to community service and really helping educate and research on mental health to destigmatize it in my community. And I found a strong correlation between mental health, self-confidence, and leadership. So I do a lot of events and help provide resources regarding the same. So it's wonderful to meet you all, and ending it off.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isha Tanugla. I'm a senior in high school at UPA in San Jose. I am the president of Intra Club of Silicanandra, and I'm also the founder of Ishara Dance for Cause. And this organization, our main goal is to spread awareness on female hygiene, but also point out the fact that there's so much lack of awareness and education on the menstrual cycle. And especially in like third world countries, there's a lot of societal and cultural taboo around the topic of female hygiene and the menstrual cycle. And due to this and due to like societal norms, women are discouraged to talk about this whole cycle. And that basically leads them to like not know anything about what can happen if you use the wrong products. And there's still a lot of women in third world countries who use old rags, old cloths for their cycle. And they don't know the harms and they don't know the diseases they can get when they use such products. And in January, I hosted a dance showcase where we had a ticketed event and we had performances from the youth in the Bay Area. And we raised a little over $8,000 and we partnered with two organizations, Alliance for Period Supplies and Pad Seva, and all of our funds went to those two organizations. We were able to fund a whole pad machine to one of the villages in India. And this village has never even heard of what like a pad is, but now they finally have access to the right products and the right materials. And we are hosting another event in January, and I will keep doing this, well, forever, hopefully. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kurdam Sharma. I'm currently a senior at Millennium High School, and I'm also the founder and president of MKA Tutors, a nonprofit organization based to provide kids K through 8 the education that they deserve. So this first started off when a person in my community, he was a small kid in 4th grade. His father had recently died to COVID, and his mother was searching for jobs. So there was no one to pay attention to him, no one giving him support, and he was kind of traumatized by the whole experience. So I thought that it was my duty to reach out and try to help him out through this hard time. So I reached out to his mom and I said that, hey, if there's anything I can do, like provide him tutoring, I'd love to help. So after scheduling tutoring classes, uh, he still wasn't opening up. So what I tried to do was I tried to become a friend more than a teacher, to make sure that he feels welcome, to make sure that um, he feels at home, and he's happy while learning. And within a few months, he went from being very quiet, not too good at school, to straight A student. Um, yeah, it was wonderful. I seeing this like tremendous change, it really inspired me to do more. And I thought that there might be several other situations where this might happen. And, it's unspoken, unheard of. So at least give people an option to reach out. Um, so I started MK Tutors. I talked to two of my friends and they all liked the cause. Uh, and yeah, now we've started MK Tutors. We have over 50 students learning, 15 tutors, all volunteers, tutoring every single week. We've raised over $4,000 in donations, and we're donating these to various charities. And we're planning to do more in the upcoming future. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abraham Tegarla. Currently a junior at Mountain House High School, located in West California. I'm also the president of Touch a Life Mountain House Club. So we started this club over the summer of 2023. I first learned about the organization through Miss Bina, and I was really interested in uh, the cause of helping others and just spreading kindness through the world. And I started to look more into this organization, and I decided that I wanted to make a change in my community because since we're a small town in really the middle of nowhere, our school didn't have too much funding. There's a lot of kids that are living in poverty coming to school, and frankly, we don't have great technology at our school. So I wanted to make a change and just make my school and community a better place. So I decided to start a club with one of my friends who's also a like-minded individual and showed interest in touch learning. So I started my first event, which was a food drive over the summer of 2023. At first, I really didn't know what to do. I was really confused with everything since this was my first club. Uh, Miss Bina, she taught me how to do practically everything. And uh, after this food drive, where we donated over 200 cans to a local shelter called McHenry Homeless Shelter for homeless families, we were officially recognized as a club at our school. Um, and recently, we also did a book drive at our local library, which is very new. They didn't have too many books. They recently started, so we decided to do a book drive, and we were able to raise over 300 books, 20% of which went to the library, 80% of which went to orphans, orphanages, and sick children. We plan to continue doing this, and we've also planned two more events, which was the toy drive during Christmas, where we donate toys to orphans and children in need. And we were also planning to do a soup kitchen volunteer stay at a local soup kitchen. Yeah, and this is something that I'm really interested in. I really want to continue doing this, and I'm so honored to speak here. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. We talk about high IQ kids, kids who do so well on SATs or other things like that, which is also important. But also recognizing kids who have high EQ, emotional quotient, is also super important, especially in today's world where I think we've had this amazing speech earlier about AI, where a lot of work can happen through AI and automation. What do we do with our time? We should spend that time helping each other, being connected with each other, doing things that are helpful for our society. So these kids are amazing. I will just ask them one question. We have an amazing panel waiting. I know we are running a little late, but I do want to ask them one question. As an entrepreneur myself, I tell people entrepreneurship is not just about making money. In fact, very often it's a byproduct of what you're trying to do. Entrepreneurship is about seeing a problem. All of us see problems in our life and we say, oh my God, this is not working. I hate this, or I wish it was different. We then move on to why isn't anybody doing anything about this? And then the entrepreneurs come and say, how can I solve this? And in the process, you might make money and maybe make a lot of money. But the first part of it is you believe you can make a change and you can do that difference. So for you kids going through high school, going through college where you have so much happening, you see a problem around you that strikes a chord with you. How do you move from feeling bad about a situation or feeling passionate about it to actually doing something about it? Just quick 30 seconds would be wonderful from each of you.
Absolutely. In a previous discussion, I was asked the question, what is the biggest challenge that you have faced during your time starting an organization and leading it? And for me, my answer was actually starting it. Throughout my life, and I've had various life experiences in which I've felt emotionally drawn to certain things. And for example, in my high school experience, I knew that I never wanted another peer to go through a mental health crisis, and one where they didn't have the necessary resources or a safe environment to be able to speak their mind and get help. So that was my driving force. And I found myself actively taking a step in doing that by reaching out to very knowledgeable people in my community who have also created similar organizations and have a similar passion. And I found myself also as a part of the superintendent's advisory committee in high school, where I was able to directly speak with the superintendent about my personal experience and what my peers were going through. And that translated into getting a wellness center at my high school and a very similar model adapted across many of the other high schools in my community at that time. So being able to take the first step in going and reaching out to other people who share a similar mission and have similar values, to learn from them and to give back to the community in that way.
Female hygiene was something that was always close to my heart, and I knew I wanted to do something about it. And knowing that I wasn't doing anything at the moment made me feel even more guilty. So I combined two things that I love together. One being community service. I've always been into community service, and I've been part of the Interact Club for a little over 4 years now. And I wasn't doing it just for like college applications or just for the hours. It was something that I was deeply passionate about. And the other thing being dance. I've always loved dancing since I was a kid. And putting these together, I created Ishara. And knowing that I was able to make a positive impact in someone's life and bring change into the world while doing something I enjoyed was the biggest reward.
So I guess the biggest reason why I kind of founded MK Tutors was because so I'm an older brother. I have a little sister, and whenever she's stuck on homework, she usually comes to me, and I always help out. But what about those kids who don't have someone to go to, someone to, ask for help? So I made it for that reason. We have an app as well, and it's very easy to access. Even a kid could schedule their own appointment and ask for help. So yeah, I think that everyone should be able to ask for help, especially when it comes to education, because you'll never stop learning.
So, main difficulty that I had with starting my club was finding like-minded individuals. I had to talk to many people, many of my friends. I was telling them about this club and this great organization, and they're like, "Well, what about the hours?" They're only interested in the hours because so many high schools have a 40-hour requirement that you have to get to graduate. But it was once I found like-minded individuals that understood the environment that I was trying to create, it was easy to create a successful club. And yeah, that was the main thing. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of you for coming here. Please give a big hand to our young people here making the change. Thank you, guys. And before we get started, I want to thank the panel here who've been sitting so patiently, and thank to all of you for being here. And on a late evening on Saturday, where we can do a lot of things, we are here because we care about what's happening around us. So before we get started, I would love to have each of the panelists introduce themselves. So maybe we can, Aditi, I know you mentioned a lot, but if you have anything more to add, please go ahead, and then we can pass it along.
I'm really excited and honored to be on this panel, Fostering Youth Social Entrepreneurship and Volunteering for a Better World. I'm a business student and I study business analytics and essentially the intersection of finance and technology and how that can help. I'm going into a career in management consulting after, and I really find that a way to be the intersection of community service in the business world and really using business to create a positive social change. I've seen business and nonprofit organizations play a large role in my life since high school. I actually was the charter president and founder of the Interact Club of San Ramon Valley in the San Ramon Valley district. And I helped charter the club, essentially go door to door, pitch my club to the Rotary Club, and as well as the GATE program at Windermere Ranch Middle School. And that GATE program model, which helps GATE students have out of the classroom experiences, has been adapted by the school district. And now I am the president and founder of Will Be There Foundation, which focuses on mental health and building leadership. So really taking all of my previous community service experiences and being able to utilize that in the business world is really important to me, and I'm really honored.
It's amazing, isn't it? When I was that age, I couldn't string two sentences together. Now, half of what she says, I don't understand. Anyway, my name is Piyush Gupta. I'll talk to you today about my association with a nonprofit called the Buddha Institute. It's based in India, and it's focused on using entrepreneurship to uplift the poorest of the poor at scale. The thought being, you can't give them fish because you'll have to give it to them every day. You can't just teach them fishing. That's adequate, but they take care of their family. Whereas if you help them establish fishing enterprises, then that as that enterprise grows, you get a lot of leverage in the work you've done. And I think India's poverty problems can only be eliminated at scale by entrepreneurship.
Yes, as Mr. Gupta said, the younger folks have done so much that I feel like I don't deserve to be on this panel right here. So thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. And I'm really honored to be here with the distinguished people that are staying here. My name is Vandana Kadam. I am the math department chair at a local school in San Jose. In addition to my education background, I actually like volunteering, period. Volunteering, that is it. I just like to give back to the community in whatever way I can. And like what Aditi said, the intersection of business and community service, for me, it is the intersection of education and community service. So in any way I can help the world become a better place with whatever I can provide with my technical skills in education, I like to do that. And that's what I'm going to be talking about a little bit. So thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you, Sai and Veena. So, I'm not representing any particular foundation, but I'm a serial entrepreneur, investor and philanthropist. And, above all, I'm a father of my two wonderful children. And I'm here to speak, to share some of my experience. I also have a family foundation that I contribute, make a big difference there as well. But I'm here to share some experience that I could potentially, I think potentially be useful for some of the young people and parents who are listening, grandparents. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So maybe we can start the answers from the other direction this time, just to give, I like to go back and forth so we give a chance to everybody to speak. I think today's topic is basically fostering youth social entrepreneurship and volunteering for a better world. And as we were prepping, Piyush had sent me a note earlier saying maybe we should define what is social entrepreneurship. A lot of us kind of know what it is, but it's not very clear to us. So I just said, oh, that's a great idea. And I just went up back and checked. And the most concise definition I found was from the US Chamber of Commerce, which said that using for-profit approach to solving social problems, I'm paraphrasing it, but essentially that's the core of it. So what I want to bring here, and I know, Piyush, you're working on this really core on the social entrepreneurship piece, but the volunteering is another aspect of the topic today. What I want to talk about is a lot of people think in a very binary manner. They say they think that either we have this for-profit, Facebooks and Googles, or we have the nonprofits where you'll make no money, you'll have no life, you're going to be in a really tough situation if you go towards that path. But I think there's a third way. So I would like to hear from you, each of you. We have entrepreneurs, we have educators, we have change makers here. So I think it'll be great to hear your perspective as to how do you see young people today as they are looking at their future. How do they look towards social entrepreneurship in addition to volunteering as a pathway for achieving their goals?
Well, you brought up several things: volunteerism, social entrepreneurship. No matter however way you want to phrase it, fundamental skills today the young people have are creativity, intelligence, ability to focus and think without any boundaries. There is no age limit for that. That's why the young people are equally capable of more mature, experienced people, everywhere, except that they don't have enough experience compared to good old days, 20, 30, 40 years ago. The only way to gain experience is like working and making contacts personally. Today, that is not required because of social media and all the other things. At 18, you can pretty much get what a 40, 50-year-old person can get, other than hands-on experience, which even that can be substituted. So the sky is the limit for young people. So I don't, I mentored youth entrepreneurship in Thai and also UC Berkeley. I mentored entrepreneurship. My own children, my daughter started a nonprofit for a small thing that they found an issue in high school. She ended up raising $250,000 by the time she finished high school. Nobody would have given me the money. They gave her the money, and believe it or not, it's not my friends. And then my son started at UC Berkeley 2.5 years ago. I call him my big brother because he's wiser than me. Believe it or not, so many of young people here and the parents who are here and grandparents who are here, your children, grandchildren are much smarter than you are. Give credit to them and treat them like as your siblings, sometimes even as guru, because they know a lot more than what you know. And he went there and he saw the UC Berkeley and he saw the homeless people there. He published a paper immediately uh, documenting how it is actually beneficial for all the stakeholders, the community, the tax department, and everybody, to actually solve the homelessness on financial terms and be beneficial. It was published overnight, and then the next thing that he heard is the city of Oakland was interested in talking to him and getting some advice. I would have thought about it when I was in high school. So my advice is, it doesn't matter whether you want to name it as social entrepreneurship, volunteerism, don't even label that. Use your talent, God-given talent, and what you're passionate about, what resonates with your skills, your body, and your attitude and your spirit, and pursue it to the highest extent and best possible way. And you get the results automatically. And so that's why I don't like to label anything as, all the social entrepreneurship volunteer terms that we use, they limit you. It doesn't matter what you call it. Just do what makes you feel is right. As long as it's legal, it's ethical, just pursue that to the fullest extent and don't waste any time. Don't limit yourself. That's what I noticed with what I observed with my own children and my own family and people like that. And so sometimes you get inspiration from people. You're reading books and watching other people and learning about it. Sometimes you don't need much inspiration to get from people, your own friends and your neighbors. So your own teacher. So yeah, but that's where I like you to. Yes, Kadam, who I know her.
Yes,
But,
I. That's right. I couldn't agree more with what Mr. Madala has said in terms of the power of youth, the amazing thing. And we just saw a sample of that when the 4th students were standing here, the kind of information they have, the kind of dedication they have. And like what you were saying, Vijay, about the byproduct, when you start with an idea, the byproduct could be money. For them, they may start off the volunteering with the idea of getting hours, but the passion is there. They want to do it for some social cause. And then, they have the hours that just come as the byproduct. The President's Medal comes as a byproduct. So, going on with what just literally piggybacking on what Mr. Malala said about the ideas these kids have, the creativity is boundless. They just come up with all these ideas. And what I have noticed as a volunteer coordinator is the kind of work we get from these kids. They do come there for the hours, but the passion is there, and the final result is amazing. I was just talking to Raj Gandasri, who's also associated with North South Foundation, the company, the organization that I'm associated with for the last 30 years almost. And the reason I started with them is because of the mission that they have of bringing education to underprivileged students in India. And so a lot of these things, the volunteering, it seems like it's small what you're doing here, but has a big impact. And what I would say is for these young students to continue with that work. It's almost like, I don't even need to give them advice because they are doing it, but kind of keep it on. The one other thing I've noticed, the last thing I'll say on this is volunteering, I think, is contagious. If one person does it, then their friend wants to do it. The next thing you know is their brother wants to do it, or the sibling wants to do it. And so it carries on inside the family, within your friend circle. And the only advice that I would have is continuing on. Once you start, you're doing it in high school, you're doing it in middle school, whatever, and keep on going. Like what Mr. Marala said about Ajay, who looked at homelessness. and decided to do something about it. So great job that the volunteers doing.
I think nobody will argue with follow your passion or do what you're good at. But 99% of us who follow that get on the treadmill and run after money. The question we have here is, how do we encourage the 1% to grow to 2% and 4% and so on? So with due respect to Srini, we're not talking about following passion. We're talking about how do we increase people, and there are two dimensions here. I have two kids. Now, one wants to make money, right? And the other, she's a criminal defense attorney. She could be making tons of money, but she's been a public defender. And today she's defending one of the Guantanamo accused, right? Her life is half the time in DC and half the time she's in Guantanamo Bay. How do we brought the two kids up the same way, right? What is it? And because we are talking volunteering, I think it's important not to limit ourselves to social entrepreneurship, which you gave a good definition of. When we are talking about volunteering, nonprofit should be included as well. And there's a range. If I ask you, what is Goodwill Industries, for instance? Is it a social entrepreneurship enterprise or is it a nonprofit? And the answer is it's both. So I would just say, look, and my focus is on how to use for-profit companies to uplift the lowest, and so your responsibility is to make profit so that you can exist and you don't keep going after grants. But you have a greater responsibility, which is to plow all those profits back into your fundamental cause, right? And I think the one thing I know, I've asked my daughter, for instance, what motivates you to do that as opposed to make money? And there is this thing about job satisfaction. And she and I, when we talk, I said, sweetie, you will never make as much money in your life as I have done in a few years. And conversely, I will never get the job satisfaction in my life that you have gotten in a few years. So that's the balance that we need to continue to get kids to see. And this one can shed light on how to.
I would just like to piggyback off all of their answers. If I were to add one thing, I would say, as someone who's considered youth or Gen Z, if I were to describe my generation in 3 words, it would be vocal, passionate, and adaptable. Vocal through social media, adaptable through COVID, and passionate because we see causes in the world and we recognize and have the self-reflection to recognize our own privilege and how we can help others using it. As someone who was most recently at Deloitte Consulting, I saw the way that the huge for-profit corporation has new initiatives based on sustainability and diversity and inclusion, and how that's such an integral part of the culture. And when I was asked, why do you want to join this firm? That's something that I keenly looked into. And the reason that I believe I even got this opportunity, because they care so much about culture fit and making sure that you have a stance and a voice of your own to add to the firm. So it's definitely something that I've seen more more happening in the corporate setting. Also, academic institutions. I go to a Jesuit university, and we are required as students to take a course called ELSJ, which is Experiential Learning Through Social Justice. And every single week, we have to go into the local San Jose community and do volunteering, whether that be food distribution or tutoring children, etc. So there is this definite emphasis on getting students out there and really recognizing their own privilege and helping others through business, whether it be nonprofit or for-profit. And I think it's also important to recognize the role that organizations like TAL play in uplifting people who have a voice and want to share.
Amazing. I like all the answers because I think all of them give different perspectives, right? I think what Srini said, first you need to find your passion and then you'll find your path. And, it kind of went on from there and built. And I also believe, like Piyush said, that, there'll be new models of entrepreneurship. There'll be new models of making money in the future. And we are on the cusp of that right now. And what Aditi was saying, I think this is so important because I have two young women, now they're young women in their early 20s, two daughters. And you can see that in all of them. There was a little bit of that in our generation where we used to think about who are we buying from and what is their mission? Where are they getting their stuff from? Especially growing up in India, we had access to the artisans who were making our saris or, selling you things that they actually handmade. But in our world today, we are so separated from the people who make things to the people who consume things. And I think this new generation is much more interested in understanding where things are coming from and what those organizations are doing to make things better for the people who are making things. So I think there's a fundamental shift in consumer behavior, especially for Gen Z and maybe even millennials and so on, and also potentially all of us who become more conscious because of these barriers breaking down with social media and others. We always think about the negative things. I think there are positive aspects of technology. Now we see how people live in other places which we never got an access to see. So now suddenly we are aware of our consumerism and what its impact is. So do you think that plays a role in how we see the world in terms of, when you start a company, whether it is for social good or otherwise, you have to think this perspective to even just be a good startup, to be a good entrepreneur. Do you see that happening?
Definitely. I think the most definite application that I see of business principles is in marketing when it comes to marketing my nonprofit organization and events. For example, there's like 3 P's of marketing. There's like price, product, et cetera, et cetera. And when I see myself branding my organization or really using that voice that I have to impact the greatest amount of people, I see myself using those business principles. And as a finance student, finance is the backbone of any organization. And although I'm doing this, I'm like fundraising and doing events for the idea of impacting people, it's also important to recognize the role that finance plays in sustaining my organization. And those are just marketing and finance, I would say, are the backbone business principles that I've seen play a role in my particular organization.
I think the business processes, the business principles, the business ideas that go behind making any enterprise successful span. They're the same for a nonprofit or for profit. But I think the motivations of the two are very different. And we can't paper over that, right? If I'm running a startup, a commercial startup, then I have to answer to the people who've provided the capital. Yes, I need to treat my employees well, otherwise they'll leave me, right? Whereas when I'm running a social enterprise, my primary responsibility really is not to those who have provided the capital, right? That's why we talk about impact capital being available, because you're not going to get 10x, 100x, 1000x returns. You're happy with some of your companies giving you 2x return so that the money can circulate, right? So the principles are the same, but the motivations are very different. And what I will add over here is there is a misnomer. We believe that you cannot make money in a social enterprise or in a nonprofit. And that's not true. You cannot make obscene amounts of money, but you can make money. Your kids can go to school. It's so, and the emotional satisfaction that you get far exceeds any obscene amounts of money that you could make.
Absolutely. I will just jump in here. Normally, I try not to jump in when the speakers are speaking, but this is such a educational thing that most even entrepreneurs don't understand. I mentor one young person. She has a startup which is teaching 100 girls in blockchain. So they're teaching blockchain and Web3 technologies to young people in India and other places. And she was talking to me and saying, I don't know how I'm going to run this. I need to again raise this funding. I said, do you know what a nonprofit is? A nonprofit is something that's not distributing profits to its shareholders. Doesn't mean you cannot charge money. right? Subsidize that. Subsidize it with the grants you can get, subsidize it with the donations you can get, but don't walk away from charging money when people are able to pay. So I think there is this misnomer that if you're running a nonprofit, like Kaiser is the biggest nonprofit, and they do charge money whenever we go in, right? So I think this is where I think we need to kind of shift our thoughts a little bit. Like you said, if you're running a social enterprise, whether it's a social entrepreneurship thing or is a nonprofit, your goal is not to make money. But you need to sustain yourself to be able to do that. So sorry to jump in, but please.
That was a perfect time to jump in because I have not started a company, so I would not be able to talk to that. But the only thing I will say is I have started a force, a volunteer force, and have taught them how to be good citizens. And those are the people I think will take that part of the good citizenship into doing social good. And the only thing I would say is, considering what they're doing, just keep in mind the population it affects. You know, sometimes we try to do something in one place and it could be hurting something else. Like, you know, you're talking about fashion or buying from the local people, which definitely doesn't happen here. But these kids have the awareness to consciously go towards that. And so sustainability is a big thing. So those are the kinds of things I would say that they should keep in mind when they're doing any of these social entrepreneurships or any setups that they may have.
Couple of things I like to bring it to your attention. Again, it's meant for the young people here. Everybody is young, actually. Anybody under 60 is young. So, and also the parents and grandparents. IKEA is a nonprofit, actually. They have two divisions. One is a nonprofit, another is a for-profit. NFL is a nonprofit. So, AAA is a nonprofit. You know, again, it's already brought up that nonprofit doesn't mean you don't make money. But the thing is, I have to give credit to young people, to young teenagers and young entrepreneurs today, relatively young. They're actually doing a very good job. They really don't need any advice, to be honest with you. I give specific examples, like, you know, microfinance. Good old days, 20, 30, 40 years ago in villages and everywhere, there was money lending. That's on small, you know, then the young folks came in, they got to MBAs and everything else. They finished it nice into microfinance. And, you know, today big institutions and respectable institutions are founded on microfinance. So, and then one of the companies where I actually invested in, one of my college juniors is an entrepreneur today in India, and his dad was a scrapyard dealer. You know, he buys all the junk and then he used to sell it. That was his father's and grandparents owned a business. He did an MBA. Look what he did. He did recycling business. You know, basically, you know, you have cell phones and everything else. You trade and redo it. And now the messaging, this is where they come in. They're actually doing a great job already. It's of sustainability all of a sudden. The reason why, you know, it's the same thing, old wine in new bottle. And branding is powerful. So messaging, what it does is, first of all, it clarifies our thought. Once it clarifies our thought and it precisely be able to express in one word and one phrase what is that the whole organization is all about. And then it's easy able to communicate to your investors, partners, customers, and everybody else. To be honest with you, I really don't think we need to give any advice for young. They already know, they can teach us. The main thing that we can do is inspire them and be a role model to them and encourage them and just oftentimes listen to them. So I think that's where I would like to end.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll go back this way and have a quick 1 or 2 sentences. I think we are going to end this soon, but 1 or 2 sentences about both to the parents and the students or young people who are here, especially you, Vandana, because you deal with them on a daily basis.
So the one thing I will say is the biggest joy of my life is interaction with the young people. That is day in and day out. And that is what makes my job so special. I don't think, like what Mr. Gupta was saying about the gratification that you get, that is what makes me so rich. I know a lot of people have made a lot of money, but I will say, as a teacher and as an educator of these young folks, I feel like I'm the richest person. Honestly, that's how I feel every morning when I go to school. And what I want to say about what the parents are doing, they're doing a fine job of encouraging these students to do those things, like, you know, get outside of their boundaries. Aditi spoke about privilege. A lot of these students in the Bay Area come with a lot of privilege, but for them to understand that other people who do not share the same privilege also need to be valued is important. And so continue to do what you're doing. The parents need to provide that. And what Mr. Magala was saying, we don't need to teach anything to the kids. They just need a little bit of guidance. And the EQ that you were talking about, it is not just about passion, it's about compassion. If they have that, they can make a huge difference in the world. I'll end with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell you, during my 30-year career, and I retired 10 years ago, so I'm gainfully unemployed now. I had a lot of appraisals, a lot of things. I didn't keep any single one of them. What I still have is my student evaluations when I used to TA, right? And your profession is a very gratifying profession because you get instant feedback. If you do startups, if you do companies, it's years before you find out what's. I'd like to get back to what our topic was, right? Fostering youth social entrepreneurship and volunteering. What does it take? And if you will, it starts from when they're very young, and then we are catching them at the end when they have started enterprise focused on and what's needed at the end. Why are we at the end? Because it'll have the quickest impact. You want to alleviate poverty in India? There's 160 million people in India who live in less than $2.15 a day, right? Think about that. Less than $2.15 a day, 160 million people. If you want to have an effect at scale, not affect 500,000, a million, affect 25, 30, 50 million people, you have to start there. That's where we are. But we have a grant from the Ford Foundation to go in and evangelize in schools and colleges and universities to fill our pipeline of such entrepreneurs. And what we evangelize is, hey, look, there is a path. You don't have to go to Unilever and sell soap. There is a different path to do it. And then from there it goes. Apple, if you look at it, I used to work at IBM, right? 15 years. And we used to laugh at Apple and Microsoft and all, right? What are these little guys? What are they going to do? And today they've eaten our lunch, right? Why? Apple made a very conscious decision. They're going to ignore the professionals. They went to K to 12 and they made them use their Macs and their laptops. And guess what? They carried it with them, right? So it's human beings are of all kinds. Just by chance, there are some who are oriented towards service. The question is, how do we increase that? And I'll tell you, all of us have a role in that. What's being done here today has an influence. Schools have a role. Parents have a role, right? If the parents are going and volunteering and the kids see it early, that's what they're going to do. But if the parents are going for biryani every day and say, oh, you should go volunteer, it's not going to happen, right? So everybody has a role, and that's the only way we'll move the needle on this.
Absolutely. I do think leadership is found through a community. It takes a village, truly. But if I were to answer this question, I would say that there are opportunities all around us. Opportunities for positive social change, opportunity for donorship, opportunity to use your voice. And it truly comes from platforms like this, which uplifts and gives people and the youth an opportunity to pitch their idea or seek help for resources, etc., that will allow this kind of, as the previous speaker was saying, we're kind of in an evolutionary cusp with AI. But I also think this generation is questioning fundamentally why and how we are going to work every day and becoming more intentional about things like that. So I think really giving the youth space for ideaship and for innovation will help foster youth social entrepreneurship and essentially create positive social change.
Amazing. I wish we had another hour, but I tried to keep on time. We started at 5:40. I'm sorry, 6. What was it? Yeah, 6. Yeah, exactly. Half an hour ago. So we are closing off in half an hour. I wish I had time. Yeah, please, Srini, you want to add something last couple of minutes?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. My son is at UC at Stanford, and Berkeley and Stanford are playing the game. See what happens. Yeah, I think everything is covered. I don't have too much to say, but I do want to acknowledge something that what can we all do to encourage young folks. My wife says 80 is new middle age, so very conscious about using the word young. But the folks, what advice we can give them or what we can do is be a good role model. And then not everybody can be a good role model because of God-given limitations on us because of economic and financial, health, mental, and other capabilities. So if we are unable to be a role model ourselves as parents and grandparents, we can let them pick an opportunity for them to pick their role models and facilitate as much as we can. But they're independent, good thinkers, most of them are. So just listen to the children and listen to the young people and let them be. I think that's the best thing that I would say. And it worked for me. My kids are good friends of mine. I just listen to them and they like to be with me. Mostly parents don't understand it, but it's so easy to do. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, I think I wish I had, half an hour with each of them to talk about their experiences, but we have the time we have. So thanks again to everyone for coming. I myself, I think I don't know if I introduced myself, but I've been an entrepreneur. I've been in social work for a long time. I'm very proud of the work I do. But for the young people in the room, first thing you need to do, connect with everybody who's on this on this panel, connect with others in the room, reach out to them, don't hesitate. What will they say? They'll say no, and that doesn't hurt anything. It's okay, right? But don't worry about it. Reach out if you're passionate about something, just continue working towards it, and there are people who'll help you. Thanks again for everyone for coming this evening.
So may I now invite Venkat from the Institute to come and give an presentation.
Thank you for the wonderful session. All the panelists have been great. Just one also would like to thank that to join us here in the Heartfulness Institute. Very happy to host TAL Kindness along with TAL here. So as a token of appreciation, we would like to give a book, a best-selling book recently released called Spiritual Anatomy, which will help to learn different meditation practices that helps us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very insightful session from each and every panelist over here. A lot of things to learn from for all the entrepreneurs over here and nonprofits as well. As we get on to the next panel that we have got, it's very important. I know it's getting a little bit late in the night, in the evening over here, but this is a very, very important topic that we have as part of our next panel. This is all about hunger and homelessness. We have all the schools, we have corporates with their CSR initiatives. We have a lot of nonprofits over here and communities who are joining hands, and that's the topic. It's all about schools, CSR, nonprofits, and communities can join hands to help eradicate hunger and homelessness. So may I now invite our moderator, Aparna Kadari. Aparna is the Director of Information Security at Fannie Mae. May I invite our speakers, Jennifer Dow Rowell. She is Executive Director at SAVE. Mariam Adalat, Director of Student Services, East Side Union High School District. And Nathan Ganeshan, Founder, Community Seva. Thank you.
Is Nathan here? So we are the last panel standing in between you, the awards function, the food, and the entertainment. So hope we make the best time of what we have. Thank you all for being here. I work for Fannie Mae. Our mission is to make homes affordable
So this panel is very close to my heart. It could be divine coincidence that I am actually here having you on the panel, a very elite, but also a panel that's a dream come true. So I would like to ask some personal questions first before we delve into a series of unique questions for each of you. So in times when kindness is commercialized, how did each of you find the mission that you are serving on? And how do you do it? How do you motivate yourself?
That's a really good question. My name is Miriam Adelad, and for me, I think it's been a journey, and I think it comes from like my core and where I'm from. So my last name in Arabic and Farsi, it means justice. So I don't think that's a coincidence. My family came to the US as refugees, and early on as a young person, as a child, as young as like 10 or 11, I supported my parents through navigating the government social system, right? To get support and to get through the, get through poverty essentially, right? So I think early on I was a social worker, supporting not only my parents as being an interpreter, but helping them navigate the system, and then also helping other families, right? As they were entering the US just early on. So initially, I think I was conditioned to go into university and to find my path through making money, right? And I think that's coming from poverty. My parents, that was their dream, is that I have a stable life. So I went to UC Davis, studied economics with an emphasis in management. Little to know that when I graduated, I actually had a hard time finding a job because I was discriminated against wearing a hijab myself. I decided to wear it when I was in undergrad, and soon after September 11th happened. And so I couldn't find a job. So I felt stuck. And so my journey was through that, of finding myself. And so I became a social worker. I went back, got my master's, became a social worker. And through that journey, I recognized that systems need to change. And I can't just be that one individual helping one person at a time. And so I did school social work for a little bit, and then I became a principal, and I'm the director of student services, where there's multiple programs where I support foster youth, homeless youth, justice engaged youth. There's a lot of students and families here that are struggling. So I think that is where I think my background is what helps me wake up every morning and help communities.
Thank you. I think what brought me to this work, was when I was in college. I was an anthropology student and was really captivated by the global experience of women, and how around the world there are so many common themes that women seem to experience. And then found myself starting to embark on a teaching career while working in a nonprofit to kind of make ends meet while I was in grad school, and really just found that the nonprofit work was where my heart was. And so I stayed. And, 20 some odd years later, I am so fortunate to be the executive director of Safe Alternatives to Violent Environments, which is right down the street here on Maui. And our mission is to provide safety, support, and resources for survivors of intimate partner violence, and to engage communities in the work to end violence, which, and to tie this into hunger and homelessness, intimate partner violence is one of the leading causes of homelessness for women. So there is a very clear tie to what we're talking about here today in the work of SAFE. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Can I request you to repeat the question? I already lost with these answers, wonderful answers, their stories.
My question was, when kindness is commercialized these days, how are you able to motivate yourself and keep it going while trying to stay true to the mission that you took up on?
Oh, very, very interesting question. Let me give you a little bit background about Community Seva. Community Seva is a local nonprofit organization. We serve our unhoused brothers and sisters right here in the Bay Area for the last 10 years. many, and being a 100% grassroots volunteer driven organization, it's very challenging. And with so many wonderful causes around in the community, in the world, why someone has to come and support homelessness? What is there in that? So it's very challenging. And as he rightly said, it is getting many of them getting commercialized. When you look at it, the only thing I personally look at it is right. The charity starts from home. My family, myself, we all very much involved. I started as a family going and serving sandwiches and pizzas in the local homeless park, in the park, downtown park. And then the one act of kindness expelled to many more as we start going out. So we never kept things within the four wall. We moved out and started serving. So that the more, and when you go start talking about what this, the one act of kindness, every individual can plant that same seeds. How many people could get benefit? How many more individuals can get benefit? And how many people can get earn good karma? So honestly, for community seva, I'm going to knock on wood. We never had that problem. We have been able to touch people's heart with the cause. And today we have, in 10 years, we have 3,000 plus volunteers in the organization. And it's a good problem to have that I don't have many sevas to do.
If you can please hold the mic, the next question is to you.
So that I won't ask you the question again.
When I came to this country about 23 years ago, there were no CSRs. At least I was not aware. And even though I faced hunger and homelessness for just 3 days, I can imagine how massive it can be. So my question to you is, how can corporate social responsibility initiatives be tailored to effectively address local issues of hunger and homelessness?
Very good question. I'll tell you today, I'm very, very thankful to all the corporates who are taking CSR as a major initiative. Any nonprofit work cannot be, carry out their mission by themselves or their organizations. You need CSR, you need local community, you have the amazing youth who are there. Everybody has to come together and do their part. We are very fortunate, especially being in Silicon Valley. Most of the tech companies are doubling their match, sometimes tripling their match, and they are letting their employees come and volunteer, and they are compensating their volunteer hours by some X dollars. And top of it, they are willing to hear your stories. What is that you are doing to their community? And they are allowing us to submit a grant application form. So our community seva donation is not just from individuals. So many non-profit organizations, to name a few, Apple, eBay, PayPal, Google, so many of them, to name a few, they are supporting us. And without their support, I don't think so we could run our mission. I'm very thankful to them.
My next question is to you, Jennifer. And it's not the same question.
Oh, good.
What role can community members play in supporting and sustaining efforts and preventing crimes related to hunger and homelessness?
Oh, what can community members do?
Yes.
Oh
in
my
preventing
gosh.
crimes related to hunger and homelessness.
Oh, there's so much. I mean, really, um, get involved. Get involved in your local homeless program. Get involved in your local whatever speaks to your heart. Give them a call and just find out how to get involved. We want to hear from you. I think that sometimes it can be intimidating to reach out to organizations, but we're here for you. So, come be a part of the work that we're doing. Our door is always open to the community. That's how we make this work. And I know that sounds really simple, and I would love to give you a more complex answer, but that really is kind of it. Is to just take that leap and to get involved. We will warmly accept you.
Thank you. Mariam, my next question to you is, what strategies can schools implement to educate students about hunger and homelessness and involve them in the community aid efforts?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that schools can do. So I'm part of a school district ourselves, myself, and we have approximately 900 students who are homeless at this time. And it's under a federal act that we were able to identify our students who are unhoused. I think there's a variety of different ways that schools can inform their community about homelessness, but first and foremost is to bring awareness that it is a problem that's not far away. I think a lot of people think that homelessness doesn't exist in our local communities, but I want to say in every single city there's homelessness, and it's sometimes it's not seen. It's because of the stigma or the judgment that comes from it. We're not a lot of adults or young people don't necessarily recognize it, but it's actually a major issue in all of our communities. So awareness is most important, is to recognize that and to create safe spaces for students to come forth and say that I need help or I'm hungry or that there is an issue. But I work in a high school district, and I think while we support homeless students, we also try to bring awareness through our classrooms, right? Through English classes and things where we talk about social issues that exist and how can students help their own local community, not having to go very far.
Thank you. If you can still hold on the mic, my next question is to you. And while you answer that question, what is the one message that you would want to give people that are listening to you live and here, present here today? And the question is, how can the resources and the expertise of the different sectors we try to pull together, how can they be more effective with the solutions that they are providing to hunger and homelessness?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Actually, the issue of homelessness starts from, I would say probably early on as early as birth. I think majority of our homeless students have experienced homelessness for years upon years. And so I think to disrupt that is to create opportunities. I think donating is phenomenal, right? And I think every person or every company will play a different part in how they can support to prevent and to alleviate homelessness and hunger. But one is just straight donations, two is volunteering, but three is to create an opportunity for young people to learn skills that can feed into entry-level jobs, right? I think that a lot of our homeless students end up working at fast food chains and then losing a job, not finding stability. But to enter into an entry-level position at Google, at YouTube, at one of the larger companies where the skill level you don't need a bachelor's, you don't need a master's, it's very low level, but that skill gap is addressed so that they have sustainable income, right? So that they don't face homelessness. And that's how we can disrupt it. At the previous school district that I did work at, this was one of the programs that I participated in where I was a program manager where I would connect students to internships. So initially it was unpaid internships, but eventually it was an entry-level position to plug into any of our at John Muir Hospital, like just local hospitals, local community centers. So I think that is so huge, and sometimes I think that's missed. In addition to that, a lot of our families who are working 2-3 jobs to provide for their families, they're not able to support their kids to develop those social skills. So to have somebody from our for-profit companies to mentor students is super helpful so that they have a caring adult that's helping them through their high school career and then connecting them to something beyond.
And don't forget the message.
The message is contribute in any way, shape, or form that you can because it impacts. So right now for our McKinney Venture students, we have a holiday event that's coming up, and we're trying to raise funds to give them a $75 gift card to normalize the holidays for them, right? So, and then we give them a beanie, socks, a hoodie, just warm items. So that's one way that you can contribute, and it would be very much appreciated if that's what you can provide. But there's so many ways. So the message is contribute in any way, shape, or form that you can.
Thank you so much. And I hope we take the message and contribute a small fraction of what we make, and hopefully that is going to enhance the community as a whole. Jennifer, please don't forget the message. And the question is, what are the challenges in maintaining a long-term collaborative efforts in addressing hunger and homelessness? And how can they be overcome?
Well, that's a really good one. But before I go, may I, I'd like to plus one everything you just said. And may I lovingly add a fourth way is for people to jump in, and it ties in, is to advocate for policy change. You know, hunger and homelessness doesn't have to be a thing. It doesn't, it's not an inevitable thing. We have the resources, we don't allocate them properly. And a lot of the reason we don't allocate them properly is because of policy. And so, yes, yes, donate. Oh my gosh, please donate. Please volunteer. But also recognize that we can be agents of change on a larger level to make the changes at the policy to help address some of these bottlenecks, to create broader change and maybe stop some of this generational issues around homelessness and hunger. But you were asking about challenges. And I will offer up policy as being one of them. But also there is a nonprofit starvation cycle. Nonprofits, schools are routinely underfunded. And we have really talented people, really wonderful, big-hearted people doing work with not nearly enough resources. I've worked with schools as long as I've been doing this work to connect unhoused students with resources. And I mean, very often there's just, you have the will is there, and the will is there on the nonprofit side, but very often it's a struggle to get all the needs met. And so it isn't for lack of desire or collaboration. It is often just a lack of money to connect all those dots. And then I'm supposed to, a message?
Yes, please.
Ooh. I have to go back to the give and the volunteer and advocate. I think that's the message.
So the last question, please don't forget the message. In what ways can nonprofits collaborate with schools and businesses to create a unified approach to combat hunger and homelessness?
As I said, nonprofits alone cannot help the community. Any nonprofit, not it could be hunger or homelessness, and we have to collaborate and take the problem as our problem, not someone else's problem. The guy who is sleeping on the street, a pregnant woman standing in the middle of the street at 10 o'clock, and due to domestic violence, that's her. It's not her problem. We have worked with women who's 9-year-old and got pregnant 3 times. Is it her problem alone? Please don't say that. Take it as our problem. We have to take it as our problem and work towards it. When we do that, we work together. At Community Seva, just to let you know, same, you're in East Case, and we are in Evergreen Valley. I live in Evergreen. So missed the school name. So the 4th grader, they started a club called Anti-Hunger Club. They raise over $1,000 every year, and they come donate to us. And not only just donate to us, the beauty of Community Seva is when you donate to us, you get to volunteer because we are local. When you get to volunteer, it's not, your job is not done. You get satisfaction, fulfillment, and most importantly, you get the gratification. You get to see where your dollar is working. You see that tax money is working on this highway street. Here you can see your money's donation is working. And the school students come and participate and volunteer. Similarly, communities. Now Thanksgiving is right here. Christmas is across. How many women and children don't even get a Christmas gift? So volunteer with us and see how you can make a difference in the world. My message is, homelessness, you cannot eradicate homelessness. That's for sure. Every year, the number of homelessness is increasing, every county, and the problem is rising. Every politician, every elected officials can put it in their number 1 agenda that I'm going to solve homelessness problem. Absolutely not. They cannot do it by themselves. They need communities, they need school, they need all nonprofits. Everyone has to work together. So because you cannot eradicate homelessness, you cannot solve, we cannot fold our hands and sit quiet and watch somebody is doing it. We all have to act together. And when do we do it? Right now. The time is now. We need to act now, give back, and make a difference in someone's life, especially those people in need. That's my message.
Thank you all so much. I hope we all practice what you've taught us today. It's been inspiring, thought-provoking, and very insightful. And if I link you in, please accept.
Thank you, all of you. I'd request all the panelists still to be there on the stage. Let me invite Prakash from the Institute for a token for them. Thank you. So we'll shortly begin for our the last segment of the day, which is appreciating all the work all the nonprofits are doing. We appreciate everybody in our life, but we also need to appreciate all the work that people are investing their time, money, and energies, resources in helping people who are actually in need. So our next segment is TAL Hero Awards. So we'll just shortly begin on that. Thank you. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, inspiring change makers. Welcome to the prestigious TAL Hero Awards ceremony. We gather here tonight to celebrate achievements and honor the spirit of humanity, kindness, and relentless dedication towards making a significant difference in our world. The TAL Hero Awards, a cornerstone initiative of the Touch a Life Foundation, represents more than just recognition. They symbolize the highest honor for individuals and organizations committed to impacting the lives positively. These awards are a testament to the power of compassion, innovation, and unwavering dedication in addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our times. Can we have the AV, please?
And honored. Here is such an occasion. The TAL Hero Awards is an annual event celebrating the remarkable individuals who go above and beyond to make a difference in their communities. We have been fortunate to recognize some people who have quietly made a significant impact. The initiative of TAL Hero was started in 2020 by recognizing 6 changemakers, 3 from India and 3 from the US. The prestigious list includes reformer of education, Chris Funk, notable educationalist Mary Beth Riley, and environmentalist Vijay Ram. The noble ambition of TAL Hero Awards has quickly caught the attention of the media, and TAL Hero Awards were considered as one of the premier recognitions in the field of social work. 2021 was another interesting year for the TAL Hero Awards. COVID, though has a devastating effect on our lives, has also shown the power of empathy. Ramu Dosapati, who has spent all his savings to start a rice ATM and provide free groceries to the COVID victims, has received TAL Hero Award. Isabella Spar, founder of Project Bell, bringing new hope to cancer patients, is yet another TAL Hero 2021. Rural innovator Narsing Hachari and health leader Dr. Yuri Gedalia are few among the other winners. With the increasing popularity of TAL Hero Awards and its impact in inspiring others to be altruistic has encouraged Touch a Life to announce awards also to nonprofits and corporate CSRs. Hunger Meet Out Fighting Hunger with its relentless support to food banks, Ravi Puli who with his heroic acts has helped hundreds of families during COVID, Dr. Padmanabh Reddy who with his NICE Foundation impacting rural healthcare, Silicon Valley nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs are among the TAL Heroes 2022. TAL Hero 2023-2 has received nominations from diversified fields. After detailed scrutiny and analysis, our esteemed panel of judges have chosen the best whose work, vision, and impact deserves an applaud. Touch a Life is immensely proud to present the TAL Hero Nonprofit Award for 2023 to the incredible Operation Access. This organization has transformed countless lives by bridging the gap between those in desperate need of medical care and compassionate healthcare professionals who offer their services free of charge. Operation Access stands as a beacon of hope, providing cost-free outpatient surgical procedures and diagnostic services to the uninsured population in Northern California. With an extensive network of over 1,000 dedicated medical volunteers and partnerships with 80 hospitals and ambulatory care centers, their impact is immeasurable. Year after year, Operation Access orchestrates more than 2,000 surgeries and diagnostic services, contributing over $30 million in donated healthcare. Today, we salute Operation Access as a true hero, an exemplar of compassion and dedication to ensuring healthcare reaches those who need it most. Their unwavering commitment to changing lives is nothing short of extraordinary.
We're just announcing all the winners. We're going to go a roll on the videos for all the winners for the TAL Hero Awards for this evening. Thank you.
Touch a Life proudly announces 10,000 Degrees as the distinguished recipient of the TAL Hero 2023 award. With unwavering dedication, 10,000 Degrees is on a mission to break down barriers to higher education for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Their commitment to providing crucial support, mentorship, and financial aid is a beacon of hope for those from low-income households, helping them realize their educational dreams and attain college degrees. 10,000 Degrees engages with students at every stage of their academic journey, from high school to college, ensuring they have the guidance and resources to graduate successfully. Since its inception in 1981, 10,000 Degrees has empowered over 20,000 students to achieve their college degrees and has disbursed more than $80 million in financial assistance, paving the way for brighter futures. Today, we honor 10,000 Degrees as a true hero, a catalyst for change, and a source of inspiration for all. Touch a Life proudly introduces the New Horizons House as the recipient of the TAL Hero Awards 2023 in the nonprofit category. The roots of New Horizons House trace back to 2012, when its visionary founder, Jonathan Spencer, had a profound awakening to the harrowing issue of human trafficking. Fueled by this revelation, Jonathan embarked on a mission to establish New Horizons House, NHH, with a singular and noble purpose, to offer comprehensive rehabilitative services to girls rescued from the grip of human trafficking and sexual abuse. NHH Aftercare Facility was designed to empower each girl to reintegrate into mainstream society with the mental fortitude required for independent living, achieved through gainful employment or marriage or both. New Horizons Comprehensive Aftercare Program consists of 5 essential components, namely trauma counseling, medical care, education, vocational training, and community support. These elements are integral to the holistic approach taken by NHH in helping survivors on their path to recovery and reintegration into society. New Horizons House is not just an organization, it's a lifeline, offering renewed hope and a chance at a better life for those who have faced unimaginable adversity. Today, we celebrate New Horizons House as a true hero, dedicated to transforming lives and ensuring that survivors of human trafficking find their path to healing and empowerment. Dr. Corey Pahanish, recognized as the TAL Hero for 2023, has made a substantial impact through his affiliations with admirable organizations such as the Survivors of Violent Loss Program, Camp Oliver, and Bayside Community Center. Dr. Corey currently serves as the Executive Director of the Teddy Bear Cancer Foundation. The Teddy Bear Cancer Foundation is a nonprofit organization with a primary mission of supporting families with children facing cancer or other life-threatening illnesses. The foundation provides a diverse range of services to aid these families throughout their challenging journeys. This assistance includes financial support, emotional counseling, educational resources, and programs designed to enhance the quality of life for affected children and their families. Furthermore, the foundation is actively engaging in advocacy efforts to raise awareness and advocate for policies that benefit families dealing with childhood cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate this exceptional changemaker, Dr. Corey.
The Touch a Life jury has reached a unanimous decision, naming Michael Pope as the recipient of the TAL Hero Award for 2023. In her role as the CEO of Alzheimer's Services of the East Bay, Michael Pope demonstrates a deep commitment to providing vital support and services to individuals and families grappling with Alzheimer's disease in the East Bay region. Her responsibilities encompass overseeing the organization's operations, developing and implementing crucial programs, and steadfastly managing the mission of improving the overall well-being and quality of life for those affected by Alzheimer's disease. Michael has garnered numerous accolades and awards in recognition of her exceptional contributions to social justice causes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate this special changemaker, Michael Pope. Her story is an inspiration, reminding us all that one person's vision and determination can illuminate the path to a better world. Her dedication and passion have lit a path for those who might have otherwise been left in the shadows. She has been a force for change, an advocate for equity, and a catalyst for progress. Touch a Life is proud to announce Ruth Farmer as the TAL Hero for the year 2023. Ruth Farmer, a highly regarded policymaker and advocate, has left an indelible mark in the realms of education and inclusivity. In a pivotal moment in 2020, she introduced the Last Mile Education Fund, an exceptional initiative tailored to address the unique challenges faced by economically disadvantaged students pursuing degrees in technology and engineering fields. What sets the Last Mile Foundation apart is its holistic approach, which goes beyond individual students to invest in a wider community of aspiring technology and engineering professionals. Since its inception in 2020, the Last Mile Foundation has allocated nearly 3,000 grants, totaling $2.9 million, to facilitate the attainment of degrees for underrepresented, low-income students with aspirations in technology-related careers. This remarkable initiative, spearheaded by Ruth Farmer, has been a beacon of hope and opportunity for countless individuals, making her a deserving recipient of the TAL Hero Award for 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and admiration that we present Ruth Farmer with the TAL Hero Award for the year 2023. Ruth, your vision, your unwavering commitment to education and inclusion, and your profound impact on the lives of so many make you a true hero in every sense. Ruth Farmer, you are an inspiration, and we salute you for your dedication to creating a brighter future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate this extraordinary changemaker, Ruth Farmer.
Touch a Life is thrilled to announce Oracle as the recipient of the 2023 TAL Hero Award in the CSR category. Oracle's commitment to corporate social responsibility has been both innovative and impactful, exemplifying the ethos of making a positive global impact. Their technological advancements have revolutionized healthcare systems, focusing on enhancing patient care and supporting community health initiatives. Oracle's philanthropic spirit is evident in their generous donations, exceeding $20 million in 2022 to organizations tackling urgent societal challenges. Furthermore, their volunteerism and educational programs, particularly for underrepresented communities, underscore their holistic approach to CSR. Oracle's multifaceted CSR activities not only align with the values of Touch a Life but also serve as a beacon of inspiration in the corporate world. Touch a Life is happy to announce The Honest Company as the deserving recipient of the 2023 TAL Hero Award for Corporate Social Responsibility. This prestigious award is a testament to their unwavering dedication to creating a healthier, safer, and more sustainable world. The Honest Company, under the visionary leadership of Jessica Alba, has set a new standard in the consumer goods industry with its commitment to transparency, eco-friendliness, and social responsibility. Their impactful initiatives, ranging from sustainable product development to charitable partnerships, exemplify the true spirit of making a difference. By prioritizing the well-being of families and the planet, they have not only garnered trust and admiration globally but also inspired countless others to follow in their footsteps. At Touch a Life, we are happy to recognize the Honest Company's remarkable contributions with the TAL Hero Award. Their journey resonates deeply with our mission of fostering positive change, and we believe their story will continue to inspire generations to come. Congratulations to the Honest Company for setting a shining example of how businesses can be a force for good in the world.
We are thrilled to announce TriNet, a leader in providing comprehensive HR solutions to SMBs, as the proud recipient of the TAL Hero Award in CSR for 2023. TriNet's commitment to corporate social responsibility shines through in their launch of the TriNet Foundation, a beacon of support for impactful nonprofits like Black Girl Ventures. This initiative, alongside TriNet volunteers, exemplifies their dedication to fostering entrepreneurship and community development. Their focus on aiding historically underrepresented groups and nurturing entrepreneurial education has set a benchmark in CSR excellence. TriNet's remarkable efforts in extending their resources and mentorship beyond their client base demonstrate a profound commitment to driving positive change and empowerment in the business community.
Thank you very much and welcome back. May I now invite Sai Gundavelli, our dignitaries over here on the board. Mr. Sai Gundavelli, Veena Gundavelli, Paige, may I request Roger Royce to come onto the stage. Daphne Royce. Meenu Gupta. Yogi Chug. Radhika Adhikari. Raj Salwan. May I have Ramesh Kunda to have a few words for introduction for Raj, and Sridhar Veros, please come on the stage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ramesh Konda. I'm one of the volunteers for the today's event here. Just a couple of words about Honorable Council Member and the Vice Mayor of Fremont, Raj Salwan. Please give him a big round of applause. He's from the Fremont, so local hosting city, and he's been involved with the community in many things, Chamber of Commerce, Planning Commission, council member. Now he's also running for the mayor of the Fremont. Please give him a big round of applause. Raj, thank you for being here with us. Oh yeah, next dignitary we have is from San Ramon. From the long distance in the rain, he drove all the way from San Ramon. Sridhar Veros, council member and vice mayor of San Ramon. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Sridhar, for coming here and being with us. With your presence, we are very inspired. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite our honorable council member, also the future Congressman Rishi Kumar. Please give him a big round of applause. He also came from long distance from Saratoga. Please join.
To that, we also have a few dignitaries that I would want to invite on the dais over here. Meenu Shukla, please welcome. We have Anand Kuchipatla. I would also want to invite Nathan Ganeshan. Thank you. So let's begin our award ceremony. Let me also invite Matty Skariot. Matty. So may I now want to invite the TAL Hero Award recipient in the nonprofit category, Operation Access. Please welcome on board. Team from Operation Access. It's like it's been a long day, so unfortunate that we don't have them here to receive the award. May I now invite the next organization for the nonprofit recipient award, which is 10,000 Degrees. Okay, let me now invite the change makers. Let me now invite Ruth Farmer. Ruth, can you please join us? So let me now invite Dr. Kwari Pahanesh. Let me invite Michelle Pope. Let me now invite, okay, we are still taking the photo session. Let me now invite the next award from Trinet Team Trinet. Please welcome on board. Thank you very much. I think it's been a long day now, but we would want to now invite each one of the dignitaries on board over here for a few comments and words of appreciation for the whole team over here. Before that, I would want to invite Sai for some vote of thanks.
What a day, huh? First of all, thank you very much. It's been like a long day. You know, as you can see, like a team has been working for past couple of weeks. You know, creating a digital platform like this is being in Silicon Valley is something we all aspired, and it's all happening right now. I want to thank all the people who made this event successful, including the entire TAL team. They really deserve a applause. And also the Heartfulness Center, who basically also helped us in putting together this event. So thank you. And all these people who are actually making a difference in the society. So we are just simply a catalyst in making sure that they do more good is all we are trying to do. And thank you very much. I know it took like a longer time. We had to play all the videos like a lot more faster, given the time. But thank you, all of you. You know, pretty much, you know, everybody helped us in making this event successful. Everybody toiled so much, you won't believe. People even other regions to come over here to make this thing happen. I want to thank all of you sincerely for all the effort in making this event successful. And almost like this is almost like an Oracle open world, you know, to put all these things together. And you know, sir, thank you for all coming over here. The representatives from the town, Radhika, Dinu, etc., putting together the fantastic arts and some of the people, you know, did leave physical award, but we'll mail them. I do thank you for patiently waiting over here. Please, let's grab some food and celebrate some kindness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sai. Thank you for that. And yeah, it's time for all the excitement that we have been through. It's now time for having some relaxing evening with music and food together. We would want to have a few words of appreciation from our dignitaries over here. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I want to commend TAL for the great work they're doing. Yes, let's give it up for Sai and Tej and his missus and the entire team. Events like these are very difficult to put on, and especially the great work they're doing to recognize nonprofits and connecting the nonprofits. This is a huge undertaking, and the need is great. We know that from issues facing us in the Bay Area and Fremont, whether it's homelessness, whether it's crime, whether it's other public safety issues, domestic violence, senior services. So right now, all those networks are not well connected, and so I think this is a great resource to connect everybody. And I also want to commend their celebration of Kindness Day. We all could be a little bit kinder. Sometimes, life, we get busy. We don't see the people around us. We don't see them for human. So that empathy, that compassion goes a long way. And kindness is something that transcends all cultures, all folks from all backgrounds. Everybody understands when somebody is kind to them. So we can definitely have that spirit of kindness. And if everybody was a little bit more kind, we could change our cities, our counties, and our countries. So thank you again for this opportunity. I really want to thank all of you. I'll turn it over to some of my colleagues. We got Council or Vice Mayor from San Ramon, Sridhar. Let's give it up for him.
Thank you, Raj. Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's great to be here with all of you. It's an honor and privilege. As a founder of nonprofit organization myself, I know exactly how your work is improving the quality of life of individuals and communities. Please, big applause for yourself who did all this great work. I can confidently say that behind every thriving community, there are one or more nonprofit organizations. Because I get to work with a lot of nonprofit organizations. Majority of, if you see any good quality life community, you will see there are nonprofit organizations who are playing important role in making that happen. So thank you very much for all your great services. Thanks to TAL for bringing all of you together and allowing you to share your kindness, allowing you to celebrate your success with all of us. And congratulations to all participants and all award winners. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. May I now invite Rishi Kumar to also honor. I just figured out that we also have another organization who has been the recipient of TAL Hero Awards for this year, North South Foundation. We have some representatives from there. I would like to request Rishi Kumar to give them the memento and his words of appreciation thereafter. Thank you.
Congratulations.
For bringing education to underprivileged people in India. So thank you, TAL, for the award for recognizing Dr. Chituri's work.
My name is Rishi Kumar. I'm delighted to be here. And congratulations to Sai and Veena Gundewelli and the team that has put together such an incredible evening. It's a delight to be here. Congratulations to all the winners. Nicely done. And I can see how TAL, because I was there the very first year when we put together this annual event. And it's amazing to watch how the leadership of Sai and Veena and the team have basically brought it all together. Kishore is sitting right there. Kishore. And it's an amazing team that's come together to put together an event of this scale. But, essentially, if you see the story of Sai and Veena, they are entrepreneurs and both of them successful in their own. And sometimes Veena actually outshines Sai a little bit. And, one of the phenomenal women entrepreneurs in the Bay Area. And but what I see is that they're willing to give back to the community. And, we sort of get entrapped in life and we are going through, and sometimes we may not think about those who actually need our help. And I really, really appreciate the team here in basically giving back to the community. And I can only see this event growing in scale over the next few years. But if you see, I've talked to Sai multiple times about how his vision of TAL is playing out. And you can see the passion, the energy, and the determination. Just like how he has scaled a company, Solix Technologies, he's putting that similar effort into the foundation. And it's going to be a phenomenal ride. And this is the journey. And obviously, I'm there to help out any which way I can. And as a Bay Area technologist, I'm the C-suite in a software company here in Silicon Valley. Giving back has been a top agenda for me over the last decade or so. Running for Congress now, we have never had a tech-savvy leader ever in a million years of Silicon Valley, and we can fix that. Running from District 16, but much of everything I learned in my world as a council member of Saratoga or running for Congress, it's everything I learned in tech companies. Working for companies like IBM, Cisco, and Solix, and it's a tremendous journey for me to transform myself as a geek. But in Silicon Valley, all the geeks are rock stars, right? Anyway, it's an honor to be here, Sai. Congratulations, Veena and Tej. Let's not forget Tej. It's the whole family effort that has come together. Let's give a big round of applause. And back to...
Thank you very much, Rishi. Thank you all. And yeah, we're now back to our entertainment and dinner. Please enjoy yourselves.
ఇది ఒక కెమెరావా నేను ఆ డబ్బాలో పెట్టాను ఇవన్నీ
పెట్టాను.
Uh, that's all we got for tonight. Appreciate you guys having us. My name is Richard Benitez, Benitez Cortez. Mike Quigley, my from. And watching my baby. David Latuga on the car. Paul. Two points on this?
See the double cheeks there?
Oh. Yeah. What are you going? And it's not for that. I'm saying. Would you really use it? I'll show you a drawing. It's nice. That we're kind of on the same.
Yo, I had to stop playing because my volume, my jack was, I was like, I'm sorry, y'all.
You gotta say that.